Hi guys, so if you're a goalkeeper and you're looking to achieve your goalkeeping dreams, whether that's to become a professional goalkeeper, semi-professional goalkeeper, maybe get to a professional academy, or maybe use your goalkeeping skills to gain a college scholarship in the United States, you probably know for you to have any chance of achieving your dreams that you have to develop your mindset. You have to become bulletproof as a goalkeeper, just like a professional goalkeeper. But here's the sad thing, 95% of goalkeepers sadly don't get taught this vital skill. With the greatest respect, that's because the majority of goalkeeping coaches have no idea how to teach the importance of the mindset. So if your goalkeeping coach is not taking you to one side away from the field and teaching you the importance of having a bulletproof mindset, please do yourself a favor. Or if you're a goalkeeping coach or a parent of a goalkeeper, please watch this course. It's completely free of charge. You get to download our free book, Mind Over Goal, The Secrets to a Bulletproof Mindset, and also our 12-week work journal, which is the daily journal for elite goalkeepers. I'll guarantee that if you watch this video, or you watch this free course, which is called Mind Over Goal, if you watch this free course on how to become bulletproof as a goalkeeper and you do the daily or 12-week program, I will guarantee that you'll have the edge on your competition. So who's this for? Obviously for goalkeepers. So if you're a goalkeeper, no matter what your dreams are, no matter what level you're playing, whether you want to be professional, semi-professional, or just be the best goalkeeper in your league or the best goalkeeper that you can be, you have to develop your mindset. In fact, as a goalkeeper, you have to work your mindset just as hard as how you train in between the sticks on the field. And like I say, sadly, the majority of goalkeeping coaches don't teach their students the importance of the mindset. And if they're not, they're missing a massive, massive piece of the jigsaw in your development. So if your goalkeeping coach is not teaching you this, don't worry. Come here completely free of charge. Again, make sure that you subscribe to our free online academy, because not only will you be able to download the books as well, we actually go live. You'll be able to get all your questions answered, so we can help you every step of the way. If you're a parent of a goalkeeper, oh my goodness me, you need this big time, okay? Again, I'll explain in a minute who we are, okay? But literally, we've helped thousands of parents of goalkeepers to help their goalkeeping child. We know it's we know parents of goalkeepers how frustrating it can be for yourself. There's nothing worse than seeing your goalkeeping child standing in goal, getting a lot of abuse. A lot of the time it's unfair abuse. You know that sometimes their confidence is in the gutter, especially if they make a mistake. You're thinking, how can I help my child develop their confidence? How can I help them become bulletproof? How can I help them bounce back? Obviously, how can I stop them having anxiety? It's terrible. And don't beat yourself up if you're a parent, guys, okay? Because goalkeeping is such a specialised position. You've had to have played in goal to understand how to help, obviously, goalkeepers. It's like myself, when my children went in mixed martial arts, I wasn't an expert in mixed martial arts. I never attempted to try and help them. I just let their instructors help them, because obviously they were the experts. So again, if you're a parent of a goalkeeper, take the pressure off yourself. Allow ourselves to help you, to help your goalkeeping child achieve their dreams. I promise you, you'll never have to go anywhere else again for your help and advice to help your goalkeeping child, and it's all for free. Also, last but not least, if you're a goalkeeping coach and you're not teaching the subject, again, I don't mean to be, to be disrespectful, but you're missing a massive piece of the jigsaw of your goalkeeper's development. But I understand, obviously, it can be difficult. It's took me 20 years to understand this. I've wrote books on the subject. So instead of you doing this as a goalkeeping coach, just it's completely free of charge. Send your students to this course. You get involved with your students as well. Go through the workbook that you can all download completely free of charge. So you can actually use this program. You can use our downloads as part of your program as well. Okay, yeah. But I've got no problem with that whatsoever. I don't care if you're my competition. Okay, competition goes out the window here, guys. Okay, so if you're a goalkeeper coach, please remember this. We're all in the same boat. We're all trying to help goalkeepers. We're all trying to help children achieve their dreams. Okay, so I have no problem whatsoever you using this program, obviously using the book, and as I say, no problem whatsoever. And you can say it's your program. I don't care, as long as you teach your students the importance of the mindset. That's beyond important. Okay, so very quickly, as I say, so if you've not heard about myself before, very quickly, because you might be thinking, well, who are you to say this, right? So if you're watching this on YouTube for the first time, so my name's Dave Newland. I've been in goal since I was 8 years of age. I turned professional when I was 18. I was professional for 10 years, playing for clubs like Everton in the Premier League. In 1998, after a freak training ground injury, my career was finished overnight, but I started just for keepers, J4K for short, which turned out to become the leading and largest goalkeeping schools in the world. Our peak were in 37 countries across 6 continents, and I'm very proud to say that we've helped more goalkeepers achieve their dreams than any other organisation in history. And I say that with our proven results. And between myself and my fellow J4K coaches, there's over 1,000 combined goalkeeping coaching years experience between us. So it's safe to say that we know what we're talking about. And I say, due to the success that we've had for our students, in fact, 2 of our students have played in World Cups. So we really know what we're talking about. And the reason why our students have so much success is because we teach them the mindset, because it's that important. And I've seen it time and time again. If you've got 2 goalkeepers going head to head, they've got more or less the same ability. In fact, even if this goalkeeper here is better than this goalkeeper, technically on the field, but if they've not had their mindset developed than this goalkeeper has, even though this goalkeeper is better, this goalkeeper will always win. Always win, guys. I've seen it too many times, because when the stress comes on, when the pressure's on, this goalkeeper, even though that they've got amazing talent, will just crumble. The mindset is that important. And I've seen goalkeepers who, like I say, they're not as good as this goalkeeper, but when the pressure's on, they just perform as normal. That's how important mindset is. And again, if you were to ask any professional goalkeeper to name 3 success traits a goalkeeper needs to master to become a professional goalkeeper, they might all say 3 different techniques, but I'll guarantee mindset will always be in that top 3. Mindset is beyond important. You've got to train your mind just as hard as how you train in between the sticks. So get dived into this free video course, guys. Okay, it's only about 2 hours long. Download the book, especially download the 12-week program. Yeah, I'll guarantee it will change your life. Like I say, make sure that you subscribe below, get onto the live chats, and I will guarantee within the 12 weeks, if you complete the 12-week program and you fill in, obviously, the little daily actions we ask you to do, and it's super simple, guys. I promise you, the mindset is so simple to do when you know how, and we'll show you how to do that, because you can do it anywhere. I'll guarantee not only in the next 12 weeks will you feel a massive difference in confidence in yourself, but your teammates will, your parents will, your goalkeeping coaches will, your supporters will, guys. It will change. I promise you, guys, I can't even stress how much this can change your goalkeeping life and goalkeeping career. So dive right in, guys. It's completely free of charge. Take advantage of it. I don't need to be nasty here, guys. 95% of goalkeepers will not do this for whatever reason. Laziness, can't be bothered. Only 5% of the goalkeepers will actually do this, even though it's completely free. So if you do this program already, you're ahead of 95% of goalkeepers in your league, okay? Yeah, for the sake of a couple of hours, if you're investing in your time, your education, I'll guarantee that you will become the best goalkeeper in your league and potentially the best goalkeeper in your country, your town, your state. Okay, so dive right in now. And again, don't forget to subscribe to our free academy, and I look forward to personally getting to know you and personally to answer any question that you've got. Good luck and welcome to Mind Over Goal, the free course, Secrets on Developing a Bulletproof Mindset, just like a professional goalkeeper. Hi guys, welcome to this free course on helping goalkeepers become mentally strong and bulletproof as a goalkeeper. This is a free course. It's called Mind Over Goal, and like I've already mentioned, it's designed to help goalkeepers become bulletproof in between the sticks. Now, if you're a goalkeeper and you want to achieve your goalkeeping dreams, whether that's become professional, semi-professional, getting a college scholarship in the United States, you probably know for you to have any chance of success, you have to develop your mindset. In fact, you have to work your mindset just as hard as what you do on the training field. And if your goalkeeping coach is not taking you to one side and teaching you about mindset and how to develop your mindset, you really need to watch this free course, because I'll guarantee you will fall behind your competition, because it's that important. So if this is the first time you're obviously watching this, maybe on YouTube, who am I to be saying this, guy? So my name is Louis Noland. I'm an ex-professional goalkeeper. Been playing goal since 8 years of age. At 18, I've become professional for 10 years. I got injured, and in 1998, I started just a keepers J4K, which went on to become the leading and largest goalkeeping schools in the world. Our people in 37 countries across 6 continents. Long story short, we've helped thousands of goalkeepers achieve their dreams, and the reason being is we develop their mindset. So it's safe to say we know what we're talking about, because it's not only this free course is not only from my experience, it's from the experience of J4K coaches all around the world, and between us all, there's over 1,000 combined goalkeeper coaching years experience between us. So we really know what we're talking about. So back to module 3, guys. Okay, so this is the first time you've seen this, like say on YouTube, etc. Click the link below, join our free online academy. You're able to get this book here completely free of charge, Mind Over Goal, and more importantly, or just as importantly, you'll get our 12-week journal. It's a daily. You're writing it on a daily basis. Again, you can get that completely free of charge. Now, the 12-week journal, the Elite Journal, that works hand in hand with this course. And at the very end of this course, a bonus module, I'll actually show you how to use this journal. It's beyond important, but you've got to watch the course first to understand the success traits that are within this 12-week program, if that makes sense. And I'll guarantee you, if you watch this video and you follow the 12-week program and you obviously go to our online academy, I will guarantee you'll be ahead of 99% of goalkeepers in your league. I don't care who they are, okay? You'll be ahead of 99% of your goalkeepers, because sadly, 99% of goalkeepers don't understand the mindset, because sadly, their goalkeeping coaches don't teach them. But the greatest respect, most goalkeeping coaches don't know how to teach, because you've got to really, as I say, I'm a ref when it comes to this. I've been doing this for many, many, many years now. I've actually wrote books on the subject. Anyway, in this module, guys, it's all about your foundations in place. Now, I'm going to be talking about things that you need to be doing before you even start working on your mindset. And it's a lot of the things you already know. You're probably not doing it, okay? But it's things you'll go, right, yeah, I should be doing that. I know I should be doing that. It's beyond important that you do it, guys. No excuses. If you speak to any professional goalkeeper, they'll say, nope, they're out of our life. Yeah, at one time, we used to have these bad habits. This is all about getting bad habits out of your life. We used to have these bad habits, but as soon as we got these bad habits out of our life, out of our goalkeeping, everything started falling into place, okay? So this module 2 is all about getting your foundations in place, getting rid of those bad habits, getting into good habits, and then you can start building your mindset to be just like a professional goalkeeper. So please remember to get all the free books, the free workbooks, and also we go live once a week as well, or once a month, depending on what program you join. Again, click the link below. There's over 4,000 members, guys. Okay, yeah, so it'll be great to obviously see you in there and help you as best we can. Okay, on to module 2. So if you want to become bulletproof and develop a solid, confident mindset, you have to deal with negative self-talk or negative thoughts. Now, let me clarify one thing, and hopefully this will make you feel better. It's perfectly well. It's frustrating. I wouldn't say it's natural, but most people, that's probably say 98, 99% of people suffer on a daily basis with silly negative thoughts that pop into their head. As confident as I am, there's not a day goes by where I don't have these negative thoughts and thinking, well, what's that all about? But the beauty is, it's about identifying a negative thought, nipping it in the bud straight away and changing that negative thought with a positive affirmation or positive thought. Now, I'm not going to go into any detail here. When we go further into the program in another module, I'll dive straight in and obviously explain how you can literally replace those negative thoughts immediately with positive affirmations, which will hopefully lead to positive results. Because what you've got to be careful about, and what most people sadly do, is they allow one negative thought, and a lot of people don't realize subconsciously they're thinking negatively all the time. But if you have one negative thought that leads to another negative thought, another negative thought, that then could lead to a negative action, which then leads to mistakes. So again, I'll use goalkeeping as an example. As a professional goalkeeper, there was many times, and again, because no one told me this when I played professionally, in it literally about to go and perform in front of thousands of supporters, I'll literally be talking so much negativity in my head. I'll be thinking to myself, I hope I don't have a bad game. I made a mistake last week. I hope I don't make that same mistake this week. Or sometimes I'd walk onto the field and go, oh my goodness me, the size of that centre forward, he's 6'5". I hope the opposing team don't put a ball into my 18-yard box, because if I come for the cross, that outfielder might outjump me and score. You know, so all these negative thoughts would compound, and what happens is you actually self-destruct. You actually end up making mistakes for yourself because you talk yourself into making these mistakes because you allow them to compound, if that makes sense. Think about this. You know, whenever you've played in goal or any sport, it happens in life and business as well, by the way, but think about this. How many times have you gone into your chosen sport, started thinking negatively, then you compounded on that negative thought, then again, then all of a sudden you actually make the mistake that you were dreading not making. You've actually brought that mistake into reality. I know that sounds crazy, guys, okay? Yeah. So that's what happens if you don't nip a negative thought immediately. So the first thing, as I say, you know, obviously in getting the foundations right? For you to have a bulletproof mindset, you've got to get rid of negative thoughts. Again, you're not going to, when I say get rid of them, sorry, as I said, you're not going to get rid of them altogether. Like I've already mentioned, most people, including myself, have silly negative thoughts pop into our head all the time. I've recently started playing golf, and again, just as I'm about to tee off, again, all those negative things come up. I hope I don't slice it. I hope I hit it straight, etc. But again, it's knowing how to identify those negative thoughts immediately before they compound. And again, that's what I will teach you, obviously, more in this program. But again, I just wanted to plant a seed that to get those foundations right, you have to acknowledge these negative thoughts and deal with them immediately. And also, by the way, it's not your fault, by the way. The majority, like I say, of human beings suffer from negative thoughts. And for the most part, it actually comes from our school and also from our parents and family and friends. And for the most part, it's not done intentionally. Now, if you get to know me, you know that I'm not a big lover of our schooling system. Now, I'm not here to knock teachers, by the way, because there's some fantastic teachers. But like everything in life, you get the good, the bad, and very ugly. So all of us have had positive experiences with school, with our teachers. But then let's just say as well, some of us have had not so some terrible experiences. I know I personally, I've had some terrible school teachers. But when I look back in hindsight, the things that they obviously said to me, it was abuse, to be honest with you guys. Yeah. So I'm sure most people have gone through, obviously, having a negative experience with a teacher. And like I say, even the good intended teachers, unfortunately, plant these negative seeds into children's heads, and they take that into adulthood. Now, for example, you might have a school teacher will say to a pupil, "Hey, you're not trying your best. You're not giving it 100%. The effort you're putting in is terrible." But how do they know that child could be putting in 110%, and then a school teacher, an adult, their peer, is saying to them, "You're not putting enough effort in." So if that gets drummed into a child, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years of age, they get to the teenage years, they think, what's the point of putting effort in? Because I'm putting all this effort in. And everyone's telling me I'm not putting the effort in. So little things like that, even, come on, you're not putting the effort in. Little things, comments can affect, obviously children into adulthood. Also as well, when children are in school and they ask one of their fellow pupils, "Hey, what's the answer, so to speak?" Now, we understand if it's a test, you can't ask for the answers in a test. But again, I've been there many times when I was a pupil. You get absolutely berated and belittled by a teacher when you try to ask one of your colleagues for help. Basically, you're told the teacher calls you a cheat. They get you sent at the back, or you got to sit in the front. And obviously, you get all your fellow pupils looking, they're laughing at you. You feel terrible. You feel small. And in the real world, when you ask someone for help, that's called collaboration, okay? But in school, it's called cheating. And so what happens is children, this happened to me. If you're an adult, probably happened to yourself. We go through our school thinking we can't ask for help because we're a cheat, or we don't want to feel small again, obviously getting picked on, getting pointed out by the school teacher because we've asked someone for help. But in the real world, the best way to move forward in life is to get help, is to ask. But again, this was me. I never asked for help probably for the first 15 years of my adulthood because I thought I was being a cheat. So this is how it can affect, so again, I'm not trying to make excuses for yourself, but also saying is if you suffer from negative thoughts, it's because we've been brainwashed over the years. Even our parents, even if they do it with love, they might say things like, "Oh, dear me, why aren't you like your brother or your sister?" Things like that play emotional games with the children. Again, I've said that to my kids, thinking that you're motivating them, but you're not. And what happens is when you're getting all this, as a child, and you're feeling, belittled, you're fine to ask for help then. So if you're like that at the moment, please don't blame yourself, okay? And please remember this, you are not weak, okay? It's just because you've been, like I say, programmed as a child. And for the most part, it's not your family, your friends, your parents, your school. It's not that they're being nasty. They think they're helping, but sometimes it doesn't help, if that makes sense. So please don't feel tough on yourself if you think you're ever, I'm weak because I think negatively. You're not, okay? Yeah, but I'm going to show you with some simple exercises as we get deep into this program, how you can literally turn those negative thoughts into positive affirmations, which turn into positive results. So first thing to remember, you've got to get those negative thoughts out. and start change. You got to identify negative thoughts immediately. You start, and then you change them. With positive affirmations, which will then result in positive actions. But I'll explain more as we get deeper into the program. Hope that helps. In this video, we're going to be explaining something that held me back for years. Seriously, this cost me opportunities. It cost me getting to other professional football clubs on a higher contract and a higher income, etc. And if you want to become bulletproof and have a super confident mindset, one of the main things you've got to do is stop worrying what other people think about yourself. Now, again, as I go into the program, I'll explain how you can actually do that, because it's not as easy as what people think, because most people are decent people. Most people are people pleasers. I'm still a people pleaser. I want to help as many people as I can. I don't like to hurt people's feelings, but you've got to be so careful. If you want to become a professional goalkeeper or any professional athlete or the best business person that you can be, or even in life, you have to listen to the people who've been there before you. So, for example, if I want to, obviously, as a professional goalkeeper, the only people I should have been listening to was the goalkeeping coaches, the ones that have been there. They've lived the dream. They've been professional. They've been where I want to be. They're the only people that I should have been listening to. And obviously, my coach and my manager, obviously, the instructions that they were giving me. But in terms of development as a goalkeeper, the only people I should have been interested in or worried about, of opinion, was the goalkeeping coaches. But the problem with myself and the problem with most people is they worry and listen and take on board everything what people say, even strangers. So I'll give you myself as an example. As a professional goalkeeper, when I was playing, if I heard comments what the supporters would shout, or if I read the newspapers, like the biased newspapers, and read a report, and one of the biased reporters would say something bad that I did in a game situation, or one of my teammates said, "Hey, we don't like the way you're doing this. We think you should be doing it this way," etc. Or even my family and friends come to watch me play, and they were obviously in the stands watching me play. Afterwards, in the players' lounge, to be saying, "Hey, and bearing in mind, none of my family, none of my parents ever played in goal, but they would still say to me, out of love, 'Hey, we thought what you've done there was fantastic, but hey, we didn't like the way you did this.'" And what I used to do in the early part of my goalkeeping career, and a lot of people sadly do this, because you're worried about what people are saying, you try and please everybody. So when I was getting all these comments from supporters, my teammates, what I was reading in the newspapers, my family and friends giving me advice, I tried to put that into my game situation, into my technique, which is crazy. And I realised then, thankfully, as I got a bit more mature, that the only people I should be listening to is my goalkeeping coaches. Because, like I say, they've been professional. They've had the career that I want. So they're the only people I should be listening to in terms of my development. Obviously, your managers and coaches will tell you what you've got to do in the game. But in terms of developing as a goalkeeper, or whatever sport you're in, or your business, for example, you've got to be listening to basically doers, not theorists. As much as my family love me, my parents love me, obviously they wanted the best for me. They should not have been giving me that advice, because they've never played in goal before in their life, so they've no idea. So again, I'm not being rude if you're a parent watching this on behalf of your child. Please don't be telling your child what to do in their chosen sport. So obviously, if your child wants to become a professional goalkeeper, if you've never been playing in goal, if you've never played in goal before, do not attempt to tell them what they should be doing in between those sticks. Give them love, give them encouragement, but try and find a goalkeeping coach in your area that's played at a decent level that can help your goalkeeping child. And again, it's super important that the goalkeeper has played. Again, it doesn't matter what sport, if it's martial arts, etc. Find someone that's actually competed at the level your child wants to play. Because just because somebody says they're a coach, it doesn't mean they're a coach, guys, because anyone can go and get a certification. That's why when I recruit goalkeeper coaches for my goalkeeping business, Just for Keepers J4K, I don't ask about qualifications. I'm not interested. The first question I ask them is what's your playing experience in goal? What's your goalkeeping coaching experience? Because for me, experience basically blows qualifications out the water any day of the week, okay? So, like I say, I'll dive deeper as we go into this program. But like I say, just plant this seed in your head now, whether you're the goalkeeper, you're a professional athlete, so you're an athlete and you want to be a professional athlete no matter what sport, even in business, guys, okay? You've got to stop caring what people think about you. And you've got to start seeking advice from someone who's been there and done it and got the t-shirt in the sport or business that you want to succeed in. I promise you guys, it will make life so much easier. But like I say, I'll explain more because again, it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder. It sounds simple. Hey, just forget about what people say. It's actually, if you're a decent person, it's actually quite difficult to do. But don't worry, I'll show you how we do that when we get to the other modules deep into the program. So if you want to achieve your dreams, whether that's become a professional goalkeeper, be the best athlete, whether that's rugby, MMA, top skier, or whether you want to be the best business or a best business entrepreneur. I know this sounds very, very harsh, but for you to develop a bulletproof mindset to become super confident as a human being, you have to stop wasting your time with the losers of this world. Now that sounds terribly harsh to say that, but seriously, if you want to achieve your dreams, you have to be associating with people who has the same dreams as yourself. Now, there's an amazing saying is that in the next 5 years, so I've heard this amazing saying many times, that where you'll be in the next 5 years depends on two things: the books that you read or getting educated, and the people that you associate with. I really believe in that statement. Or someone else will say that, other people will say, I've heard this many times, you will become the average of the 5 people that you hang about with the most. So if you hang around with people who complain, moan, negative, they're lazy, they don't want to chase their dreams, the chances are that's going to happen to you. Seriously, guys, it's so important. I've done this time and time again over the years, and I'm not apologetic about it, to be honest with you. And I'm very polite the way I do it, by the way. But the moment I see family, whether it's family or friends, and I know they're going down the wrong route, whether it's drink, drugs, they want to be on the dole, they want to be lazy, they don't want to chase the dreams, I politely edge myself away from them, because what will happen is they will drag you down. I'll give you an example. When I was 15, 16 years of age, I come from a place called Norris Green in Liverpool, England. It's actually known as one of the worst council estates in England. I didn't see that. That's just outsiders saying that. I had an amazing childhood. I wasn't aware of, obviously, all other people were saying, but it was classed as a rough Liverpool housing estate, like I say. But when I lived there, I never seen that. I had a very happy childhood. But and I also lived opposite Scargreen football fields, which was amazing because I played football with all my friends from literally the minute it went light to the minute it went dark. And that forged my career into, I believe, to become a professional goalkeeper. Obviously, just literally playing football every single day. But what starts to happen with a percentage of my friends is when about 15, 16 years of age, sadly, that's when drugs started coming into getting flooded into the UK. And what happened is a lot of my friends went from playing football on the field to hang around on the street corner, drinking, obviously with girls from the estate. That led to drugs. Sadly, some of them are no longer with us because unfortunately passed away of drugs. So I'm so glad that I distanced myself away from them. But as well as playing football, I also used to jog around our estate most days to keep myself fit. Especially at 15, 16 years of age, I was starting to go for trials with football clubs. And these friends, or so-called friends, they knew that I was going for trials with football clubs. But what did they do? Instead of encouraging me, they tried to drag me in. So to start off with, when I was jogging, they'd call me over and I'd stop. I'd chat to them. They'd be offering me drinks, saying, hey, why do you want to be a professional goalkeeper? You're crap, you're terrible, blah, blah, blah. And then when I realised, hold on a minute, this is not good for me. Why am I stopping speaking to them? All I simply used to do then is make sure that I didn't jog past that corner where they all hang out. I just went somewhere else. And when they did knock for me, I'd make an excuse, or they'd tell me mum or dad to make an excuse for me. Hey, he's gone training, or he's about to go training. And eventually what happens is, because they never see me jogging around, I never used to come out. I slowly distanced myself away from them. Again, I'll go into greater detail as we go into the program, guys. I know it sounds incredibly harsh, but like I say, if you want to achieve your dreams, whatever they are, you have to be around people that's got the same mindset as yourself. And also what you'll find will happen as well, whether it's your family or your friends, these the ones that don't want to achieve anything in life. I forgot the name of the crab, but I think it's called like the Hawaii crab. They're from Hawaii. They're like a black crab. I think it was the Robert Kiyosaki, who's a motor. I don't know, he's on YouTube somewhere anyway. And he was actually talking about something similar, and it was amazing what he said. And he basically said that in Hawaii, because I think that's where Robert's from, Hawaii, there's a black crab, and if you put these black crabs into a bucket, But if they can easily climb out of, what happens is once one crab is about to get out of that bucket, instead of the other crabs leaving the crab to do it, and so the other crabs, instead of them leaving the crab to get out of the bucket, the crabs will pull that crab back into the bucket. So they all end up pulling each other back into the bucket. And what happens? They all eventually die of exhaustion, but it's a bucket that they could have all easily got out of. And that's what most of, I don't need to sound disrespectful, your loser friends or family will do for yourself, because for whatever reason, laziness, whatever, they can't be bothered chasing their dreams. If they see you chasing their dreams, so if they see you chasing your dreams, it's much more easier for them to, God forbid, get off the backside and try and do something for themselves. It's easy for them to be like that Hawaii crab and pull you back into that bucket. So if you stay around that influence of people that keep pulling you back into that bucket, eventually you'll be like the Hawaii crabs. You will not get out that bucket. Seriously, Kazu. Again, I know this is always a bit of a harsh lesson to learn. Again, you don't have to do it nastily. Again, I'll go into greater detail in the third program. So I want to plant a seed that if you're with someone who's always negative, they don't want to achieve anything in life, and they're knocking, and also you've got to watch out for this as well. If they're laughing at you and saying, well, what makes you think you're going to be a professional goalkeeper, professional athlete, professional rugby player, professional American football player? What makes you think you're good enough to do that? You need to get away from them as fast as possible. Again, you can do it politely like I did and gradually move away. But I want to plant a seed in your head right now. If you want any chance of developing your mindset to be beyond confident, to achieve your dreams in whatever sport you play, you have to be around like-minded people, and you have got to distance yourself away from anyone that's pulling you into that bucket. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about something that you already know, and the chances are every single week you are sort of still letting yourself down with this. Now, occasionally I still let myself down, but nowhere near as much as I used to, because it's so important. And if you want to develop a bulletproof mindset to be super confident as a human being, to achieve your dreams, no matter what sport or business that you do, you have to give your body the right energy. So what this video is going to be talking about is you have to stop eating and drinking poorly. You've got to ditch the McDonald's, ditch going to Burger King, etc. Even if it's once a week, it's my only vice. I go to McDonald's once a week. You've got to stop that. Especially if you're an adult as well. Got to stop drinking alcohol, or drink it have a nice wine with a meal, etc. Because if you want to achieve your dreams as an athlete, whether you want to be semi-professional, professional, or get to the best you can be, you are competing with people that are putting the right food in their bodies. And that could be the difference, seriously. The difference between you getting out-trained, outperformed, winning or losing, it can come down to something as basic as the person that you're competing with eats and drinks the right food and drinks, and you're not. Please don't think that, like I say, that you're going to be able to compete with other people if you're just putting junk food into your body all the time. Now, again, I'm just going to be planting the seed here, guys, okay? So if there's something like this, you're going to have to go and speak to it, because, again, there's so many dietary requirements now, and obviously people are different shapes and all that. So in this program, I'm not going to be telling you what to drink and what to eat. All I'm going to be saying to yourself is that if you want to feed your mind to become bulletproof, to become super confident, you've got to feed your body the right food. And you probably heard this saying many times. If you had £1 million or $1 million Ferrari, would you put apple juice, or syrup in that Ferrari? No, you wouldn't. You put the best petrol in that Ferrari because you wouldn't want to ruin the engine. But yet we put crap into our bodies. Guys, I've done it myself, okay? Yeah. There's been times where I've ate the wrong food for far too long. I've drank alcohol for far too long. And the moment I got that out of my life, ate the right foods, stayed away from the drink, that's when I competed to the best. I felt healthier, I looked healthier, I was more sharper with my mindset, because like putting that fuel in the Ferrari, you put the right fuel in the Ferrari, it's going to go 200 miles an hour. But I say, if you put applesauce in that Ferrari, it's eventually going to conk out. And that's going to happen to your body, guys, okay? Yeah, eat the wrong foods, you're going to be overweight, you're going to feel You're not going to feel sharp. You're going to feel sluggish, etc. So again, I know this is really common sense, what I'm saying, and it's basic. You might think, yeah, come on, mate, this is basic. But you'd be surprised how many people get this wrong. So if you want to compete and achieve your dreams, whatever you want to be as an athlete, you have to start eating and drinking correctly. But what I advise you to do is go speak to an expert. Obviously, let them see your body shape, because sometimes, obviously, you could be allergic to certain stuff, etc. Go and speak to a proper nutritionist and say, hey, look, this is what I want to be. This is the sport that I want, because some sports you might have to eat a certain food, obviously, to bulk up. Other sports, you might have to eat a certain food to make sure that that bulk doesn't go on, obviously, all the different sports that people play. So again, that's why I'm not going to be giving any advice in this training program, because you need to go and speak to an expert, a nutritionist. But please, 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 if you want to achieve your dream, I've seen it too many times, it will eventually catch up on you. If you're eating the wrong foods and drinking the wrong drinks, it will eventually catch up on you. And if you're competing with someone who's eating the right foods and drinking the right drinks, they'll eventually overtake you for so many reasons. Okay, so make sure you eat correctly. They will help you with your mindset, which has a knock-on effect with everything else. Now, in this quick video, you're going to be thinking, come on, Ray, you're being a bit far-fetched here, but this is one of the most important things that you must do. And it's been proven time and time again that you must do this. And sadly, most people, I'm guaranteeing most of you listening to this are not doing what I'm about to say. And if you want to develop a solid mindset to help you achieve your dreams, whatever sport or business that you're in, you've got to stop missing out on sleep. Yes, you heard me. You have to have enough sleep. Now, I know some of you might say, oh, I only need 4 hours or 5 hours worth of sleep. That will eventually catch up on yourself. Again, when you get a moment, just do some research on how important getting the right sleep is. It can actually even prolong your life, believe it or not. So a lot of people think that by having enough sleep, that you've got to have sleep, to recuperate your body, especially if you've played a game or you've been training, you need to sleep to recuperate your body, which you do. But also as well, it also helps you with your mindset as well. Because if you're not getting enough sleep, even though that you think, oh, I only need 3 hours, 4 hours sleep, I will guarantee that you're going to have mind fog. Your mind is not going to be as sharp as other athletes that you're competing with. You know, it's beyond important. So when we get further into this program and we get to the practical side of things, and I talk about daily routines, etc., I'll be explaining about the importance of going to sleep and getting the right amount of hours. Now, the recommended experts, and this is proven, let me see that in again. The experts say, and this has been proven time and time again, that you need ideally at least 8 hours worth of sleep. And also, if you can, throughout the day, try and have like a 15 to 20 minute nap. It's called a power nap. Again, if you research the Japanese, especially Japanese business owners, they swear by having, this 15-minute nap basically boosts their productivity. So having the right amount of sleep of an evening time and trying to have a 15-minute power nap throughout the day is one of the best things you can do to not only revitalize your body, especially if you're coming back from an injury or you've just had a workout, but also, more importantly, it keeps your mind free from that mind fog. And I'll guarantee if you're competing with someone and you're obviously putting in the efforts of eating the right food, training just as hard as your competitors, if you're getting the right sleep and doing those power naps, that could be the slight advances that will give you the edge in your competition. And remember, if you're looking to be the best athlete that you can be, sometimes it's just millimeters, or not even seconds, milliseconds between winning and losing. So don't take any chances, guys, okay? If you think it's nonsense what I'm saying, please go do some research on the importance of getting the right sleep and having those power naps. Promise you it can be life-changing. Okay? Remember, stop missing out on sleep. It's beyond important that you get enough rest to revitalize your body and your mind. If you want to achieve your dreams to be the best athlete that you can be, or the best entrepreneur or business owner, you have to stop what 95% of people are doing. You have to do what the 5% of people, because this will turn your mind to mush. Because if you're trying to develop a bulletproof mindset to become super confident as a human being, you cannot be doing what the 95% of people are doing. And that is, you've got to stop watching, reading, and listening to all the rubbish on the internet, or especially buying newspapers, guys. I'm talking about social media. Most people now, 95% of people spend far too much time just scrolling through just negativity after negativity. People just doing the most outrageous, stupid, unethical things. That will turn your mind to mush, guys. If you're just piling your mind every day with too much of that social media nonsense, guys, it's going to turn your mind to absolute mush. You're not going to have a clear mind or clear vision to be able to train your mind, obviously, to become bulletproof, to help you achieve your dreams. And also, just give you my story as well, guys. I mean, I don't buy any newspapers. If you buy a newspaper, that's, again, newspapers are 99.9% negative. So most of that on social media is negative, because they know more people will click a negative title than a positive title. But very quickly, my experiences, and the reason why I've not bought a newspaper for over 30 years now, and the reason why if you get to know me, guys, I've got zero trust in the mainstream media, zero trust. Thankfully, more and more people are starting to realise now that they cannot get their news from like the BBC or the ITV or Sky News. But a lot of people now, thankfully, are going to alternative media, obviously, to get the correct advice, guys. Okay, yeah. So if you're going onto news channels or buying newspapers or social media, most of it is either negative, it's not the truth, etc. So like going back to my experiences, when I was a professional goalkeeper, so when I started getting to the first team, when I was like 20, 21 years of age, used to play every Saturday. And then if the reporter liked certain players, no matter how bad that player played, they get a decent report and a decent, used to get up to 5 stars. Always get 5 stars, no matter how poorly they played, which is fine for them. But for the players that were not liked by certain supporters, no matter how well they played, they were never given a fair write-up. And that happened to me many, many times, guys. And what was sickening is that you'd play an away game, and some of the supporters wouldn't go to the away game. And then what would happen then is the following day, the newspapers would come out and a reporter would put, let's just say, an untrue version of how you played as a player, not just for self, they did it to other players. And you get abuse from your supporters. Now, 30 years ago, we never had platforms like Twitter or anything like that where you could at least defend yourself and say, hey, look, this reporter's told a lot of lies. And it was just a horrible feeling that knowing that tens of thousands of people have read the report on yourself that wasn't true, and that's why I lost trust in the mainstream media, because of the lies that I used to see them telling week in, week out. So you've got to get off social media, guys. Now, do I go on social media without contradicting myself? Yeah, I do, obviously, because I want to know what's going on in the world. I do not go to mainstream media. I go to alternative outlets now, okay, as I say, because like I said, but zero trust, guys, okay. But what I do now, when I go on social media, I set a timer for 10 minutes. And as soon as that timer goes, I go off social media. That's it. The most I'll spend on social media is 10 minutes a day, find out what's going on in the world, and that's it. But also, as well, for you guys, we're watching TikTok and Instagram as well. Yeah, upload your content, guys, but don't be stuck on there for hours and hours and hours. Because honestly, next time you go on social media, just do this as a test. Set your clock for 10 minutes and just scroll through TikTok or Instagram. And I'll guarantee there's not many positive stuff that you'll see on there. It's either the mainstream media feeding you a load of lies, to be honest with you, or it's someone acting unethically, stupidly. It's negative. It's mind-numbing stuff, guys. Okay, just spend 10 minutes on there, and every time maybe get a pen and paper and just go have a tick: negative, 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 positive, positive. I'll guarantee by the time you come to the end of that 10 minutes, the negative ticks for people being, doing stupid and unethical things, mind-numbing stuff, they will far outweigh the positive, guys. So, and that's in a 10-minute period. So imagine what time if you're spending an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours a day on social media. You are bombarding your mind with negative stuff, negative news, people doing moronic things, guys, unethical things, okay, just to get attention. You're never going to be able to develop your mindset if you bog it down with all that nonsense, okay? So please, please, please limit your time on social media to like 10 minutes a day, and try and find positive outlets, okay? Try and find positive people that are doing positive stuff, rather than just going through all the mind-numbing stuff. I promise you, if you get all that out of your mind you have a much greater chance of you basically developing your mindset to become bulletproof. And if you get an opportunity to speak to any top professional athlete, or whatever sport that you play, or whatever business you're in, ask any top entrepreneur, how long do you spend on social media? I'll guarantee the majority of them go, don't go on. Waste of time. It's mind-numbing, because they understand what it can do to their mindset, guys, okay? So stop wasting your time watching, reading, and listening to all that nonsense online. Instead, develop your mindset and use that to chase your dreams. So if you want to achieve your dreams, to be the best athlete that you can be, or maybe the best entrepreneur, or the best person that you can be, you've got to stop thinking that you can achieve your dreams without any action or results. It's never going to happen, guys. If you want to develop a solid mindset, a bulletproof mindset, it's not going to happen without putting the effort in. Sadly, you get a lot of these these so-called entrepreneurs or so-called influence online now that are putting out this false narrative that it's easy to do this, or it's so easy to do this, or you can get, you can get abs in 6 weeks, you know what I mean, or you can lose weight in 1 week, etc. Or get rich quick. They're always trying to perceive that that they've got the secret to do it faster, or hey, we've got the secret, you don't have to put the effort in. Now, I don't want to say that I'm sorry to be the bearer of the bad news, because I actually think this is good news. But it's actually good news is that you've actually got to put the effort in. And the reason why I say it's not that I'm not being the bearer of the bad news by having to put the effort in. The reason why I'm saying this is because if you're prepared to put the effort in, I'm telling you right now, whatever sport that you're in, whether it's goalkeeper like myself, whether it's martial arts, cricket, tennis, skiing, any sport, I will guarantee that 95% of people will not put the effort in. They say that they will, but they won't. My 2 daughters, if you ever get to speak to them, they're sick to death of me saying to them. So they'll say to me, hey, I want to be a success. And I say, hey, listen, stop telling me that you want to be a success. Go and put the action in, because just by saying that you're going to be a success doesn't guarantee you're going to be a success. Again, you hear these so-called gurus say, hey, if you stand in front of a mirror and say positive affirmations that you're going to be a success, you're going to be a success, you're going to be a success. To the most part, that is total nonsense. Now, without contradicting myself, I do believe in affirmations. I think they work. I do believe in standing in front of the mirror and obviously saying that you're going to be successful, you're going to achieve your dreams. But don't think just by talking to yourself in the mirror that's going to happen, that's going to automatically happen without action. You have to put the action in. But again, like I say, this is good news. Please don't see this as bad news, because if you genuinely want to achieve your dreams and become the best athlete, or become a professional athlete, or the best entrepreneur that you want to be, I will guarantee that 95% of people, no matter what they say, that they're going to do this, they're going to do that, 95% of people will not put the action in, they'll not put the effort in. They think they do, they hope they will, but they never will. So if you're in that 5%, honestly, even if you only get this one message out of this whole entire program, I promise you it can change your life. You just learn to work harder than the average, work harder than your competition. The chances of you achieving your dreams will go through the roof. There's a famous American actor, a guy called Woody Allen, I think it was. He said 85% of success is just turning up. And one of the reasons why I achieved my dreams to become a professional goalkeeper, not that I was any better than other goalkeepers. In fact, I struggled. There was a lot of goalkeepers who were much better than me. But the difference between them and me is I turned up. Like Woody Allen said, I turned up for training when I didn't feel like, when I had the cold, when I had the flu. Even when I was injured, I would turn up and I would play. Even when I was going through a bad time, my confidence was on the ground, in the gutter, I'd still turn up no matter what. I put action in. I promise you this, guys, okay? Please don't listen to these so-called influencers or so-called gurus online who say, hey, here's the shortcuts to success. Here's the shortcut to losing 4 pounds or 4 stone, or 14 pounds in weight, guys. Be so careful about that type of person, okay? The only way you're going to do it, okay, the only way that you'll be successful is get the right information from the right people, i.e. the ones who've been there, done it, got the t-shirt, so they can guide you, and just turn up, put the action in, okay? Again, we'll leave you with this. If you do more than the average, and in fact, I actually wrote a book on this title. If you do more than the average, I will guarantee you'll become above average. If you want to achieve your dreams to become a top athlete or be the best business owner or entrepreneur that you want to be, you have to stop thinking that you will never achieve your dreams. Okay, if that makes sense. Because sadly, again, as children, we're programmed not to speak about our dream, especially in school with our family and friends. You know, when I used to say, hey, I want to be a professional goalkeeper, immediately I'd have 5, 10 of my friends or family coming back, sort of laughing and saying, what makes you think that you could achieve your dreams? What's so special about you? Now, we've all gone through that, guys, through our school, with our teachers, you know, people that sort of deliberately mock us. But also as well, we get it from our loved ones. And again, they don't do it out of being nastiness. They do it out of love. I'll give you an example. When I wanted to start, I wanted to start buying property. I had so many of my family and friends saying, oh, don't be doing that. Don't be doing, you know, you're never going to succeed. What happens if you can't pay your mortgage and you've got 10 houses and you're going to lose all your mortgages, you'll go bankrupt and all that negativity is coming your way. And also you've got to remember as well, guys, when people are giving you advice, it's not your fear, it's their fear. Okay. So again, my family and friends, because they didn't think they were good enough to become a professional goalkeeper, because they didn't think that they were confident enough to go and buy a load of property portfolio, they're giving you their advice based on their limited and negative thoughts. I'm going to say this again. Most people that give us advice and say, oh, you can't do that for whatever reason, okay, because of this or because of that. The reason why they're giving you this negative and wrong advice, it's not from your beliefs, it's from their beliefs. Why they think that you can't be a success because of their underconfidence and their lack of belief in themselves or lack of education. So again, go back to my family and friends who said, don't be buying property, it's risky. Not one of them had bought a house, all of them rented. So why should they give me advice on not buying property when they've never bought a property in their lives themselves? They had no education on property. Now again, I'm not saying that to knock my family and friends, because they generally thought through their lack of education that I was going to lose everything. I was going to lose the properties, potentially go to jail for not paying my mortgages, etc. But it was their lack of education and lack of belief. And what happens here, unfortunately, guys, is when you get that throughout your childhood, especially in school, when you get teachers who mock pupils, you get to adults and you've had that much negativity from people that you love. And again, they're not doing it out of nastiness. I want to stress that, guys. For the most part, it's out of love, or they think it's out of love. But when you're having so many people saying, who do you think you are? You're going to make a mistake. There's so many people better than you. There's so many people that said to me when I wanted to become a professional goalkeeper, Ray, you're too skinny, you're too small. Because in school, I was like one of the smallest and skinniest kids in school. By the last year in school, I was one of the smallest, skinniest kids in school. By the end of that year, I was actually the tallest kid in school who filled out. So thankfully I never listened to people that say, Ray, you're too skinny, you're too small, you got no chance. All I knew is I wanted to become a professional goalkeeper. And I don't know where this come from, guys. I really don't know where this come from. But and I still got it, thankfully. I had this chip inside of me. I've still got this chip inside of me now, where if I want something, I don't care what anyone else says. I'm going to achieve that dream no matter what anyone says. And to start off with, it's hard. Okay, yeah. But this is where, when we get deeper into the course and go into all the practical about it, when we speak about goal setting and affirmations, this is where it's going to really kick in and help you. But I want you to start from today, even if you, when you say, because this happened when I first started saying this to myself, I didn't believe myself. Okay, but when I started saying, I'm going to be a professional goalkeeper, there was still a little thing on my shoulder saying, well, no, you won't, Ray. But the more you say to yourself, or the more I would say to myself, I'm going to be a professional goalkeeper. I'm going to be a professional goalkeeper. Those negative thoughts that I was having would go quieter and quieter and quieter. And then when other people started saying to me, you got no chance of becoming a professional goalkeeper, I never even heard what they said it then. Because in my mind, I was going to be a professional goalkeeper, because I said it that many times to myself. So even though that you're underconfident, even though that you might not quite believe it yourself, please trust me on this. And when we get to the practical part, I'll show you how you can do this with intensity. But from right now, whatever your dream is, whether it's become a professional goalkeeper, professional MMA fighter, boxer, skier, tennis player, entrepreneur, start saying to yourself right now, every single day, 10 times, 50 times, 100 times a day, that you're going to achieve your dreams, whatever your dreams are. And if someone ever tries to say, hey, you can't do that, okay, straight away go, no, I will. You don't just go in your mind, I will. And depending, remember what I said earlier on in the course, if someone's being negative, it's a family and friends are being negative, and you can distance yourself away from that type of negative person. That's the type of person you start to distance yourself away from. If you've got someone, family or friend, who keeps consistently saying to you that you cannot achieve your dreams, you have to distance yourself away from them. Do it politely, do it gradually, but distance yourself away. But please do yourself a favor. From now on, whatever your dream is, okay, do not think that you can never achieve your dreams. Because if you speak to most professional athletes, most successful entrepreneurs, they will tell you that when they first started, they didn't believe it themselves. But when they started to say to themselves that they believed they'd become a success, that's when they become a success. Listen to what I'm going to say now. You'll only become a success when you believe you'll become a success first. But if you tell yourself enough times, over and over and over again, and you put the action in, like what I explained as you go deep into this course, the more you'll believe it. You've heard the saying, fake it until you make it. That's exactly what I'm asking you to do now, guys. Even if you say something to yourself, oh, hey, I'm going to achieve my dreams to become a professional football player, and that little self-doubt goes, no, you won't. Just keep saying it again, say it again. Put the action in, go train and go speak to mentors. I promise you that voice in your head will get quieter and quieter and quieter until one day you'll say, I've achieved my dreams, and you'll hear nothing back, okay? Remember, you've got to believe it first, okay, before it happens. I promise you guys, start doing it from today, that you are going to achieve your dreams, no matter what they are. So this is the last video in this module, and this is going to be one of the most important things that I say to you right now. So please listen, because this will speed up the process and turbocharge the chances of you being a success. And also this will really help you develop a bulletproof mindset and become super confident as a human being. And that is, you've got to stop thinking you have to do this alone. The more help that you get, the better. Now, I actually mentioned this in one of the earlier videos in this module. Unfortunately, as children, we're brainwashed that it's wrong to ask for advice, especially in school. Again, when you ask a fellow pupil for help and advice, and if the teacher finds out, you get berated, you get belittled, they'll send you to the back of the class, they'll send you to sit in the front of the class. And as I say, you feel belittled and embarrassed in front of your peers. And if you go through the whole school, like I did, every time you asked for help, you were getting called a cheat, and you were belittled, and you were made to feel, obviously, terrible. It's little wonder when people get into adulthood, they don't ask for help and advice. That was myself. I was terrified to ask for help and advice, because that thought of being belittled in front of my peers, I didn't want that again. I didn't want that anymore. But thankfully, as I realised, for me to become a professional goalkeeper, if I got help and advice from someone who'd been there and done it and got the t-shirt, i.e. a professional goalkeeper coach, someone who'd been professional before me, obviously makes sense. If they give me all their secrets, it's going to strengthen my chances of becoming a success. And that's what happened. I become a professional goalkeeper because I started asking for help and advice and getting goalkeeping coaches. So the message of this video, guys, is please don't be embarrassed or scared to ask for advice, because again, I thought I was weak, or being a cheat, asking for advice, because being brainwashed as a child, going throughout school. But in life, in real life, in adulthood, in business, if you ask for advice, that's called collaboration. If you go to any organization, they're all speaking and helping each other because it's collaboration. That's how they grow. If you play in any team sport, everyone's collaborating and helping each other. Imagine if you're in I've said, play professional in goal. So imagine me being in a football team, and I ask one of my players for advice or give them advice, and then the manager or coach berates me saying, hey, you're a cheat for asking for advice. That would never happen in a team situation. Never happen. Because the coach and the manager knows, by everyone helping each other, giving each other instructions, encouragement, that helps the team. unfortunately, that doesn't happen in school. And like I say, sadly, children, and this happened to me, get brainwashed into thinking that it's wrong to ask for advice. I'm here to tell you guys, it's nonsense, okay? Now, if you're a child still listening to this, again, you might be in a school, sadly, where that still happens, okay? Again, with the greatest respect, if you try and explain this to a teacher, they're not going to listen to you, so you're just best, again, just by play by their rules, okay? Yeah, because you're never going to win, especially if the teacher, with the greatest respect, is not got the capacity to think for themselves. Some of them haven't. What you've got to do is just got to go through school, you've got to live with that, but realize that in the outside world, in the real world, asking for help is a good thing. Now, obviously, I understand if you're having a test, you can't ask for help and advice, but I'm talking, throughout, obviously, just a normal lesson. Sadly, a lot of children get berated for asking for help and advice. I'm here to tell you that in the real world, okay, asking for advice is a good thing. It's not bad. I'm going to stress again, guys, okay? If you're in school at the moment, you still might have to be, if you're going to have to play by their rules and go, okay, sorry, sir, sorry, miss, yeah, no problem. Yeah. But realize this in the real world, okay? It's okay to ask for help and advice because that will turbocharge your success. No matter what sport you want to play or perform or achieve your dreams in or whatever business you want to go into, doesn't it make sense to find someone who's been there and got the t-shirt and you can say, hey, give me the shortcuts to success? Because I'm telling you now, most coaches and mentors, they want to help. For me, I've been coaching now for many, many years. I absolutely love it. There's no better feeling than when a young goalkeeper comes to me, says, coach, and they ask for help and advice. I throw that advice freely at that young goalkeeper or anyone that asks. So don't be afraid to ask. Most people want to help, okay? There's no better feeling than helping a fellow human being, especially if it's a child. It's amazing. It's an amazing feeling, okay? So I'm going to leave this message, okay? I've got to leave you with this final message in this module. You do not have to do this alone. Always seek help and advice. But again, try and get help and advice from someone who's been there and got the t-shirt. I'll guarantee it will turbocharge the chances of you being successful. Hi guys, a massive warm welcome to this free course. This is module 3 on helping goalkeepers to become bulletproof as a goalkeeper and to become super confident as goalkeepers. Now, this free course is called Mind Over Goal. Again, it's all about confidence. And if you're a goalkeeper and you want to achieve your dreams, whether that's become professional, semi-professional, get a college scholarship, you obviously know for you to have any chance of you achieving your dreams, you have to develop your mindset. In fact, you have to train your mind just as hard as how you train on the field. It is that important. And if your goalkeeping coach is not taking you to one side and teaching you what we teach you, you've got to watch this free course, guys, because I promise you, this is a massive piece of the jigsaw that you need to put in place for you to have any chance of success. And again, it's completely free of charge. And also, if this is the first time you're watching this video, maybe on YouTube, etc., click the link below and you'll go through to our free online academy where you can get our book, Mind Over Goal, completely free of charge. But more importantly, or just as importantly, you can get our work journal, which is a 12-week work journal called Mind Over Goal. Basically, it's a daily journal for elite goalkeepers. Now, the journal works hand in hand with this course. And at the very end of this course, I will show you how to use this journal. As I say, it's a 12-week program. Do it on a daily basis. I will guarantee if you go through this course and when you complete the journal on a daily basis, you'll be ahead of 99% of your competition. The reason being is, sadly, 99% of goalkeepers don't get taught this vital skill on how to become bulletproof. Okay, so in this module, what am I going to be going over? Well, basically, we're going to be talking about the understanding of the mindset and success traits. So everything I'm going to be teaching you now within this module, chapter by chapter, is success traits that you have to put into your daily life. And the great thing about it, when you know how to do it, and I'll show you how to do it, it's super, super simple. Now, these success traits, put my teeth back in, success traits that I'm about to teach you, if you ask any professional goalkeeper, any professional athlete, every single one of them will more or less go through every one of these success traits. They are that important, okay? So please remember, please click the link. If this is the first time you've watched this, you've seen this video, click the link, join our academy, completely free of charge. And we also go live as well on a weekly basis so you can get all your questions answered. Hope that helped, guys. So let's dive into module 3 of this free course, helping you become bulletproof as a goalkeeper. mind over goal. Hi guys, in this video I'm going to be talking about the importance of finding clarity. You have to have clarity. You have to know what you're doing in life. Now, obviously I'm speaking about goalkeeping, but if you speak to anyone in life who's not having success, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody, but if you speak to anyone who's not having success, you'll find out for the most part, they'll just go, I don't know what I want to do. And a lot of people go throughout their life not knowing what they do. They've got no clarity. And the problem is, if you're going through life not knowing what you're doing, you've got no direction. The chances of you achieving any type of dream is more or less impossible, because if you don't know what you want to do, if you've got no clarity, you don't know what you want to do. Now, for me, guys, it's like finding clarity and knowing what you want to do should be like quite an easy thing to do. So obviously, if you're watching this, you want to be a goalkeeper, so that's easy. But a lot of people just don't know what to do, and not having clarity in life is one of the main reasons why most people fail. Never mind in goalkeeping and anything in life. So you have to find clarity. So let me give you a couple of examples. There's two types of clarity I want to be speaking about. First of all, you've got to make your decision. Do you want to be a goalkeeper? Now, what held me back? So not a lot of people know this. You obviously know that I'm a goalkeeper, but not many people know this. But I played centre-back until I was about 16, going on to 17 years of age. And I was having all my success as a centre-back. I played for Merseyside Youth, which was my county. Now, so for my age group, the only better clubs to play for, or organisations to play for when I was 16, would have been Liverpool Football Club or Everton Football Club, which are the two professional clubs in my hometown of Liverpool. So playing for Merseyside Youth was like, I couldn't have got much higher than that. It was either Liverpool or Everton. So I was like the best of the best for like a 16, 17-year-old playing centre-back. So I was having all my success as a centre-back, but not... But I used to play, I think I used to play centre-back on a Saturday and in goal on a Sunday. It was the other way around, I forgot now. But I used to play in goal, like I say, centre-back on a Saturday and in goal on a Sunday. But as much as I was having all the success as a centre-back, my heart was with goalkeeping. But everyone was saying to me, you're crazy. Why do you want to be in goal? You're having all this success as a centre-back. But I wasn't following my heart. I was following because I was having success. And what happened then is I started to write for trials. Now, it doesn't happen as much now, but when I was younger, you'd be able to write to football clubs all across the UK and basically ask for a trial. And what these football clubs used to do, try 2, sometimes 3 times a year, is used to invite 50, 60, 100 players in from all over the country, and they'd have games all day. They might have like 10 games. And then what basically the coaches was doing and the scouts were doing, they were watching the games and they were just looking for a diamond in the rough. That's how many years ago, believe it or not, football clubs used to find a lot of their players. People like me used to write in for trials and they'd go and play. And obviously, you know, if you impressed, you obviously got a contract. So what I used to do is at some clubs I used to write as a centre back. Other clubs I used to write as a goalkeeper. So I'd go on trial sometimes as a centre back, sometimes as a goalkeeper. But one day I actually wrote to a club and said, hey, I'm a centre-back and I'm a goalkeeper. You know, so if you're interested in a centre-back or a goalkeeper, I can do both. Thankfully, whoever it was, and I forgot who it was now, I'll be forever grateful to them, whichever club it was. They actually wrote back to me and said, look, we're not going to invite you for a trial because you need to make your mind up. You know, just say, you know, you've got to make a decision. Do you basically... Oh, they never worded it like this, but you basically said, do you want to be a centre-back or a goalkeeper? You can't do both. You've got to pick one. And what they said at the end changed my life. They said, what we advise you to do is choose the position that you're passionate about. And straight away, I was like, goalkeeper. And I told everyone there. So from that day, that's when I had clarity. I want to be a goalkeeper. Even though everyone, my family, friends, people, you know, you're crazy, Dave. Why do you want to become a goalkeeper? Well, here's the point, guys. Within 1 year, making that decision and having clarity, I become a professional goalkeeper. So clarity is important. So if I would have had that clarity maybe a year or two earlier, maybe I could have got to a club earlier on. So obviously for most of you watching here, you've already made your mind up that you want to be a professional goalkeeper. If you haven't, you know, make sure that you make that decision if that's what you want to be. The second thing you need to have clarity on as well is exactly how do you want to become a goalkeeper? What I mean by that, sorry, do you want to be a semi-professional goalkeeper? Professional goalkeeper? Do you want to gain a college scholarship? So do you want to use your goalkeeping talents to gain a college scholarship in the United States? Again, obviously, some people might have a passion for goalkeeping, but your your bigger passion, for example, you might want to be a scientist, be a pilot. You might have something else. Goalkeeping is something that it's in your blood that you want to do. So, for example, if you want to be a pilot and join the RAF, for example, or become a school teacher, or whatever, okay, so then you probably your clarity as a goalkeeper will probably be to believe it to become. Put me teeth back and start again. So your clarity might be to become a so if you're in the UK, for example, you might be like, well, I want to be a semi-professional goalkeeper because I'm going to join the RAF, for example. You got your clarity. Well, if you're in the United States, for example, you might think, you know what? I want to get my degree, my qualifications, as a financial director, for example. So I'll use my goalkeeping skills, my goalkeeping talents to gain a college scholarship in a Division 1 college, for example. So I hope that helps, guys. Okay, so by having that clarity, knowing, obviously, first of all, you want to become a goalkeeper, then it's like, do you want to be professional, semi-professional, getting a college scholarship? Again, sometimes you've got to be a bit honest, guys, okay, yeah, because, I don't want to steal anybody's dreams here, but obviously for goalkeepers, you've got to be like a certain height, a certain build. Now, thankfully, you don't have to be 7'10" now to become a goalkeeper. Obviously, there's a lot more skills now, goalkeepers who are under 6 foot now are becoming professional because it's all about distribution, etc. now. And when I played, the reason why you had to be so tall is because the ball was just knocked into the box and all you were doing all game was coming for crosses. Now they don't really do that. They obviously play. Obviously, it's more like play. They play into the 18-yard box rather than just cross it in, if that makes sense. But the point is, guys, okay, you just got to have clarity. And I promise you, once you have clarity, I want to be a semi-professional. I want to join the RAF, for example, or I want to be a mechanic, but obviously I still love goalkeeping, so I want to be a semi-professional. That's your clarity. That you've now got the vision. Okay, or like I say, if you're in the United States and you want to become a scientist, for example, you can say, right, I'm going to use my goalkeeping talents to get a scholarship at Division 1, Division 2, Division 3 college, and then I'll enjoy my time in college, but then that's going to lead me to my job. I promise you guys, once you've got clarity with what you want to do in life, okay, it's going to help you big time. And listen, it can change as well, by the way. So you could have a choice to do something, now, and next year something to change. So you might think, I want to be a semi-professional goalkeeper, but then a year or 2 years later, all of a sudden you might think, no, I'm having success here. These professional clubs are interested in me. I'm now going to be a professional goalkeeper. So don't think that once you pick what you want, that you've got to be stuck with it. You can change, okay? But the important thing is, guys, you want to be waking up every morning knowing what you want to do in life. Because I promise you, once you know what you want to do in life, straight away you're ahead of 95% of the competition. You're just wandering around blind. You know exactly what you want to do in life and you've got focus. And once you've got focus, you can move towards a goal. Pardon me, pun. Okay, so get clarity, guys, okay? So I promise you it will help you more than you can ever imagine. See you in the next video. In this quick video, we're going to be talking about the importance of positive self-talk. Now, I've already briefly mentioned this in Module 2, where sadly most people talk negatively or think negative thoughts. And again, I want to stress, please do not think you're weak if you have negative thoughts, because most people, when they have negative thoughts, you think, oh, there must be something. What's the matter with me? That's what I think, guys, okay, yeah. Now, even though that I am super confident in myself, I have negative thoughts every day. Most people do. We've all been there, haven't we, where you're happy, having a fantastic day, and next there's some negative thought just goes pop, and you're like, what was all that about? Yeah, crazy, okay? So you're not weak. The majority of people have negative thoughts. I don't know, to be honest with you, I've never delved that deep, but I'm going to show you something now that's going to turn this all around. So like most people, when they have negative thoughts, they dread it. I'm going to turn it around where when you have a negative thought, you're going to be like, great, because it's going to remind you to think positively. So what I'll do is I'll use an example when I was a professional goalkeeper. Now, you can use this in any sport, whatever sport you play, you can use this in any sport. Even as an entrepreneur, you can use this. If you're having, if you're working on your life, this happens even when I'm working on my laptop, I'll have a negative thought. But again, what I'm about to explain, this is how I counteract that negative sport. But I'll use a game situation, obviously, because I want to keep this sport related. So I used to play professionally. If I ever had a negative thought, again, we've all been when you might have made a mistake, so you start saying, oh my goodness me, that was a stupid mistake. I've looked stupid in front of these thousands of people. I hope I don't make another mistake again at all. I hope I don't cost the game. Like, I had a bit of a mistake last week. And it starts compounding. And again, think about this. This has happened to all of us, where the negative, we think that negatively, we actually manifest that negative thought into an action, i.e. we make a mistake. How many times have you thought, don't drop the ball, and you drop the ball? You know, or if you're a boxer, don't get punched, and you get punched. You know, if you think negatively, those negative thoughts, if you allow them to compound, they can turn into negative actions, which could be a mistake. So this is how I counteract it, and I really advise you do it to the. So again, I want to explain it like what I used to do in a game situation as a professional goalkeeper. So if I'm playing, I'm shouting, and all of a sudden just a negative thought pops into my head. The key is, again, this is important, by the way, please remember you're never going to stop negative thoughts. Okay, and this is where people crack themselves up. They go crazy because they go, why can't I stop these negative thoughts? I don't know why I've not delved into why people have negative thoughts, guys, but as I say, 99% of people do. It's one of those things, it's not, you know, don't think it's, you know, again, a lot of people think there must be something the matter with me. You're okay. The main thing, you're not a weakling, okay, yeah. It's, even though it shouldn't be normal, it's normal. 99% of people have these negative thoughts. As super confident as I am, I have these thoughts all the time, every day. So this is what I did, going back to being a professional goalkeeper. The moment I recognize, and this is the key, you've got to recognize these negative thoughts straight away. So while I was playing professionally, the moment a negative thought started coming into my head, I used to stop it in its tracks. And if there's nobody around me, I would go really loud. No. So that no is a bit of a shock. No. And the reason why I do it multiple times, no. Because if you just go no, that negative thought could come back. But if I'm going no, your mind can't do two things at once. So while I'm going no, straight away I'm telling my mindset, nope, that's not acceptable. I do not want negative thoughts in my mind. And then I'll do it out loud, If there's people around me, I'll actually scream in my mind. No. In my mind, I'll be like, no. I'll be screaming in my mind. Every now and again, sometimes, guys, I'm terrible for saying guys, I do apologise. So there'll be times where I'm in the warehouse and I'll be on the laptop in the office for the team, and I'll have a negative thought pop into my head, and I'll go, no. My wife's there, she go, negative thought again? Now you go, yep, negative thought again. So, well, again, I try not to do that. I try not to shout out loud when around people, but when I'm on my own in the car, I'll go, no. I'll actually shout it, no, because I want to literally jolt my mind, no, that's not acceptable. These people around me, I obviously shout within my mind. Then what I do, this is super important. I then from that negative thought, as soon as I say no, I then counteract that negative thought with at least 5 positive thoughts. Sometimes I'll do 10. So let's just say 5, between 5 and 10. So for every negative thought, I'll counteract that with 5. That's why when I have a negative thought, I'm happy. Sound crazy? Because it's reminding me to think positively of myself, and then I sort of wipe that slate clean of the negative thought with 5 positive ones, sometimes 10. So again, in the game situation, if I go, no, a negative thought comes in and I go, no, straight away, I'll be saying to myself, right, that was an amazing save, that. And the more you do this, the more success you have, the longer that you perform in your chosen sport, the more success you're going to have, the more wins, the more trophies you're going to win. So you've got more positive affirmations and self-talk to go back on, if that makes sense. So again, as a professional goalkeeper, if like the game before I made a clean sheet or made, say, the penalty, so once I say no, I'll be saying, having another amazing game like last week. Last week you were amazing, you saved that penalty, or or in the game situation that I was currently in, if I just made like a top corner save, I'll say that top corner save was amazing. Now you can see your teammates are so confident in you, the coaches are confident in you, the supporters are confident in you. I'm a super confident goalkeeper. I'm going to keep a clean sheet. There's no way anyone beat me. This is what I'm saying in my mind. Okay, the more you do, it might sound mumbo jumbo, guys, but the more you do this, trust me, every time you have a negative thought, you're happy because you're going to replace that by 5 to 10 positive thoughts. And imagine if you're doing that 5-6 times a day, you're filling your mind with positive affirmations, guys. And the more you do it, seriously, the negative thought, it literally, it's there for the millisecond, and subconsciously you'll be like, no, positive thought. So you're counteracting one negative thought with 5 to 10 positive thoughts. So can you see where this helps you? And also in this module, I'll explain about trigger points as well. So while you're performing, these trigger points you can use, again, which will help you with your mindset. Super important. Every professional athlete will use a trigger point. But hopefully that makes sense. Oh, one other thing I'll mention as well. So while I'm performing, so whenever I get a thought, I immediately wipe it off. No. I'll have 5 to 10 positive thoughts. And then what I'll do then is I'll then start speaking to my defense. So I'd be saying to my left back, John, watch your right shoulder. I'd be saying to my right back, Simon, push up. To the two centre backs, guys, keep tight together. And I'll talk for a few minutes because I've got the positive self-talk. Then I'm communicating with my defense, etc. Again, because your mind can't think of two things at once. So I'm not thinking negatively because I've replaced them with positive thoughts, and then I'm communicating with my defense. And then I'll go back to talking to myself. Again, I'll explain more in another video the importance of talking to yourself throughout a game. So whatever your performance, as a goalkeeper or whatever sport you play, if you can talk to yourself when you're not communicating with your teammates, if you talk to yourself, that actually stops or lessens the chance of you having negative thoughts, guys. So hope that helps. It's super simple to do. I promise you, it sounds crazy, I know, but the more you do it, the more that you'll wipe those negatives. You will not. See, the danger is when you think negatively, negative thoughts, people let it fester, they let it compound, and then all of a sudden they self-destruct. But if you learn to go, nope, I'm not accepting that. Positive thought, positive thought, positive thought. Communicate with your defense, positive thought, communicate with yourself. You're not giving your mind a chance to think negatively because you're actively doing something else, and your mind can't do two things at once. Hope that helps. It will make sense, guys. And again, the more you do it, the better you become. The more success you have in your chosen sport, the more positive affirmations you can go back on, okay? And it gets easier and easier and easier. And that's how you can stop negative thoughts. Remember, you're never going to stop negative thoughts, but that's how you stop them compounding and self-destructing. And this is how you can turn negative thoughts into a positive. Because like I say, imagine throughout the day, you're having, say, 10 negative thoughts, but you're replacing them with 100 positive thoughts. How's that going to help your life? It's a lot better than the other way, isn't it? So start doing that from today. In this video, I'm going to be talking about goal setting, big goals versus small goals. Now, already in this chapter, in this module, I'll be talking about the importance of having clarity and knowing what you want in life. Again, I'm going to use becoming a professional goalkeeper as an example. So whatever your sport is, again, let's say whether it's martial arts, boxing, I say lacrosse, tennis, obviously you can use the exact same technique I'm about to explain here. Or even if you're an entrepreneur, this will help you, obviously, in your entrepreneurial journey. So we've all got to have a big goal. So again, I'm going to use my goal, which was to become a professional goalkeeper. Now, that's my main goal, to become a professional goalkeeper. But what you've got to do on a weekly basis is break down your goals into smaller goals. Now, please listen to this, because when I go through the video with the manual, obviously the 12-week manual, I actually speak about the importance of writing your goals into your daily journal. So going back to, obviously, my big goal was to become a professional goalkeeper, and then I have those little goals. Now, the problem is most people will always say, right, their goal is like, I want to be a professional goalkeeper, but they've not got any smaller goals. It's just like, I want to become a professional goalkeeper. Now, from going from like, maybe like a, doesn't matter how old you are, 30-year-old, 15-year-old, 18-year-old, 21-year-old, if your big goal is, I want to become a professional goalkeeper, and there's nothing in between, you've got nothing to aim for. So to go from like playing grassroots to professional goalkeeper is a massive jump, especially if you're not putting the action in and the hard work on the field, and obviously with your mindset. So you've got to have smaller goals, okay? So, and I always recommend have no more than 3 goals per week. Again, I recommend this. You'll see this when we do the 12-week Elite Goalkeeper Journal. And the reason why I say only have 3 goals each week is to not be overwhelmed, because again, for example, I'm going to imagine the goals are improving my techniques. So, for example, as a goalkeeper, if I know that I need to improve my kicking, my communication, and maybe my shot stopping, that's the 3 goals I'm going to be working on that week. Now, if I don't improve in that week, I might roll them over to the next week, and then the next week. And then what happens then is I might get good at shot stopping. So then I drop that goal from my 3 goals. and then I still have the other 2 goals, but then I'll add something else. So again, it could be coming for crosses. Okay, they're the small goals. Okay, so you need those small goals in place. And the reason why it's so important, because if you just have this one big goal of I want to be a professional goalkeeper, it's too far away. But if you can have smaller goals, if your smaller goals are, I want to kick. So let's say, for example, that you can only kick from off the 6-yard box, and you can only kick maybe, say, 5 yards inside of your half. Or maybe let's say you can only kick to the halfway line. So your goal could be to kick 5 yards into the opponent's half. That's a manageable, that's something that you can go away and practice. Okay, it's super important to say, learning how to come and catch crosses at corners. Again, that's something you can practice in training. Having that one big goal, I want to be a professional goalkeeper. Like I say, that's your main goal, but if that's your only goal and you've not got those smaller goals to lead to that big goal, the chances of you becoming a professional goalkeeper or semi-professional goalkeeper or getting a college scholarship or whatever sport or business that you want to do is going to be so slim, because the gulf between here and here is just really far too much. So you need those bite-sized goals in between. So what I really recommend you do is write down what goal you want right now. So professional goalkeeper, getting a college scholarship, whatever sport, professional tennis player, etc. And then start breaking down the 3 goals, the 3 smaller goals that you can develop to reach that big goal. Again, because if you put down 10 goals per week, okay, and again, I'll use goalkeeping as an example. This can be for any sport or any business. But if I've got down in any given week that I want to improve my goal kicks, my shot stopping, my communication, my back passes, sliding out to centre forward's feet, diving top corner, diving bottom corner, learning how to land properly, learning how to get my mindset sorted, so to speak, learn how to walk with confidence. It's too much. You're going to get overwhelmed and you're not going to get it done. So that's why I always say, try and have between 1 and 3 goals. And as I say, and if you don't get it done in the first week, don't worry about it. Do it the second week, third week, fourth week. Even if it takes 7-8 weeks, you've mastered it. Brilliant, you've mastered that. That gets now knocked off your list. Then you add another one. I always think that 3 is manageable to do. And again, this can be in any sport, any business. Always have 3 little goals, okay? Again, I'm going to explain more in the bonus video when we talk about the 12-week planner, obviously the journal. But I just wanted to clarify that super important, because like I say, most goalkeepers, I'll use goalkeepers as an example, I want to be a professional goalkeeper, I want to be a semi-professional goalkeeper, but they've got no smaller goals in between. If you've not got those smaller goals in between, it's going to be too big of a goal. It's too big of a jump, if that makes sense. So get those little goals in now and just start ticking them off as you go along. Remember, you don't go from being an average goalkeeper to professional goalkeeper overnight. Okay, yeah, it takes days, weeks, and years to master that skill. But any sport that you want to achieve your dreams in, or any business if you're an entrepreneur, just take each day as a time, take each day as it comes. But more importantly, enjoy the process as well. Okay, a lot of people just want to get to the end journey, and it's beyond important that you enjoy the journey. If you make the journey fun, the outcome doesn't matter, okay? Because obviously it does matter, you want to achieve your dreams, but if you're like just stressed out all the time, want to be professional, and you're not enjoying what you're doing, the chances of you achieving your dreams is more or less 0. All the goalkeepers that I've helped become professional, every one of them laughed all the way. Obviously they had the times when they got frustrated, but most of them enjoyed the journey, okay? The journey is the important part. You make the journey fun, and the rest is easy, okay? So, but have those smaller goals that will lead you to your big goal. So really advise you again, write down your big goal, and then from today, write down maybe say 10 things that you need to master, but only knock off 3, and then you can add them to the journal. Obviously, when we go through the 12-week journal. Hope that helps. Okay, see you in the next video. In this video, I'm going to be talking about the power of affirmations. Now, all an affirmation is, if you've not heard of it before, is talking your dreams into reality. Now, you've got to be a bit careful with this, because some of the so-called gurus online, they actually go about this the wrong way when they're giving people advice. What they basically say is, hey, whatever your dream is, whether to become a professional goalkeeper or a professional basketball player, martial artist, or to be a successful entrepreneur, you stand in front of a mirror and you just repeat all your dreams and goals, what you want to achieve. Now, even though I do believe in affirmations, and I do believe, seriously, standing in front of the mirror and going through your affirmations, I actually don't really do. I've done it many times in the past, but I actually don't really do my affirmations in the minute anymore. I'll explain it. Actually, I'll tell you now. I actually do my affirmations when I get up at the morning time. Literally, the first thing I say at the morning time is my gratitude, which I'll explain that in another video. But then I go through my affirmations. But also, that's the first thing in the morning. That takes me literally about 3 or 4 minutes to do. Then when I'm in the shower, I'll go through my affirmations again. Then when I'm driving, I'll go through my affirmations. So I'll go through my affirmations 5, 6, 7, 8 times, 10 times a day, to be honest with you. Now, at the moment, I've got like 3 affirmations. And I recommend you don't have too many. But when I was younger, my main affirmation, was to become a professional goalkeeper. And the key is with affirmations, it's like a statement that you say to yourself, but you've got to say it in the present tense. Don't say that I wish or I want to become a professional goalkeeper. You can say things like that. I'm the best goalkeeper in my area. I will be a professional goalkeeper one day. Or you can also say as well, this is something else that I used to say as well. I am the best goalkeeper. I used to say this when I was like 16, 17 years of age, but more like 17 when I decided to go in goal. I used to say things like this. I am the best goalkeeper in my age group, in my city. I will become a professional goalkeeper. So it's a statement. So I wasn't saying I wish, I hope. I was saying that I am the best goalkeeper in my league and I will become a professional goalkeeper one day. So you can obviously mix it up, okay? So you can actually have, again, I would recommend that you wouldn't have too many affirmations because, again, it all goes back to clarity. So if you're saying, I want to be a professional goalkeeper, I want to be a professional centre-back, like obviously I've previously mentioned, that's not going to work, okay? So try and keep everything related. So like I say, so for myself, again, I forget exactly, but it was along the lines when I was like 17 years of age. I used to say that I am the best goalkeeper in my league and in my city. I will become a professional goalkeeper one day. Then you can also add things like, now I never did this when I was younger, but because I just used to say I want to become a professional goalkeeper. But you can also add things like, when I play of a weekend, the scouts can see that I'm the best goalkeeper in my league. When I play of a weekend, anybody watching can see I'm the best goalkeeper in my league. Again, it's a statement, okay? Sounds nonsense, guys, okay? But it works big time. But it only works if you put the action in. And this is where most so-called gurus tell you the wrong thing, because they'll say, hey, just say the affirmations to the mirror and magic will happen. No, it doesn't. It will not happen without one major thing, and that's physical action, okay? So there's no point you saying to yourself, you could say it 1,000 times a day, that I am the best goalkeeper in my league and my city. I will become a professional goalkeeper. Or you could say, I'm the best goalkeeper in my state. I will get a Division 1 college scholarship. You've got to put the action in. You've got to train and you've got to play. So imagine if you were saying your affirmation 1,000 times a day and you was not training and you wasn't playing. Or you're going to become a professional goalkeeper or get a college scholarship. No chance. Or whatever sport you're in or business, you've got no chance, okay? And this is a vital piece of advice these so-called gurus tell you. You've got to physically go out there, guys, okay, yeah, and put the work in. Again, I don't want to be the bearer of the bad news. I actually think this is good news, okay? To become a success, it's no secret. All you do is work harder than the average. You put the hard work in. You have to work hard. There's no shortcut, okay? You cannot shortcut success. No matter what sport you want to be successful in, how successful you want to be in your own business or entrepreneur, you cannot shortcut success. You have to work hard physically. So for me to become a professional goalkeeper, I was working every single day. I was training every single day. And when I become a professional goalkeeper, did I stop? No, I had to work even harder because the competition was better. It never stops. But the reason why I say this is good news is not 95%, 99% of your competition will quit. I promise you, most people say you want success. But when it comes down to when it's wind and rainy outside, you go, no, I'll wait till tomorrow. Then it's the next day. Then you think, no, what? Don't do it. So if you're in the minority, and I've said this in one of the other videos, if you're prepared to work harder than the average, you'll become above average. I don't care where you are right now, you'll become above average, because 99% of people in your sport will not put the effort in. So if you just do that one thing, remember I said in one of the videos, Woody Allen, famous actor, said that the 85% of success is just turning up. So if you just turn up every single day or most days and put the work in when others are not, gradually you'll want to get ahead of them. So affirmations work big time. Okay, those statements, hey, I'm the best goalkeeper in my league, and City, I will become a professional goalkeeper. And obviously you do that for whatever sport that you do or whatever business, but you've got to put action in. Okay, please don't think you're going to be successful just by saying affirmations. You have to put the action in. But remember, that's good news, because most people will put the action in. Remember, you do more than the average, I will guarantee you'll become above average. In this video, I'm going to be talking about something so simple but beyond powerful that can change your life. Now, I've only been doing this for the last few years. I only learned about this about 4 or 5 years ago. And it's one of the best things that I do, and I do it on a daily basis. And also in the 12-week journal, I'll be showing you how to add literally just 3 of these every single day. And I assure you it will be life-changing. I'm talking about writing down your daily gratitude, or also saying out loud your daily gratitude. Now, the reason why this is so important, okay, we all feel sorry for ourselves from time to time. You know, there's not a week goes by where I'm not sucking my thumb thinking the world's against me. It's only natural, okay? We all of us who get down, you know, especially when we try so hard and things don't go to plan. Sometimes people are abusive towards us, people that, you know, you thought, you know, you treated them like family, and obviously, you basically abuse you. You know, it's you know, a lot goes on in our lives. You know, obviously we lose family and friends, etc. So a lot goes on in our lives that, you know, can be negative, it can get us down. So it's beyond important that you do these daily gratitudes, because it makes you realise that actually life is not really that bad. And the gratitude, by the way, as well, you normally find that it's not financial. It's more to do with family, friends, friendship, love, etc. So the first thing that I do every morning when I wake up, I do my affirmations, like I said in the previous video. Then I'll mention at least 3. Sometimes I do about 4 or 5 things that I'm grateful for. So I'll wake up so in my bedroom, I've got like 2 big windows. Sort of to the right of the bed, I've got like a window in the roof and like a big window here. I don't have any curtains. Honest with you, I love like the natural light coming in. So the first thing of the morning time, especially when it's a nice day and I can look out onto the countryside, first thing I say is like, you know, wow, I'm so grateful to wake up such a view. Then the next thing I'll say, I'm so grateful that I've got this chip inside me that wants to help so many people, and I still want to be a success. You know, then another good, so I'll just mention a few. Some of it could be, I'm grateful that I've got my 2 daughters that work for me, and I love them, they love me. I'm grateful for my wife. I'm grateful for my Penny, who's our Pattendale Terrier. You know, everything that I'm grateful for. You know, also sometimes in the winter months, I'll wake up and the central heating automatically comes on. So I'll say things like, I'm grateful to wake up warm. I mean, how many people around the world wake up cold, wake up on the streets, guys, okay, yeah. So what happens is when you start of the morning time, you know, that's why it's so important. Don't wake up in the morning and grab your iPhone, which most people do, then start going on social media, because straight away you'll fill in your head with nonsense, with crap and negativity. I don't go anywhere near my phone at the morning time just to switch the alarm off. Most of the time I actually wake up before the alarm goes off anyway. But again, rather than wake up to the iPhone or your smartphone and reading all that negativity, please make sure that when you wake up of the morning, go through your affirmations. Like I mentioned in the last video, I'm the best goalkeeper in my league or my city. I'm going to be a professional goalkeeper one day, or whatever sport or business that you're doing. Then see your gratification. Then see your gratifications, what you're thankful for, family, love, waking up in a safe. And that's another thing to say as well. You know, again, how many people, you know, they're not safe where they live in the countries. Now, at the moment, the UK is a bit crazy, but obviously, don't let me, if you get to know me, you know that I've got no trust in the powers that be, especially our governments, etc. So the UK is a bit crazy at the moment, like most countries, whatever their agenda is. Obviously, I won't speak about it here. But it's still at the moment safe. So I'll wake up in the morning time and say, I'm so happy to be safe in my house, you know. So what happens is when you start off your day with the gratitude, and especially when you write it in a 12-week daily journal, you start to realize, actually, you know what, life's actually not too bad. Yeah, you have your challenges, but you know what, for the most part, you're safe, you're warm, you've got a full belly, you know, you've got loved ones around you, you know, life's actually quite good. If you're living like to the UK or the United States, Canada, Australia, etc., you know, these countries, yeah, like I said, I know the governments are going a bit that way, but at the moment, okay, we're still relatively free, we're still relatively safe, you know. There's a lot to be thankful for, and you'll find that when you do your gratitude, it's never about money. It's never like, I'm happy that I've got £10 million in the bank. I haven't got £10 million in the bank, by the way. That's just an example. You know, you'll find that everything you're grateful for, they say like the best things in life are free. You know what I mean? And everything that I'm grateful for, it's the view of the morning time. It's waking up with a nice day. It's the love of my loved ones. You know, it's being safe. It's being warm. It's having a full belly. You know, and I promise you, it puts you on such a positive start to the day. So with your affirmations and your gratitudes, you know, start doing that every day. You know, start doing that first thing of the morning. And again, I'll do my gratitudes at least twice a day. I don't do them as much as my affirmations. I'll probably say my gratitudes at least twice. I write them down every day. I write them down in the 12-week journal because that just cements it. And like I said, I promise you, as basic as it sounds, you might go, that's a bit basic, that, right? I assure you, if you do it for a few months, you'll come back and go, Ray, you know what? One of the basic and easiest things I've done, but it's life-changing because you see life in a completely different perspective. You realise, yeah, we have our challenges, but you know what? Actually, life's actually not that bad compared to, obviously, sadly, people in other countries who are getting persecuted or worse, still murdered, you know. So do the gratitude. It will help you. Beyond basic is the most basic thing that I have ever done. The most basic thing I'm teaching you to do. But I tell you now, it would be one of the most powerful things that you'll ever do because it gets you off to the right frame of mind. And as I say, it makes you realise that, you know what, things are actually not really that bad in my life. Hope that helps. In this quick video, I'm going to be talking about embracing the things that scare you. Now, what most people do is they try to run away from things that scare them. And then things that are comfortable or easy to do, they embrace them, but they try to push away, obviously, stuff that, as I say, basically scares them. Now, look, when I say embrace things that scare you, am I saying that you're still not going to be nervous and scared? No, you're not, okay? You're still going to be nervous and scared. But the more you learn how to embrace stuff that makes you feel uncomfortable, that actually you'll raise your game. So again, you want to become a professional goalkeeper rather than like, or any sport, or like I say, entrepreneur. Again, I use goalkeeping as an example. If you're a goalkeeper and you know, let's say for example, you've only been playing in front of say 500 people a week and you're going to play a game in front of 5,000 people a week, instead of going, oh my goodness, mate, oh God, I'm good, 5,000 people, then all that negative thought come in, be like, brilliant, I'm going to be playing in front of 5,000 people. I'm going to get to show 5,000 people what a good goalkeeper I am, or whatever sports you're in, or whatever entrepreneur in. Maybe as an entrepreneur, you might be going to do a talk on stage. And again, a lot of people don't like talking on. Again, I get incredibly nervous talking on stage. I can talk to a camera for hours and hours and hours, but wait, obviously on stage, when people's there, it's a completely different matter. But again, when I have talked on stage, I've not gone, oh my goodness me, I'm speaking in front of 1,000 people who won't ever make a mistake. I'm speaking in front of that. Even though I'm scared and nervous, I'm only speaking in front of 1,000 people. This is an opportunity to help so many people. So embrace it, okay, guys? Don't run away from it, okay? So whatever your sport is, whatever challenge that you're having, again, I'm going to use goalkeeping as an example. A lot of goalkeepers get very nervous when they get a back pass. So again, how many times as a goalkeeper, again, think in your sport, if you've done something similar. So as a goalkeeper, when all the opponent is coming towards me, you know, and I've done this in the past, and I've basically been saying in my mind to my defenders, oh, please don't give me a back pass, please don't give me a back pass, because obviously I've been the negative thoughts of creating, and I didn't want to obviously kick the ball and go out to play or slice the ball. You know, I used to be like that, oh, please don't give me a back pass. Once I realised about to embrace things that scared me, I'd be like that to the centre for to my defenders. Yeah, come on, give me the ball, give me the ball, give me the ball. Was I still scared and nervous? Yes, but I embraced being scared. Give me the ball, give me the ball, give me the ball. Because again, as the both coach me, in my mind, I'm like, I'm going to prove to these 5,000 people watching me how good I can strike the ball. Can you see where your mindset will change? Now, look, in the early days, okay, it will feel a bit weird. You'll still be battling with, okay, I'll embrace this. No, I won't. Yes, I will. No, I won't. Yes, I will. You'll still be quite a bit nervous doing it. But the more you embrace things that are uncomfortable, and you're like, come on, bring it on, bring it on. Can you see where you're going to improve a lot faster rather than saying, keep it away from me? Okay, but no, bring it, give me. The more you do that, you get less scared, and then until it becomes natural. Like anything in life, the more you do something, the easier it becomes, okay? Most people, me included many, many years ago, we were told unintentionally by the people that we loved or in school to run away from things that we're uncomfortable with because you don't have to deal with it. But imagine how good you would become as a goalkeeper or whatever sport you're in, an entrepreneur, even as a human being, if you go towards things that frighten you. Yeah. Embrace stuff that scares you. Bring it on. Yes, in the early days, you'll feel a bit nervous, a bit scared. But I assure you, I promise you, I guarantee you, the more you do it, the more you want to embrace it, the more you'll, it's like I don't want to say, that's the wrong way to say like a drug, but it'll be like a drug. You'll want more and more. And what happens is the more you do, the better you're going to become. Because I'll guarantee 99% of your competition will be like, no, keep it away. If you're like, bring it on. People are going to see that. Your teammates are going to see that. Supporters are going to see that. Your coaches, your managers. You'll stand out like a sore thumb. And everybody will want to pick you. Because think about it. Doesn't matter what sport you play. If you're participating in your sport and your teammates or supporters or coaches can see you go, no. You know, sometimes you don't even have to do that. You can just see by your eyes and through your path. They think, oh, Ray's scared of you. But imagine your supporters, teammates, coaches, they look at you and you're like, come on, bring it on. They're going to give you so much confidence. They'll pick you all the time. I'll guarantee it. Okay, yeah. So embrace, what's the word I'm looking for here? So things that scare you, embrace it, guys, because I promise you it will take you to other levels, because 99% of your competitors will be chasing it away. You bring it onto you. Embrace the fear. Now, in this video, I'm going to ask you, and hopefully you'll do this, is to do a bit more research, because I'm not an expert on what I'm about to say. All I know, it's super important. It's helped me a lot to deal with anxiety, to be calm, to visualize my success. But like I say, I'm not an expert. There's much better people that understand this topic than what I do. So when I've said what I've said here, go away and do a bit of research on YouTube, and obviously find out obviously how to do this vital success trait. And what I'm talking about here is the importance of meditation. Now, I've always meditated from an early age. I actually remember, and again, I don't know where I learned this from, to be honest with you, but I actually used to remember sitting in the hallway as a 14-year-old kid with my legs crossed, you know, the proper Buddha position, you know, fingers like so. And you don't have to sit like this to meditate, by the way, but legs crossed, sitting on the floor, and just breathing in for 7 seconds, holding my breath for 7 seconds, and breathing out. So this is how I basically meditate. I'll breathe in for 7 seconds. I'll only have my eyes closed. I'm only sitting down. Hold my breath for 7 seconds. Breathe out for 7 seconds. And I'll repeat. And I normally set an alarm for 10 minutes. And I try and blank my mind out. Now, look, when you meditate, thoughts will pop into your head. It's only natural. Don't worry about it. Don't try and bluff them off. Just as I say, just try and wait. Again, here's a tip. If you count in your mind, that normally stops you thinking, because remember, I've mentioned this in another video, you can't do two things at once. You can't count in your mind and think. So normally I'll be going, as I'm breathing in my mind, I'm going 1, 2, 3, up to 7. Then I hold my breath, 1, 2 to 7. I'm going to breathe out, 1, 2 to 7, and then I repeat it. And that's all I think about. I'm just trying to blank my mind out, guys. Again, I'm not going to go into too much detail here, because meditation is another subject. Like I say, I really recommend just do a bit of due diligence, find someone on YouTube, and they'll obviously show you how to meditate, and they'll explain the benefits. But for me, meditation especially the way the world is at the moment. It's crazy. There's always like 1,000 things going on. I meditate the first thing of the morning time, or generally within the first hour. And that's literally just to calm my mind, to blank everything out. So when I finish my 10 minutes worth of meditation, I'm a lot more calm. It brings down the blood pressure, etc. But also, when you meditate as well, you can actually walk and meditate as well. I'll explain that in another video. But another thing you can do as well, when you meditate, there's two types of meditation that you can do. Two types of meditation that I do. Sometimes I'll just blank my mind out, or if I've got something important to do, that's when I visualize. Okay, so let's say, again, going back to wanting to become a professional goalkeeper, or whatever sport, or if you're already an entrepreneur. But what I used to do, going back as a 14-year-old child, if I had a game at that weekend, I'd be literally, again, breathing in for 7 seconds, holding it for 7, breathing out for 7 seconds. But this time I'm not counting. This time as I'm breathing in, as I'm holding my breath, and as I'm breathing out, I'm visualizing myself playing on the gate, or playing on the soccer field or the football field that I know that I'm going to play on. Because most Saturdays and Sundays I've used to play on the same field. So I used to visualize playing on the field and having the best game ever, making top corner saves, bottom corner saves, saving the penalty, even having, visualizing the supporters, like all the parents clapping me on the line. At the end of the game, all my teammates coming up and patting me on the back because I was the hero, because I kept a clean sheet. So I used to visualize this all the time. So meditation is important, like I say, guys, to relax you, to clear your mind, but also as well, that's when you can visualize, okay? Visualization, I'll come to that. There's a whole topic on visualization. For me, it's going to be your superpower. Visualization is so important. But when you meditate, you can visualize. But like I say, try and meditate. Set your alarm clock every day for at least 10 minutes a day. Again, just go do a bit of research. Don't have to do it. I'll just find someone that meditates. But literally all I do, 7 seconds in, hold it for 7 seconds, 7 seconds out. And it depends on how I'm feeling. Like I say, sometimes because there's 1,000 things going on in my mind, I'll just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's sort of just blank my mind out. If I've got a project on, or I've got to do something, instead of counting, sometimes I'll visualize. I'll visualize that perfect outcome. Visualization is beyond important. Like I say, there's a full topic on that. But again, I really recommend, and again, I explain in the 12-week work journal as well. I actually get you to tick off, or do you visualize every single day? It's that important. I really recommend you set aside 10 minutes every day, whether it's the morning time, dinner time, or just before you go to bed. Just set your alarm clock for 10 minutes and just visualize. And depending on what's going on in your life, if everything's hectic, just count so your mind's blank. So that way then everything's nice. So by the time you've finished, all your aura is nice and relaxed. If you've got a game coming up at the weekend, visualize that perfect game, or if whatever sport you're playing, visualize that perfect performance. If you're an entrepreneur, you've got a business meeting, visualize that perfect business meeting. But meditation, make sure it's a daily part of your life, because when you do the journal, I will be asking you to tick every single day, did you meditate? Because it is beyond important. In this video, I'm going to be talking about the importance of breathing. Now, it's not like meditation, okay? In the previous video, obviously, I explained about the meditation, about breathing, like the 7 seconds. Now, meditation is when I deliberately sit down, set my alarm clock for 10 minutes, and then I will meditate, and obviously, I will do my breathing exercises. But while I'm there, the meditation is for me to either calm my mind or to visualize. Now, when I breathe, mostly it will be throughout the day. So especially when I get stressful, I might go for a walk. And as I go for a walk, or even if I'm in my office, like I could have just dealt with a stressful situation, for example, and I could be here in my home office. And then all I would do then is I would breathe. I'd stand up. I'd either be standing up or sitting down. Mostly I'm standing up. I'm not closing my eyes. I'm not visualizing. All I'm doing when I'm breathing is I'm counting. I'm just going, like I said in the previous video, when I'm meditating, I breathe in for 7 seconds, hold for 7 seconds, breathe out. So and I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, holding it 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. When I'm breathing out, obviously 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, this time when I'm breathing, I might only do this for maybe 30 seconds to 1 minute. And all this is, it just helps me. I'm someone that, like I say, I'm not too bad now, but I do suffer from like nerves and anxiety sometimes. I find when I breathe, that it really helps me. Or if I go for a walk, it's actually called, I think it's called walking meditation or something like that. That's when it really helps me. I'll actually walk and I'll breathe. And sometimes I'll visualize when I'm walking as well. But when I'm breathing throughout the day, that's when I'm getting it. As I say, that's when I'm feeling a bit stressed, anxiety. Breathing is an unbelievable art to help you deal with anxiety, to bring the calmness down. Because what happens when you get stressed out, your blood pressure obviously starts bubbling, which is not good. So by breathing brings all your blood pressure down, brings you back to some calmness as well. And also as well, later on in the video, in this video course, I'm going to be explaining and showing you how you can use breathing when you're performing in your sport. Because if you're performing in any of your sports, and I used to do this as a professional goalkeeper, especially when things were getting stressful, that's when I would breathe. So rather like you say, we've all been there when we've been performing in our sport, or even as entrepreneurs, where everything's, as I say, everything's stressful, everything's on top, everything's getting you're getting overwhelmed. If you can just take 10 to 20 seconds out to breathe, that is, I can't even begin to tell you how much that will help you and how it's helped me. So breathing is a fantastic way to help you keep calm. And obviously, the more calm you are, the more clear-headed you are, the greater the chances of you achieving your dream and goal. Because if you're erratic, you're everywhere, you're stressed out, you're snapping at everyone, you're arguing because your blood's boiling, that's obviously not going to be good to do. But if you can learn to get calm, in any situation, like I say, business, playing any sport, just with these breathing techniques, like I say, you've only got to do it for 30 seconds. A minute tops. Breathing can help you so much so. But again, I'm going to dive deeper into the breathing exercises when you're performing. Again, explain what I did as a professional goalkeeper when I got scared or nervous, how I used my breathing techniques to bring you back down, to help me to get calm, and that helps you refocus as well. So breathing is beyond important. So throughout your day, guys, okay, if you ever get stressful or anxiety or for whatever reason, again, you can either stop. Ideally, I say to keep standing up. But if you go for a walk, just breathe. I say only have to do it for 30 seconds, maybe 60 seconds top. Remember, just breathe in for 7 seconds, hold for 7 seconds, breathe out for 7 seconds, and then just repeat it. And you'll actually find yourself literally just calming down. It's one of the simplest things to do. It takes 1 minute. You might have to do it 2-3 times a day. Okay, if you've got to do it 2-3 times a day, do it 2-3 times a day. But breathing can help you with so much. It stops the anxiety, stops the stress, and it helps you get your focus and confidence back. But later on in the course, I'm going to show you how you can really utilize that in a game situation that will set you, honestly, it'll put you on another level to your competitors. So I hope that helps, guys. Remember, breathing is so important. But if you feel anxiety throughout the day, just stop for 30 seconds to a minute and just do those breathing exercises. I'll promise you it will help you more than that you can ever imagine. In this video, guys, I'm going to be talking about the importance of trigger points. Now, trigger points can be absolutely game-changing, especially when you're performing in your chosen sport. But you can even use this as an entrepreneur or in your business. So you can use trigger points everywhere. Again, I'm going to explain how I used to use this as a professional goalkeeper. Now, before I explain how I use this in a game situation, actually, first of all, let me explain what a trigger point is. So, as a professional goalkeeper, or if you watch goalkeepers, sometimes if you see them make a mistake that costs a goal, you actually might go see that goalkeeper. They might go to the goal and with the back of the stud, they might kick the goal. Or sometimes you might see some of them sort of slap themselves, or some of them might fix the wrist on the goal, the wrist on the goalkeeping glove. They might see the master clap their hands, or they'll do something. That's called a trigger point. Again, but when you watch your chosen sport, when you watch your favorite professional athlete perform, whenever they make a mistake, you'll see that they'll do something all the time. That's called a trigger point. And what that does is that's basically telling that player to reset, forget, and you remind yourself that you're a good athlete, a good goalkeeper, for example. So this is how a trigger point can help. So, again, I'll use goalkeeping as an example, but again, whatever sport you do, try and make it relate to your sport. So what happens is what most goalkeepers do, if they make a silly mistake in a game situation. So let's say somebody shoots from 50 yards and the goalkeeper lets the ball go through the hands and go through the legs, and it cost the team a goal. Obviously, a lot of goalkeepers are devastated with that. But what happens there with most goalkeepers? That's when go back to the compound negative thoughts that I mentioned in previous videos. They start beating themselves up and start saying things like, "How did I let that goal in? Everyone's going to be laughing at me. That was embarrassing. I knew I wasn't a good goalkeeper." And that compounds, and they go from having a bad mistake to having a bad game to sometimes having a bad season to being dropped. One mistake can destroy a goalkeeper. Like it can destroy any sports person or any entrepreneur. So this is how trigger points can really, really help you. So I want to use goalkeeping as an example as well. So what I did, so it needs a bit of research for this. So this is what I did as a professional goalkeeper, and I advise you to do as a goalkeeper or the parents of a goalkeeper to help your child or whatever sport you do. So as a goalkeeper, whenever we don't concede a goal in the game, that's called a clean sheet. What I used to do as a professional goalkeeper is every time I made a mistake, I'd make a note of it. And then what would happen, the better I become and more experienced I become as a goalkeeper. In the early days, I might have made the mistakes, let's say every 15 games as a young goalkeeper. Then when I got to professional, I might have been every 20 games. Everyone's going to make a mistake. Please don't think that you're going to go through your career without making a mistake. Guys, that's naive, okay? I think most of you know you're going to make mistakes. So it's not about making a mistake that will make you as an athlete. It's how you deal with that mistake. And this is how you can. So let's say, for example, that every time I made a mistake, it was like on average, it was 20 games. Okay, yep. So it's 20 games, I make a mistake. So I know in my mind that it's 20 games. So I'm playing a game situation, I make that silly mistake that costs the team a goal. Then that's what happens, the trigger point. So my trigger point used to be, I used to take the strap off my left glove and put it back on again. And that was my reset. And I would say to myself, great news, fantastic news, right? You will not make another mistake for 20 games. Just let that sink in, how positive that can be. I'll say it again. When I'm to the stage, my trigger point will be fixing to unstrapping the goalkeeping glove and then strapping it back again. And I'd be saying to myself, fantastic, Ray. You will not make another mistake for 20 games. You will have a great game. So what that does, rather than being like the other goalkeepers, when they make a mistake, oh my goodness me, I look terrible, that was embarrassing, I'm going to have a bad game now. I'm going to let more silly goals in. Then what happens is they let more silly goals in because they let those negative thoughts compound. What I've immediately done, rather than having that mindset of, oh my goodness, me made a mistake, I'm like, fantastic, I made a mistake. I'm not going to make a mistake now for at least 20 games. Can you see how that mentally prepares you to continue playing with freedom, knowing that, great, done, not going to be another 20 games. That's when you see professional goalkeepers or professional athletes, when they make a mistake and you look at them emotionless, like, they'll do the trigger points, but they'll be like, brilliant, okay, it's out the way now, brilliant, I'm not going to make another mistake for at least 20 games. Then you go on and have a great game. You know what I mean? Trigger points are so important, okay? So it's not just about the trigger points, it's making sure that you've got those positive memories, those results to fall back on. Now, obviously, as you're younger, you might let 5 goals in a game, or whatever sport you do, you might make a mistake every 5 times you perform. Don't worry about that, because as a youngster and you're learning your trade, you are going to make mistakes. But the longer you do it, those mistakes will go from 5 performances to 6, 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 9, 10, then up to 20, then 25, then 30. But it's important that you keep a record of that. So again, when you do make a mistake, and you will make a mistake when you perform in your chosen sport, instead of being like most of your competitors, you will completely fall apart because they'll self-destruct with the negative mindset. You're like, great, fantastic, I'm ready to go, trigger point, I will not make a mistake for another 10, 15, 20 performances. Can you see how mentally, how you can quickly move on from that? And that's how most professional athletes That's why they can move on without emotion, because they know, brilliant, fantastic, I'm going to be fantastic now for the next 20 games. Okay? Trigger points is so important, but again, please remember you got to have that little bit of research, so that you know when you make a mistake. Okay, you can say that trigger point, and you can remind. Then also you can remind yourself as well. If you listen, in those 20 games I've made, I've say 5 penalties, or I've made 5 amazing top corner saves today. Again, that positive affirmation. So the trigger point is great. I'm not going to make a mistake the 20 games. Then some positive affirmations. So can you see why most professional players can just get on with the game because they know in their mind, I'm going to move on. That's a much better way of beating yourself up, isn't it? So get those trigger points going, but make sure that you have that bit of research. So when mistakes do happen, you can fall back on it and go, great, I'm not going to make a mistake now for another 20 games. Brilliant. That is a much better attitude to have. Hope you agree with that. Okay, yeah? So make sure you do that. Remember, trigger points. In this video, guys, I'm going to be talking about the importance of wearing masks. Okay, now you might be thinking, Ray, what are you going on about wearing a mask? Now, this is just like a metaphor that I come up with when I become a professional goalkeeper. So you might hear what the people say, fake it until you make it. It's sort of similar to that. So let me go back to when I was a professional goalkeeper. I remember walking into the changing rooms first time as a professional football player thinking, oh my God, I am in so much trouble. Because everyone seemed to be super confident. They all seemed to walk with a swagger. I'm thinking, it must be me who's the only one that's nervous and scared. And what happened is, as I got to know my new teammates and they become friends, I realised that most of them were just as scared as me. Obviously, when I started speaking to them, and obviously they were telling me about their fears, I was like, oh, mate, they've got the same fears and scares of same fears as myself. But what they learned to master, and again, for the most part, it was unintentionally, because back then there was nobody really teaching us this. What they did was learn to put a mask on. So even though inside they were like trembling, they were scared, they put that mask on that anyone looking at them, they were like, I am a super confident person. And here's the way the magic happens, but it takes time. The more you wear masks, the more you fake it till you make it, the more you pretend that you're super confident. I'll guarantee, guys, one day's going to happen, boom, you will be super confident. Will you still have your moments where you get scared and nervous and anxiety? Of course you will, but you'll be confident. That'll only happen every now and again. I wear masks all the time. I still do it now. So for example, if I go to the bank manager with my businesses, I'll put a mask on and I'll change my vocabulary. I'll dress, obviously, as a business owner, and I'll use vocabulary that bank manager, understands. I'll go in talking his or her language to obviously get that deal that I want. As soon as I come out, I take that mask off. When I'm with my children, my family, I'm a father. I take the mask off from myself. I'll be myself, as I say. But when I'm out and about, I'm always put a mask on. Well, always put masks on, guys. Okay, then you will be putting masks on unintentionally, not realizing you're doing it. When you're dealing with different types of people. Now, the more you understand wearing masks and faking it to make it, you can use it to your advantage. Because what you've got to be very careful of, again, I'll use a professional goalkeeper as an example, but it doesn't matter what sport that you're in. So imagine as a goalkeeper that I walk onto the field and the opponents look at me and they can see that I'm a bag of nerves and bite my nails, I'm looking nervous and my shoulders are down, the opponents see the opposing goalkeeper a bag of nerves. They're like, great, we've got this goalkeeper here. They're going to shoot from all directions. They're going to try and bully the goalkeeper, etc. But as a goalkeeper, if you walk onto the field and you're like emotionless, you have your shoulders out, you walk with a bit of a swagger, even though inside you could be a bag of nerves, the key is you don't show the opponents, you don't show the opponents that you're nervous. Now, later on into this video course, I'll explain in more detail how to do that. But literally, to keep this video basic, all you basically do is you pretend to be pretend not to be nervous, sorry. So whenever again, try this when you play for your team, when you play against opponents next, or whether, if you play a sport and it's an individual sport, practice this. Whenever you get to that arena, whatever your sporting arena is, put that mask on, because please remember, as soon as you get to that arena, your competition, your opponents are watching you from the off. So if they see that any kink that you're scared or nervous, they're gonna use that against you. So as soon as you get to any arena, you walk out with that mask on that you are confident. Put your shoulders back, walk tall. Don't be slouching, don't be cutting your nails. That's a telltale sign you're nervous. Even though you could be nervous, put that mask on. Well, I say walk with a bit of swagger, because if your competitors or opponents are watching you, they're going to go, oh my goodness me, we're going to have our work cut out here. This Ray looks like super confident. Even though inside that I could be terrified, guys, okay? It's called wearing masks, okay? It's faking it till you're making it. It's basically pretending that you're super confident. Again, I guarantee, if you do this long enough, if you pretend to be confident, if you wear masks long enough, there'll come a day where you'll still wear masks, but you don't, but you won't realize you're doing it, if that makes sense. It'll just automatically happen when you go into different situations. You wear those different masks. It'll just automatically happen. It'll become second nature to yourself, and then you become a confident person. You'll still have your downsides, you'll still have your moments, guys. Everybody does. But you're going to be confident a lot more than what you're not confident, if that makes sense. So start wearing masks, guys, okay? Yeah, so again, even if you're nervous and scared, okay, it doesn't matter, okay, yeah? Put that mask on so the opponents and competitors, they think, wow, this guy's not nervous or not scared, because I promise you, it puts them on the back feet. If they see that you're nervous, it puts them on the front foot. So start wearing masks. I promise you, the more you do it, the easier it becomes, and one day you won't even realise you're wearing the mask. You'll just become naturally super confident, and those masks will change whatever environment you go into. So remember, fake it till you make it, pretend you're successful, wear those masks, because one day, literally, it'll automatically happen. You'll be super confident, guys. Okay? It works big time. You are the GOAT. GOAT, the greatest of all time. I'm being serious here. If you want to achieve your dreams and be the best person in your sport or entrepreneur or professional goalkeeper, etc., you have to believe that you are the best now. So I'll use Ronaldo and Messi for example. I'll keep it football related, but most people know, even in any sport, most people will know who Cristiano Ronaldo is and Lionel Messi. Obviously legends in the games. They are the GOAT, the greatest of all time. But what's happened is people have only started calling them the GOAT when they had their success, and obviously when they were the best of the best. But if you were to ask Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, when did they see themselves as the GOAT, the greatest of all time, they will tell you before anyone really was shouting their names. They believed they were the GOAT when they were kids, okay? Now you get to speak to, Ronaldo or Messi, if you're lucky enough to, and say, hey, look, when did you start believing that you were the best player? They'll tell you from an early age. Now, they might not have thought they were the best in the world at the time, but I'll guarantee they would have started off like, I'm the best in my school. I'm the best in my team. Then it'd be like, I'm the best in the league. Then I'm the best in my city. Then they'll be thinking, I'm the best in my country. Then they'd be thinking, their county, sorry. I'm the best in my state, or I'm the best player in my country. I'm the best in the world. So always would have started off small, their team, their school, and it would have grown as they obviously had their success. So what you've got to do now, you have really got to believe that you are the greatest of all time. Again, even if you're a 10-year-old goalkeeper, or whatever sport you played, you've got to be saying to yourself, I am the best in my team, the best in my league. If you're a boxer, you're the best in your academy. You've got to start believing you're the best right now. Because what happens is when you start saying you're the best, you'll start acting up to that. Again, this is a massive mistake I made as a youngster, and most people do. Even adults make this mistake. You look at others and you always think, oh, they're better than me. Oh, I'd wish to be like that. You've got to stop. Okay, now they might be better than you, okay? But you've got to program your mind. I'm better than them. I am better than them. The more you do that, but remember, you've got to put action in. Don't be thinking just because you say, hey, I'm the greatest of all time. If you don't put the action in, which is the training and the hard work, it's never going to happen. Again, if you listen to Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, David Beckham, or any top athlete, The reason why they're where they are right now is because they work harder than everyone else. Remember what I've said in a few videos now? If you work harder than the average, you'll become above average. So you've got to put the hard work in. But please, please, please start saying to yourself, no matter what anyone else says, just keep saying to yourself, I am the best. It doesn't matter where you are. If you're in school, you play for your school team, or again, you're individual, it could be a boxer or maybe a fencer or something like that. You say you're the best in your school. And then as you progress, you're the best in your county. And then just keep progressing. Set your goals high. Please remember, Messi, Beckham, Ronaldo, the top people in your sport, they would have told themselves that they were the greatest of all time long before anyone else said that they were the greatest of all time. Start saying that now, because that puts you in the mindset to be the greatest of all time. Remember, you are the greatest of all time. Now, I touched on this earlier in another video within this module when I was speaking about wearing masks, and I mentioned about walking tall. Now, I just want to quickly do a quick video about the importance of making sure that wherever you go, especially when you're going into arena, no matter what sport you play, as soon as you get to that arena, even if you're nervous and scared, please make sure that you walk tall. Don't be slouching, don't be biting your nails, walk tall, because remember, the moment you step inside any arena, whether you're playing for the team, whether you're a professional goalkeeper or a goalkeeper, an amateur goalkeeper, whether you're a martial artist, a cricketer, tennis player, the moment you step into your arena, your competitors are going to be watching you from the beginning. And if they see any weakness in you, they are going to play on that. So straight away, the moment your competitors' opponents see you, you need to be walking tall so they know that they're going to have a hard day that day, whatever they're competing you with. So rather than them thinking, this is going to be easy, look at this guy, he looks a bag of nerves, it's going to be a walkover, you're giving them the mental edge. But if you walk in and you're like, and they're like, oh my goodness me, this guy means business, straight away, negatively, you've got the mental edge on them. That makes sense, okay? So very brief video, this one. Whenever you step into that arena, no matter how you're feeling, bored, fed up, scared, tired, nervous, don't let anybody show that. Wear that mask like I previously said, but walk tall, shoulders high, look your opponents in the eye. Don't be putting your head down. If you manage to get eye contact with them, again, be polite, just go look at them in the eye, okay? Yeah, walk tall. Remember, the opponents, your competitors are going to be watching you the second you get to the arena, so don't give them the positive advantage. Make sure that the positive advantage is in your court. So walk tall, get those shoulders back. Morning and daily routines are one of the most important things that you can ever do to become a success. The reason why most people are unfortunately fail in life is because they get up with no direction and literally they react to what goes on in the world. So basically they live the life through everybody else's diary, not their own. So it doesn't matter what sport you do. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're living by everyone's say so, everyone's diary, and you're getting pulled around by everyone else, and you're helping other people achieve their dreams and not your own, you have to start your own daily morning and daily routines. Now, the 12-week workbook that I've created for you guys that you can download completely free of charge, this is complete and utter gold dust, because if you follow that daily routine, everything that I teach you in this course, everything that you fill out on a daily basis, I'm literally forcing you to have a morning and a daily routine. The ones that have daily routines, and it starts off with the morning routines, they're the ones that win. Okay, yeah. Actually, what I'll do as well, somewhere within the community, I'll actually also have, again, you can have it completely free of charge. I've actually wrote a book. It's called the 6-Figure Daily Routine. Now, it's designed for entrepreneurs, okay, but it's going to help you guys in sport as well. And it basically explains everything what I do on a daily basis. The moment I get up is all by design. I get up more or less the same time every single day. Obviously, sometimes I'll sleep in, sometimes I get up early, but it's more or less the same time. And my routine is more or less the same. I'll have my coffee, I'll get up. Before I even get out of bed, I'll do my gratitude, I'll do my affirmations, then I'll get out of bed. I'll go downstairs, I'll wet my face 5 times with ice cold water. It's something that my mother taught me, and it's something that I do to this day to basically waking you up. I'll have a coffee ready, I'll sit there with the coffee, I'll do my meditation, and that's how my day starts. It's all planned, and then like 9 till 10, I'll do something else. Then 11 till 12, I'll go to the gym. Then I'll have my lunch, and then everything is planned throughout the day. If you plan your mornings and days, now obviously I know sometimes if you've got to work, you've got to go to school, it can be a bit difficult, obviously, because you've got to be in school. Okay, so you can only obviously control the times where you don't have to be somewhere, i.e. school or work. But it's beyond important that you control that. One of the things that I do recommend, whether it's school or whether you've got to go to a job, is get up an hour early. Seriously, guys, one of the best things that I do is I get up at 5 o'clock most mornings, and I can't explain the feeling of getting up and having a head start on the world. It's like cheating, to be honest with you, in a nice way, because most people won't get out of bed till 8 o'clock. They don't really get going till 9. Between the hours of 5 and 8, I've already done 3 hours worth of work. By the time 12 o'clock comes, or even like 11 o'clock when I go on the gym, I've done more or less a day's work, guys. And that's why I've had so much success, because again, I work harder than the average. So again, the daily routine, the best way I can help you with this is make sure that you download the daily journal, the 12-week program, or if you want to buy a physical copy, you can. Unfortunately, I can't give away physical copies for obvious reasons, guys. But if you're like me and you like to physically write in something and turn the pages and actually smell the paperwork, you can. You can actually purchase it. Again, it'll be somewhere on the page. But again, I cannot stress enough. Again, if you speak to any top athlete in your chosen sport or any entrepreneur, I will guarantee 99.9% of them will have a routine. They'll definitely have a morning routine, which then leads into a daily routine. Again, it can be for a whole new subject. If you guys are really keen, you can actually get my book, I think it's called The 6-Figure Daily Routine. You can download it completely free of charge. I actually sell it on Amazon for £15. You can have it free as a gift. But again, I can't stress enough. Make sure that you watch the bonus video at the end of this course. That will teach you how to use the 12-week journal. And literally what that journal will force you to do is go through a routine. And I'll guarantee if you do that for 12 weeks and you continue, if you continue having that routine throughout your life, I can't even begin to explain how your life will improve by having a routine in place. So living life on your rules, on your time, rather than everybody else's. Remember, daily and morning routines are so important. So please make sure that you complete the 12-week journal, because I'm forcing you going through that daily routine on a daily basis. Now in this video, it should be really obvious what most people should be doing, but sadly most people don't do this. And mostly because they have to pay. And what we're talking about here is finding coaches or mentors. Actually, I'm going to reword what I'm going to say here. It's finding the correct coaches or the correct mentors. So it doesn't matter what sport you're in, if you're an entrepreneur, just think about what I'm going to say. If you can find someone who's already been a success in your sport or your business niche, and they're willing to help you, even if you've got to pay them, is that going to help? 100%. Is that going to give you the shortcut to success? 100%. Again, I'll use goalkeeping as an example. When I wanted to become a professional goalkeeper, it was hard work. It was very hard work. As I say, I was getting rejected by football clubs all the time. Within 12 months of me finding a goalkeeping coach and getting the correct advice, the correct techniques, okay, yeah, I had to pay that goalkeeping coach. Within 12 months, I achieved my dreams and become a professional goalkeeper. So that's not by accident, guys, okay? Yeah. Now, look, I know people's finances can be tight, etc. So, again, I don't want to put any pressure on yourselves. So, if you cannot, ideally, you need to find a mentor you can speak to, who you can maybe meet and have a coffee with, or even if it's a virtual coffee. Yeah, that's why I do as many live chats as I can to help all my students achieve their dreams. If you can speak to someone, get to know them, they get to know you, you can ask a question and they personally answer your question. Obviously, that's fantastic. Now, obviously, without sounding like a hero, the majority of the stuff that I do is completely free of charge. That's because I've got such a passion for goalkeeping. But there's obviously things that, I've got to charge for my time, because I am very protective of my time, because obviously time is all we got in this world. But so if you can pay for a mentor or a coach, it's not a hint for you to pay me, by the way, but whatever sport you're in, or if you're an entrepreneur, if you can find someone in your niche or your sport that's been successful and they're willing to coach you and you've got to pay, if you can, try your best to find a way to pay, because it will give you the edge in your competition, and it will 1,000,000,000% speed up the process of you achieving your dreams, because you're not guessing, will this work, because you've got an expert who will say, don't do this, do this. These are the techniques we need to work on. Let's work on this. So you're not wasting your time on techniques or exercises or to-do lists that are going to be useless. You're only going to be working on the stuff that's going to help you succeed. Now, look, if you're someone who's not got the money, okay, I'm not here to knock you. Again, so can you get your advice maybe from, on YouTube? Again, the only downside to YouTube, there's a lot of people who will say that they're successful, but if you peel back the onion, you realise they're not. They're just saying that to sell the dream or to sell their services later on. But if you're struggling and you've got no money, you might have to go to, obviously, like say YouTube, and get some help and advice. Again, you might be able to buy a book, or subscribe, to someone's free newsletter. A lot of these organizations, a lot of coaches and mentors have newsletters. Myself, I've got a newsletter, I've got a YouTube channel, and I've got literally thousands of hours now of goalkeeping advice. Okay. Goalkeeping advice on my YouTube channel. So if you're a goalkeeper who can't afford coaching, go to my YouTube channel, and literally just thousands of hours worth of free advice on there to help you achieve your dreams. So again, whatever sport you're in, or entrepreneur, if you're struggling for finances and you can't find a mentor or a coach to personally help you, the next best is to go onto YouTube, subscribe to people's newsletters, or if you've got a book, go and buy the book, go and buy the ebook. The ebooks are, only a few pounds now, a few dollars. The point is, whatever you're trying to do, remember, I've said this in another video, you don't have to do this alone, and don't let money be an excuse. Too many people, and don't need to be harsh here, because when I came out of football, I was broke, I was in debt, I was living in rented accommodation, I was 28 years of age with my wife and 2 children. I had no money, but I never made that as an excuse. I still found mentors. I still found ways to pay for my mentors and my coaches. These are entrepreneur, by the way, these are entrepreneur mentors, obviously, because when I come out of football, I started my own business, so I needed a different type of mentor, which was an entrepreneur mentor. And some of these were expensive, and I never had the money to pay, but I found a way to pay, because I understood that having a goalkeeping coach turbocharged my success and helped me become a professional goalkeeper. So I realized when I went to an entrepreneur, I realized I had to find an entrepreneur, just like a goalkeeping coach, that would give me the shortcut to success. So one of the best bits of advice I can give you, if you can find a coach or a mentor, even if you've got to pay, okay, whatever sport or business you're in, they will fast track you to success. I know sometimes it can be painful paying, but if you pay the right person, the results can be tenfold. Look, if I wouldn't have paid, or my mum and dad wouldn't have paid a goalkeeping coach when I was 17 years of age, the chances are I would never become a professional goalkeeper. God knows what I would have been doing, because I never had a plan B. Thank goodness my mum and dad paid for a goalkeeping coach for me, because I've gone on and literally lived my dreams. I've been around goalkeeping all my adult life. I can only pinch myself. The life that I've had, I've helped thousands of people, but that all started because I had a coach and mentor that helped me first. So I promise you, find a coach or a mentor, and they will turbocharge your success. In this video, I'll guarantee if you do what I'm about to tell you, again, you'll get ahead of your competition, because most of your competitors will not do this, especially if you're now in adulthood and you might be playing a sport for fun. You could be a semi-professional football player, semi-professional goalkeeper, whatever sport you're in, you could be semi-professional. I'll guarantee that most of your competitors will not do this. And what I'm talking about here is continued education. Now, when I come out of school, like most people, I thought, well, I've been in school and I don't have to do an exam ever again. I'm not talking about getting exams, by the way. But what happened is, once I was a professional football player, I never did my education. Stupidly, I got offered so many times by the Professional Football Association to pull us on courses and get qualifications. I was like, well, I've been to school. And then what I would do is I'd buy all the magazines, to find out what famous celebrity fell off the bandwagon this week. So I used to read all the crap, all the nonsense, all the negativity newspapers that held me back in life. It wasn't until I come out of football and I started my own business, I got into a network marketing business in my spare time, where they taught me the importance of continuing education. Now, when I come out of football, I was broke at 28. I was broke in debt, living in rented accommodation. And I joined a network marketing company alongside building my goalkeeping schools. And my mentors used to drum into me, where you'll be in the next 5 years, Ray, will depend on two things: the books you read and the people that you associate with. First of all, I was like, yeah, okay, whatever, I've been to school. But what happened then is when things weren't working out for me, and he kept saying, Ray, where you'll be in the next 5, because I wasn't reading the books. Where you'll be in the next 5 years will be determined the books you read and the people that you associate with. And then when it clicked and I realised, without sounding arrogant, within 5 years I was financially free. So I went from being 28, broken in debt. By the time I was 33, I was financially free through a property business that I built. And that's what allows me to do what a lot of the stuff that I do in Just for Keepers and J4K. But the point I'm trying to make here, guys, you've got to continue with your education. And so again, going back to your chosen sport, or if you're an entrepreneur, try and research as much as you can on your chosen sport. So even though that you could be performing in your chosen sport, you could be training 2-3 times a week, performing at the weekends. Try and read up as much as you can. Watch as many YouTube videos as you can. Again, only make sure that you're watching videos from people who've been there, done it. Don't get advice from theorists. You want advice from people who've been where you want to go. If they've wrote books, biographies, people that you look up to, buy their biographies, read their stories, see the pain that they went through. Because I'll guarantee most of the people, most of your idols never went from being average to an amazing player straight away. They would have went through so many hurdles that you'd be able to relate to. So continue with education in your chosen sport is so important. So again, I'll use goalkeeping as an example. Again, you related to your chosen sport or your business if you're an entrepreneur. So if you're a goalkeeper, I would recommend that you be watching, YouTube channels like, obviously what we've got, and learn from all our experience. Please remember, there's over 1,000 combined goalkeeping coaching years experience between myself and my fellow J4K coaches. So you're getting seconds to, you're getting amazing advice. So YouTube channels. I've wrote books. Get the books that I've wrote. You can download them all for free, or you can buy them off Amazon, or buy them from our website if you're like me and you like to have stuff in your hands. The point I'm trying to make is do more than the average. You heard me say this many times. If you want to be above average, do more than the average, and continue with your education. And doing more than your competitors will give you the edge. So like I say, as a goalkeeper, you could be training twice a week and playing at the weekends. Okay. While you're not doing that, you could be watching YouTube channels. You can be obviously, buying their, getting downloads, free downloads. You can be better than yourself mentally, guys. Okay. So can't stress enough. Okay. Whatever sport you do, try and be as knowledgeable as possible. Don't just opt for just doing the minimum training and playing and performing. Those spare times that you've got, like I say, those people that you respect, people that have been it and done it, and where you want to be, try and get as much information out of them as you can. Like I say, buy the books if they've got biographies, go onto their YouTube channels, continue with your education, and I guarantee you will leave your competition for dust. So in this video, I'm going to be sharing with you one of the biggest lessons that I learned. In fact, so much so that I wrote a book on it called Next Shot Matters. Now you can download that completely free of charge. For you like me, you like to have the book in your hands. You can actually order it from our website or from Amazon. But where I learned this amazing saying from Next Shot Matters was as a professional goalkeeper. So no matter what sport you do, please try to relate this to whatever sport you do, because it will change your life. Even if you're an entrepreneur, okay, because actually the book Next Shot Matters is actually all about how it helped me as a professional goalkeeper, but then how Next Shot Matters helped me when I went from being a goalkeeper to an entrepreneur. So this will really help entrepreneurs. So basically what Next Shot Matters was is, as a professional goalkeeper, when I used to train and the goalkeeping coaches used to shoot balls at myself. After 2 hours of training, you get tired, and obviously you drop balls, you make mistakes. So every goalkeeper coach had the same amazing saying. Every time you dropped the ball, made a mistake, they would shout, "Next shot matters." They said it so much so to me that the moment I dropped the ball in training, even before they were shouting "Next shot matters," I was already on my way up, ready to save that next shot. And basically what Next Shot Matters is all about, and now it's helped me so much so in my life, now it will help you. Next Shot Matters actually helps you as a goalkeeper, or any sport that you do. Whenever you make a mistake, you will immediately forget that mistake, because it's the next shot what matters. And that's what my goalkeeper coach was drumming into me. Whenever I made a mistake, he was like, "It's gone now, forget about it. It's the next shot that matters." And like I said, it got drummed into me so much so in training, I was up even before the coach would say next shot matters. And what I normally used to find as well, that extra bit of momentum, bit of focus, the next shot would always more or less be a save, because it's that focus. Then what I did, and I did this unintentionally to start off with before I realised what I was doing. When I lost my career through injury at 28 as a professional goalkeeper, and I started my life as an entrepreneur, what happened then is when I was making business mistakes, to myself, I wasn't saying next shot matters. I was saying next action matters. And for me, this is one of the biggest reasons why I've been successful as a goalkeeper and as an entrepreneur. Not that there's anything special about me, guys. I got no qualifications or anything like that whatsoever. The only level that I came out with in school was a spitter level. Seriously, guys, I got no qualifications. The only thing that I can say that's helped me become a success, whenever I've made a mistake, I just immediately forget about it, and I just focus on the next action. I make a mistake, forget about it, next action. Make a mistake, forget about it, next action. Make a mistake, forget about it, next action. Boom, I've had the win. And that's where next shot matters comes from. Again, what the goalkeeper coach is trying to drum into me. Every time I made a mistake, drop a ball. You've dropped it, you made a mistake. Why worry? It's gone, forget about it. It's the next shot that matters. Or in life, if you make a mistake, it's the next action that matters. It's one of the most simplest things that I've done. One of the most simplest things I'm teaching you. Again, if this is the only thing that you get out of this free course, that whenever you make a mistake, that you immediately forget about it, because it's the next shot or the next action matters. Doesn't matter what sport you're in. If you're playing tennis and you make a mistake, the next serve matters or the next shot matters. Doesn't matter what sport. If you're playing basketball and you miss that hoop, doesn't matter. It's the next shot that matters, guys. Yeah, it's so simple, but it's life-changing. And I promise you this, I really recommend you get the book. You can download it completely free of charge. You can purchase it from our website. It's only about like £6 or £7. You can read it. You can read it in one sitting. You can read it in about 45 minutes. I've done that deliberately by design, but it will change your life. It's changed my life. Just something simple as soon as I make a mistake, forgot about it. Doesn't matter, because I'm focusing on the next shot or the next action. It's changed my life, guys, big time. I don't dwell on my mistakes. I just keep moving forward until I eventually, boom, I've got that success. And then I just go again. Make a mistake, mistake, boom, success. Go again. Mistake, boom, success. Promise you, it'd be the best read that you've ever made, honestly. Just check out Next Shot Matters. You can download it for free. But if you put that into your life, if you make a mistake whenever you're participating in your sport, it's the next shot, the next action matters. Forget about your mistake, just move on. And you do that in business and life, promise you guys, you'll have so much success. If someone with no qualifications like myself can be successful just by following this simple rule, you can too. Remember, next shot matters. So guys, we've come to the end of the video in this module. So if you watched all the videos in this module, a massive congratulations, you are in the 5%, because I will guarantee, even though this is completely free of charge, even though so many goalkeepers say, "Hey Ray, I want to achieve my dream to become a professional goalkeeper," even though so many people in sports say, "Hey Ray, I want to be the best sports athlete in my sport," or again, when I mentor entrepreneurs, "Hey Ray, I want to be the best entrepreneur in my niche," I will guarantee 95% will not get this far. Most people say they want success, but when it comes down to it, they will not put the success in for themselves or their families, guys. So congratulations if you're watching it so far, especially if you're the parent of a goalkeeper or a parent of a child chasing their dream for sport, or you're an entrepreneur. Massive congratulations. Kudos. You are in the 5%. So what I want to briefly speak about now, because I'm going to do a full chapter on this. I'm talking about visualization. Visualization will be your superpower. Everything that I spoke about in the videos in this chapter, or every video, comes back to visualization. I'm not going into too much detail now because there's a full chapter on that. But visualization is basically like daydreaming on steroids. If you speak to any top professional athlete, any top entrepreneur, any top musician, any top actor or actress, I will guarantee that every single one of them will say, yeah, we visualize. You actually visualize your success before you have your success. And the amazing thing about it, it's one of the easiest things you can do when you know how, and I'll show you how to do that in the next chapter. So if you want to be a professional goalkeeper, for example, or whatever sport, or you want to be the best entrepreneur in your niche, you've actually got to physically go out. So for me, when I wanted to become a professional goalkeeper, I had to jump in the car, or my father would drive me. I'd have to get to the facility, change into my goalkeeping gear, doesn't matter the wind, the rain, sleet or snow. I'd be out there for an hour and 90 minutes, putting in the hard work, get back into the car, absolutely shattered, drive home, have a bath. Never had a shower when I was a kid. I used to have a bath, go to bed, absolutely shattered. It's hard work. Visualization is not like that. Visualization, you can visualize anywhere. In bed, going for a walk, sitting in the car, going for a picnic. You can visualize everywhere. So I'm not going to go into too much detail. There's a full chapter on it. I'm going to explain exactly how to visualize, where to visualize, how to visualize, what to visualize. Visualization is your superpower. Everything that I speak about in this video course, all will come back to visualization. All your success in your life, everything will come down to visualization. And the great news is, it's super easy to do, and I'm going to show you how to do it. This will change your life, so please do not miss out on visualization. See you in the next module. Are you a goalkeeper who's looking to achieve your goalkeeping dreams, whether that's become a professional goalkeeper, semi-professional goalkeeper, maybe gain a college scholarship in the United States? If you answered yes, you probably realise for you to have any chance of you achieving your dreams, you have to become bulletproof as a goalkeeper. You must develop a strong mindset, just like a professional goalkeeper. Look, it's a non-negotiable. You have to train your mind just as hard as how you train in between the sticks on the field. And the great news is we have you covered. This is a completely free course for goalkeepers. It's called Mind Over Goal, and it's to help you develop a bulletproof mindset. And the beauty about this free course as well is that you get to download our book, Mind Over Goal, completely free of charge. And also as well, very importantly, or just as important, you also get to you'll be able to, for free, download our 12-week work, our daily Elite Goalkeeper Journal, where literally this will keep you on track every single day. Now, the Elite Daily Journal works hand in hand with this course, so please watch this course because it will show you the success rates that you need, obviously, when you're completing the journal. I would guarantee that if you watch this short course and you complete your daily journal, you'll be ahead of 99% of your competition. And sadly, the reason being is 99% of goalkeepers don't get taught this vital skill, because with the greatest respect, most goalkeeping coaches have no idea how to teach mindset. And ask this question yourself. Just to think about this. If your goalkeeping coach is not taking you to one side away from the field to develop your mindset, they are missing a huge, massive piece of the jigsaw in terms of your development and for you to be achieving your dreams and goals. So if you're not getting that type of mindset coaching and you want to achieve your dreams, you have to watch this free course and download all the books. And it's all completely free of charge. You've got absolutely no excuse. Okay, so let's dive into this module 4. This is all about visualization and how visualization is your superpower. See you in the inside. Hi guys, in this chapter, in this video, I'm going to be talking about why is visualization your superpower and actually what is visualization. Now, to to keep it really basic, basically visualization is daydreaming, but daydreaming with steroids, but daydreaming with clarity and vision and focus. Now, most people daydream throughout the day. You probably do. I daydream, but what most people daydream about is it can be a bit of this, it can be a bit of this, but a bit of that. Sorry, but also their visualizations are. For example, my dream is to become a professional goalkeeper. Most people who want to be professional goalkeeper, their visualizations will be more like they'll be daydreaming, thinking, "Oh, I hope I become a professional goalkeeper. I wish I become a professional goalkeeper." Where my visualization was, is I am going to be a professional goalkeeper. My visualization was with purpose, was with clarity, with focus, exactly what I wanted. So no matter what your sport is, guys, okay, or your business, no matter what you want to achieve in life, visualization is your superpower. Most people don't understand visualization. If you say to most people in the street, do you visualize? They'll be like, "What going on about?" If you explain to them, "Hey, do you daydream?" "Yeah, of course I do. I daydream all the time." There's a massive difference between daydreaming and visualization, but this is the easiest way I can describe this to yourself, guys. Okay, like I said, visualization is daydreaming on steroids, but with a purpose. So when I used to visualize that I wanted to become a professional goalkeeper, not that I wish to become a professional goalkeeper, that I hope to become a professional goalkeeper. And that was my tunnel vision, but also I obviously put action to that as well, which I'll explain as we go through this module. But to give an example, I actually started visualizing when I was about 15 years of age, maybe 16 years of age. I remember going downstairs early in the mornings while all my family was still asleep, and I'd get into the hallway, I'd sit there, cross my legs, and I'd just literally close my eyes, and I would visualize me being the best goalkeeper in my league, in my city, in my town, etc. Now, at the time, I did not realize I was visualizing. I just had no idea what visualization was. In fact, it wasn't until my early 30s that I realized what visualization was. Literally, I was a professional goalkeeper for 10 years and I didn't really understand visualization. It wasn't until my career come to an end and I started just for keepers J4K up in the goalkeeping schools, and I realized that for me to help my students achieve their dreams and become professional, that I had to help them become bulletproof with their mindset. I knew I had to give them the edge with their mindset and confidence, but I didn't know how. I knew it was important, but I didn't understand how to teach, if that makes sense. So that's when I started reading books on the subject about mindset. And that's when I realized, oh my goodness me, I've been visualizing all my life. But I didn't realize it until obviously I got educated on the subject. And again, a lot of people, like I say, when they visualize with no clarity, they don't realize that they're visualizing. To them, it's a wish, it's a dream, etc. So what I'm going to be teaching you in this module is that you can visualize. I promise you, anything you want in your life, you can visualize that into reality. And also as well with visualization, before you do anything in life, you can actually visualize it into reality. Now, let me give you this in one of the best examples that I actually, and this sort of what got me into understanding about visualization. I remember listening to an audio program, and the golfer was a very famous golfer. This is like 20 years ago, maybe a bit longer. And I always get mixed up with him. Is either Jack Nicholson or Jack Nicholls. One's a famous actor, one's a famous golfer. So I think it was Jack Nicholson, who was a very famous golfer, and he was asked the question, what's the best game of golf that you've ever played? And without even thinking, he came back and said, every game that I play in my mind on the airplane going to the next tournament. And I was like, what's he going on about there? Completely went over my head. I had to listen to it for about 8 or 9 times before the penny dropped. So let me explain if that went over your head as well. So don't worry if it did, because it went over my head. So what Jack was explaining, the best game of golf that he plays was in his mind, traveling to the next tournament. Basically, he was visualizing. Then he broke it down. He visualized basically teeing off and hitting the best shot right down the fairway. He then visualizing birdies and parties, whatever it is. I'm not into golf, by the way, guys, but he literally on an airplane closed his eyes and went through, and he knew the course he was playing, and he went through the perfect game in his mind, every single shot, going into the bunkers, getting out of the bunker, and he broke it down. He basically played 18 rounds of golf in his head and won the Open Championship, whatever golf tournament would have been. So he played his perfect game before he even played. He played his perfect game in his mind, before he played his perfect game physically, if that makes sense. So he was visualizing, daydreaming with clarity, with focus. And that's what I was doing as a professional goalkeeper. So whatever your dream is, whatever sport you want to do, you can actually visualize your perfect performance even before you perform. It might sound mumbo jumbo, okay, and this is why some people don't do this, because when they realize what visualization is, they go nonsense, and then they don't do it. It'll be the biggest mistake of your life if you don't learn the art of visualization, and it's super easy. And I'm going to teach you how to do it within this chapter, within this module. And again, please do yourself a favor. If you ever get to speak to your idol or anyone that's playing at the level that you want to play, or being, or even, as I say, the entrepreneur that you want to be in business, etc., no matter what you want to achieve in life, go find people that have been there and done it and ask them the question, do you visualize? I will guarantee that 99.9% of them will go, we visualize every day. So here's the question to you, okay? If the majority of successful people visualize, and that's in any sport, any industry, any business, if the majority of people visualize, should you visualize? Visualization will be your superpower. See you in the next video. So in this video, I'm going to be teaching you how to visualize. Now, I've already mentioned that visualization is your superpower. Please trust me on this. The majority of people that you look up to will visualize. Now, I visualize about 3 different ways each day now. One of them's deliberately. So what I do of the morning time is, the first thing that I do when I get up is I will do my gratitude, my what I'm grateful for in life. Again, I've mentioned this in previous videos. So my morning routine starts. The first thing is what I'm grateful for each day. Then I'll say my affirmations. This is while I'm still in bed for the most part. Then I'll say my affirmations. Obviously, and normally my affirmations are the goals that I'm working on to accomplish that week. And then I'll go downstairs, I'll put the kettle on, and then the next thing that I'll do is I'll wash my face 5 times with ice cold water. It was something that my mother told me, that her mother told her, and says, well, if you wash your face, it gets you off to a day, you feel nice and fresh. And to be fair, it works for me. It's something that I do on a daily basis. And then what I'll do then is I'll go and sit down. I do this while everyone is upstairs asleep. Now, I did this as a child, and I mentioned this in the previous video. So I used to go downstairs when my mother and father and brother and sister were asleep upstairs. Now I do this when my wife and daughter is asleep upstairs. I do this before the day begins, pretty early on, sometimes like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning. And then what I'll do then is I'll literally set my alarm clock for 10 minutes, and I'll get into a proper Buddha position, cross my legs, fingers there. Then all I do when I visualize is literally I'll breathe in for 7 seconds. I'll hold my breath for 7 seconds, and I'll breathe out for 7 seconds. But this is like, again, I mentioned this in the previous video, this is not a breathing exercise, okay? I'm actually now meditating. So when I'm breathing in, holding my breath, and breathing out, I'm visualizing my perfect outcome. Now, normally I've got no music on, but it depends. Sometimes if my mind is racing, when I'm trying to visualize, little silly things pop into my head. So what I'll do, and that'll probably happen to yourself, don't worry about that, it's natural. But what I tend to do when I know that my mind's working overtime, sometimes I'll go to YouTube and I'll find some meditation music, meditation music on YouTube. I'll press play. And then what happens then is, listen to that music, tends to stop all those silly thoughts popping into your head. But play about with it, do it without music, with music, and whatever's best for you. Obviously, just go with whatever's best for you. So I've set the alarm clock for 10 minutes. Then what I start doing then is immediately visualizing what I want to achieve. Now, going back as a child, again, I'll use being a professional goalkeeper as an example. So whatever sport or business, it doesn't matter in life, what you can visualize anything into fruition, which I'll explain about that in another video. But as a child, again, when I was downstairs, sitting in the hallway when everyone else was upstairs asleep, I'd visualize if I was playing, so let's say I was 17, for example, 17 years of age, and I was playing at my local football fields on a Saturday afternoon. I'd visualize, literally from the referee's first whistle, that perfect game. Going back to the previous video, that Jeff Nicholson, the famous golfer, where he said the best game of golf that he played was on the airplane going to the next tournament. So he was actually playing his perfect game of golf in his mind before he played the perfect game of golf physically. I didn't realize this, but that's what I was doing as a child. I was basically visualizing the perfect game before I physically participated in that perfect game, if that makes sense. Sounds mumbo jumbo, guys, but I assure you, just please trust me on this. It works big time. So I was visualizing the referee blowing the whistle, and then me being the hero. Every goal kick was perfect. Every shot that come in, I was making top corner saves, bottom corner saves. Every shot that came in, I was holding everything. And then I went, well, basically I'd go through the full game, not 90 minutes, because I've only set the alarm for 10 minutes. I'd go through the game in about 4 to 5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes. Basically me playing my perfect game, having fantastic saves, but being fantastic distribution. And visualize at the end of, seriously, I would visualize at the end of the game, all my teammates coming up to me because we won 1-0, and I was the hero because I saved the penalty in the last minute. All the supporters will come and congratulate me. And I've more often, I just remember, visualizing, feeling 1,000 foot tall. So I'd literally do that more or less every day leading up to the weekend before the play. And then once I visualized playing from a team, I would then visualize playing for Liverpool Football Club. So for you guys that don't know, I'm originally from Liverpool in England, and these two teams in the Premier League teams in England, in Liverpool, sorry, one's Liverpool Football Club, one's Everton Football Club. So I used to visualize them. So after I finished visualizing playing the perfect game, I would then visualize our Liverpool scouts coming to me saying, "Ray, you're the best goalkeeper in the city. We want you to come for trial for Liverpool Football Club." Then I visualised going on trial for Liverpool Football Club, training with all my idols, making fantastic saves in training. Then my idols come up to me saying, "Wow, for 17, you're an amazing goalkeeper." And then what happened then, I'd visualise signing a contract for Liverpool and then playing in front of the Kop, in front of thousands of screaming Liverpool supporters. Now, that dream never come true, but I ended up playing for Everton, the other team in Liverpool. Obviously, the team that the enemy, so to speak. But I had 2 amazing years at Everton Football Club, so sometimes your visualizations, even though I achieved my dream, my vision come true, I signed for a football club in Liverpool, but it gave me a bit of a swerve ball. So visualize, that's the first way how I visualize, guys. Second way that I visualize, so now as an adult, if I'm driving somewhere, for example, sometimes I might get the bus or the train or the airplane, whatever I'm working on, whether it's business or if I'm going to be doing my coaching, if I'm coaching, sometimes I'll run an event where we're coaching over 100 goalkeeping students. Again, while I'm traveling in my car. Now, this obviously, the first visualization when I'm at home and I set my alarm clock, obviously I'm closing my eyes and I'm breathing. Obviously, I don't do that while I'm driving, guys. Okay, yeah. So while I'm driving, I'll still visualize in my head. I never have the radio on, never have any music on, guys, because that's my time to visualize everything I want to achieve. Again, I really recommend, especially if you're an adult, turn that music off. Don't listen to the radio. It's full of adverts. That's your time to visualize. Again, just visualize your perfect outcomes, obviously your dreams, your goals, etc. Or sometimes if I'm on an airplane or a train, again, I'll close my eyes. Again, I won't be reading any newspapers. I won't be going through social media. So, okay, sometimes I'll do some work on my laptop, but then I'll always close my laptop, I'll close my eyes, and I'll breathe in for 7 seconds and breathe out for 7 seconds. And I might just do that for a few minutes, then get back to work, do some work, then again, close my eyes. So I'm visualizing all the time, so this is not interrupting my day, because if I'm driving, rather than listening to crap on the radio, I might as well visualize. If I'm traveling on a train or an airplane, again, rather than going through social media and turning my mind to mush, I might as well visualize my success. And the third way that I do it, I don't do this one all the time, because only when the weather's nice or when I'm at home, I'll take my dog for a walk, for like the 20-minute walk. And again, as I'm walking, I walk around with the dog, and again, I'm visualizing. I see other dog walkers. So where I live, there's loads of countryside, and there's like dog walkers everywhere. And they're walking, they've got the lead there, and they're scrolling on the phone. And when they don't even notice you when they walk past you, say morning or afternoon, evening, and they're just scrolling. Like, none of that crap, guys. Okay, I use that time to visualize. So I'll be walking around. Okay, obviously I won't close my eyes, because obviously in case I turn my ankle over, I've got glass dodgy ankles, but I'll be walking around, and my eyes will be open, and I'll literally again be visualizing my perfect outcome, whatever I'm working on this week, or next week. I'll be visualizing, in my mind before I physically do anything. So that's how to visualize. Okay, that's how to visualize. So whatever sport that you want to obviously, whatever sport that you're in, or whatever, obviously I'll give you my examples as a professional goalkeeper. So whatever sport that you want to achieve your dreams in, or like I say, this will work in business, in life, as I say, just transfer what I've explained in this video into your personal dreams and goals, if that makes sense. But please remember visualization. Okay, you're visualizing the perfect outcome in your mind before you physically do it. Okay, again, I'm going to keep stressing this. I don't like my sound mumbo jumbo, but again, if you get an opportunity, please speak to your idols, the people that you look up to. I'll guarantee that they are visualizing, guys. And if they're visualizing, should you? In this quick video, I'm going to be talking about where to visualize. Now, I've already touched on it slightly in the previous video, but the question is, the answer is you can visualize it basically anywhere. So again, a lot of people have got the misconception to visualize that you've got to be, got to find a quiet part of the room, your part of the house. You've got to sit in the Buddha position and visualize for an hour. No, you don't. Okay. Like I say, you can basically do this anywhere. Now, at the moment, I live in between the UK and Florida. Now, when I'm in Florida, I'll visualize outside. Normally 5 o'clock in the morning. I'll visualize outside in the back garden. We've got a swimming pool. It's like a bit of a waterfall goes into the swimming pool. So I'll sit next to there and I'll listen to the water, and that stops any silly thoughts popping into my head. So obviously, I'll visualize outside because it's nice and warm. Obviously, when I'm in the UK, I don't go outside because I'll freeze to death, especially for morning time. But in the summertime, I would do it. So literally, like I say, it depends on where you are, where you live. You can literally visualize anywhere. So what you just got to basically do is find the hot spot, the sweet spot for yourself. Try different parts, try your bedroom, try downstairs. If you've got a home office, try your home office. You might have an outbuilding, try your outbuilding. I say if you're fortunate enough to live somewhere where the weather's nice, visualize outside. Because for me, there's nothing greater. I'd rather visualize outside than anywhere else, to be honest with you. Because when you're visualizing and you can hear nature, it's absolutely amazing, to be honest with you. I absolutely love it. That's why when I'm in the UK and I take the dog for a walk in the countryside, I love visualizing then, because you can hear all the nature around you. It's fantastic. So the key is that, you don't have to be in a set place. And this is what puts a lot of people off, thinking, you know what, I'd love to meditate, but I can't be bothered sitting there for an hour or 3 hours meditating in the room, keeping still. You don't have to do that. Seriously, guys, okay? Literally, like I say, I deliberately visualize for 10 minutes. So I set my alarm clock. I started off with 5 minutes, then I went to 6 minutes, then 7, then I go to 10 minutes. I don't go any further than that. Okay, because for me, I'm not like a lot of people visualize and meditate because to get that calmness. For me, I don't believe I need to do that. Most of us don't need to do that, guys. Okay, yeah. So literally, all I literally do, like I say, to visualize is I'll pick one day, and it's early in the morning time where I'll set my alarm clock for 10 minutes, and I'm physically in one spot, and I say I'll meditate and visualize at the same time. But then throughout the day, as I say, it doesn't matter where I am. I could be, in the car, on the train, on an airplane. I could be walking. Sometimes I go for a jog. 3 times a week, I'll go to the gym. So I'm on the bike, I'm on the treadmill. I'll put music on. But again, I'm visualizing. I am visualizing all the time. Seriously, guys, sometimes I might only visualize for 30 seconds, but I'm always visualizing that perfect outcome, what I want to achieve for that day, for that week, for that month. Okay, visualization is so important. Now you might be thinking, come on, Ray, you're being a bit over the top here. I'm not. I want to achieve my dreams. Okay, I've got a family to care about, and obviously to support. Obviously, these thousands of goalkeepers with Just for Keepers J4K that rely on Just for Keepers. So for me, I'm always on the go. Without sounding selfish, everything I do, I enjoy helping other people. So for me, there's a lot of people relying on me. So that's why I'm always working. And it's not, to be honest with you, it's not as if it's work. It's something. Goalkeeping is my passion. I've not got a job. Okay, I absolutely love what I do. So that's why I'm visualizing it all the time, guys. Because for me, I'd rather be visualizing good things that are happening for me in my life, for family, that Just to Keep students, obviously, members of the J4K. I'd rather be visualizing and helping others rather than being like most people, wasting all the day just on that just stupid social media, just turning my mind to mush. So the answer is you can actually visualize anywhere. You just got to find your sweet spot. But the key is honestly visualize. I assure you, I'll keep coming back to visualization. It's your superpower. If you visualize your outcomes, obviously your dreams, what you want to achieve in life, the chances of them coming to fruition will go through the roof. Seriously, guys, just ask yourself this question: if you want to achieve your dreams, what greater chance have you got if you never think about your dreams and visualizing them coming to reality, or it's on your mind all the time? Like, it's just like, I want to be a professional goalkeeper. The answer is obvious. Okay, visualization is your superpower. Don't think you've got to be sitting in one spot for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours to visualize. You can literally take 5 minutes a day, 10 minutes a day, and then the rest of the day just visualize as you're going through your daily life. Again, rather than reading crap in the newspapers or going through social media, visualize your dreams come to reality. Promise you, if you meet me one day, if you get to meet me, sorry, you'll thank me. So in this quick video, we're going to be teaching you what to visualize. Now, I've already touched on it in the previous videos, but what you want to achieve in life, that's what you visualize. Now, again, obviously, I want to become a professional goalkeeper. So I visualize becoming a professional goalkeeper, but the truth is you can visualize anything you want. It doesn't have to be sport. It can be business. It can be life. It could be spiritual. Whatever you want to achieve, you can visualize. You hear people talk about that they visualized finding their perfect partner in life, and they swore the only reason why they found their perfect partner is because they visualized their dreams into reality. So no matter what you want to achieve in life, you can visualize that into reality. And I've done this multiple times. So don't think visualization is just to achieve that big thing in life, i.e. to become a professional goalkeeper or to be the best person in your sport or the best entrepreneur in your niche. Yeah, it helps big time, but visualization can also be like little small things as well. For example, if you just wanted, we wanted to have a pet, always wanted to have a dog, we wanted to have a Pattendale Terrier. So myself and my family, maybe we talked, and between us, we had like a group visualization. So we didn't realize that, but we're talking about what type of Pattendale Terrier that we want. And between myself, my wife, and my daughter, we put into vision the perfect pet that we wanted. And then we got the perfect pet. She's called Penny. She's a pain in the backside, to be honest with you. We love her to bits. All we do is laugh every single day with her. But that sounds crazy, but we sort of visualized getting the perfect Pattendale Terrier before we got Penny. So literally, you use visualization for literally, use visualization for basically anything you want in life. So don't think visualization is just for those crazy goals. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it'll give you the edge. But you can visualize anything and everything in life, whether it's your business life, your personal life, your spiritual life, your family life. Whatever you want to come good in your life, you can visualize it. So going back to the previous videos where when I'm visualizing of a morning time, or when I'm visualizing in the car or in an airplane or on a train, or when I'm on the treadmill or on the bike or taking the dog for a walk, it's not always necessarily being a professional goalkeeper. It could be making sure that, hey, I want to visualize a holiday for my family. I want a nice holiday for my wife and my daughter. I'll visualize that. I know it sounds crazy, guys. I don't do things on a whim. I'll put it in my mind. I'll be right. I want a nice holiday. I want it to might be nice and quiet. I don't want it to be where it's rowdy and everyone's getting drunk. Right, okay. Then I'll do a bit of research. Okay. Well, these places look good. Then okay, well, that's the country that I want to go to. Okay. And then I'll visualize that into reality. So again, this is only a quick video, guys. Literally, you can visualize anything. So when people say, "Hey, baby, well, what do I visualize?" Anything and everything. Yeah. Visualize your big goals into reality, but you can visualize anything, even the smallest goals, into reality. Seriously, all the successes that I've had, I'm not too sure if they. So when I wrote books like this, Next Shot Matters, before I even wrote that book, I visualized writing that book probably 2 years before I actually started writing. I've got more books that I think I've wrote 9 or 10 books now. So literally, you can achieve anything you want in life, seriously, guys, and visualization will be the start. Okay, that's where it all starts. That's your foundation. is your visualizations. Remember what Jack Nicholson said on the airplane? That the best game of golf that he played was in his mind before he physically played golf. You know, that's who you want. That's what you need to do. Whatever you want to achieve first, become a success first, or see it happen first in your mind. Visualize it, go through it all, visualize, daydream on steroids. And then when you put things into action, it's a lot easier because you've already prepared in your mind. And that's what visualization is really, guys. It's just preparing you for when you go into action, whether that action is playing in goal, martial arts, boxing, playing tennis, going into a business meeting, trying to go meet your partner for the first time. If you practice it first in your mind, that's what visualization is. You practice it first in your mind. You go through each scenario, what can go well, what can go wrong. When you go live and physically do it, it's so much easier because you've already done it in your mind's eye. Okay, so what do you visualize? Anything you want. In this quick video, I'm going to be talking about when to visualize. Now, I've already touched on this in other videos, but I just want to sort of really focus down on this video when to visualize. Now, obviously, as I've already explained, I always, and I think you should definitely do this as well. I think one of the most important times to visualize is first thing of the morning before the whole world wakes up. And look, it means getting up early. Please do it. It will change your life. I can't explain it, but every person that I speak to who get up early, so I'm talking like 5:30 in the morning, sometimes 5 o'clock in the morning, I'll go downstairs and I will deliberately set my alarm clock for 10 minutes, like I've already mentioned to yourself, and that's when I deliberately visualize. I'll get up early and I want to get downstairs, not just before my family wake up, but before the whole world wakes up. And guys, I can't explain this, but I know that every person that does the same will go, Ray, I know what you're saying. We can't explain it. You just feel this, just this power. You feel one with where you feel the energy of the world. It sounds crazy, especially when I'm outside, especially like when I'm in Florida and I'm meditating outside. First thing in the morning time, you can hear all the nature. Or when I'm in the UK in the summer, especially when I go camping and I'll go into the woodlands and I'll meditate in the woodland, like in the woodlands. I'll go to visualize in the woodlands and you hear all the nature. I think when the world is still, you sort of connect with the world. You get this energy which I can't explain. I promise you, if you do it, you'll go, Ray, I know what you mean. You can't explain it, but it's just absolutely the best feeling in the world. When I meditate throughout the day, I don't get that same feeling because I think the world, it's noisy, everyone's going crazy. You got the madness of the world, you got everything. You got, your mind's trying to process 1,000 things going on at one time, but when the world's quiet, you get to tap into this energy. It's absolutely amazing. I can't explain how good it is. So basically, yeah, when to visualize, I think it's vitally important. If you're going to visualize, that's the one you should be focusing on. Get downstairs or whatever it is outside before the whole world wakes up. Set your alarm clock for 10 minutes and do the exercises that I've already mentioned in the course, in this video course, sorry. Because I think that's the best time to meditate, especially if you can go outside and actually sit on the natural earth. You just feel the energy of the world, and you actually feel connected to the world. But like I say, once the world wakes up, you lose that connection. So that's why I think it's beyond important. Try and set it at a time every morning and just set your alarm clock for 10 minutes and do what I've said in the previous video. I promise you'll come back to me once you've done it for a few weeks. You go, Ray, I know what you mean. It is magical. It just gives you this energy. So that's one way. I'd say it's non-negotiable. Try and do that. It's so important. And then when you visualize, can be any time throughout the day. Like I say, on the bus, on the train, going for a jog, on the treadmill, on the bike, at your lunchtime. If you take the dog for a walk, we're taking the dog for a walk. Visualize. You can visualize anywhere and everywhere, guys. And it's just like 30-second visualization while you're walking or on a treadmill, etc. But that's for me. That's how to visualize. That's when to visualize. Please, again, do the morning visualizations. It will change your life. Hi guys, so we're coming to the end of this module now. So hopefully you start to understand what visualization is. If you've not got onto it yet, don't worry about it, okay? Yeah, I'm here to tell you. Visualization is just preparing, it's preparation. So imagine if you're, I'll use goalkeeping as an example. Actually, no, I won't use goalkeeping. I'll use, I'm a UFC fan, mixed martial arts. Now, I've tried to do martial arts a few times, but I always, seriously, I always end up breaking a bone. So now I think, you know what, I'll just watch it from the TV. But for me, I think, UFC fighters are just like physical specimens of, obviously, like the bodies, just the bodies are amazing the way to train. But for me, what fascinates me with UFC fighters is just how their mindset is beyond bulletproof. Because you've got to remember this, guys. As a UFC fighter, if you're coming against someone who could potentially kill you, okay, yeah, they can snap your arm with an armbar, submit you, obviously with a rear naked choke, etc. Imagine how mentally strong you have to be a UFC fighter. These guys are just absolute specimens, to be honest with you. I'm just fascinated the way some of them talk. To be honest with you, I don't like the trash talk. I'm not into that. But I actually love it when you get the UFC fighters, really, really nice guys. Who's the current world heavyweight champion? Tom Aspinall. I'm also a massive Paddy Pimblett from Liverpool. But but going back to Tom Aspinall, what a lovely guy he is. But oh my goodness me, his mindset, wow, just unbelievable. But imagine like Tom Aspinall going to fight, another heavyweight, and just not doing any preparation, just going into that octagon without any preparation, guys. As good as he is, okay, yeah, it's not going to end well for him. But obviously, what like Tom does, he studies his opponents. Are they right-handed, or left paw, right paw? Sorry, I've probably made it out. Are they southpaw? Sorry. Do they kick with the lead foot? Do they prefer submissions? Do they prefer grappling? So what Tom will be doing there is he'll be analysing what his opponent's going to be doing. Obviously, what's he going to be throwing, over on right. And then not only will Tom be visualising what they'll be coming his way, he's then going to be visualising basically blocking those shots and then counteracting, etc. So like a game of chess. So what Tom will be doing is basically, with his preparation, it's visualization. And I'll guarantee as well, if you speak to Tom or any top athlete, whatever sport you want, or any business owner, they're visualizing that's a form of visualization. They're visualizing what obviously their opponents are going to throw and how they're going to counteract, etc. And what happens then, they're preparing for every scenario. So like it's like a game of chess. So if if one of Tom's opponents throws a left hook, for example, Tom already knows he's prepared because he's visualized. Then he's put that into action, into training, but he's visualized that happening first. So he's prepared for it. I know it sounds crazy, guys, okay? Yeah, if you visualize something enough, you can see things happening before they're happening. So again, imagine Tom, going into a ring with a killer and going, you know what, see what happens. Not going to end well, okay, yeah, but actually not knowing Tom, it still probably knock somebody out. But as I say, if you ever get to speak to Tom or any high-performing athlete, they break down everything, they visualize everything. So as it's coming, they've already visualized it, they prepare. So that's all visualization and its preparation. And I'll go back to examples when I play professional, where there's been many, many, many times that I've visualized something. For example, I remember like visualizing at the time I was struggling coming for crosses, and when I played, all I used to do was just knock the ball into the box. So I remember for a week before a game, all I visualized was like the winger coming down, crossing the ball into the box, me coming out to more or less on the 18-yard box, shouting keepers at the last. Shouting keepers as loud as I could, and coming for an absolute clean catch, then getting the ball, throwing it out to our left winger, and then we went and scored. I remember that happening in a game situation, guys, okay, where literally the exact same vision that I had, that I visualized every single day leading up to a game, where the winger comes down, it would have been my left-hand side, crossed the ball, he actually went around my left back like I visualized, took a big touch, crossed the ball in, towards the edge of the 18-yard box, exactly like in my vision. I then remember coming out, shouting keepers as loud as I can, and catching that ball exactly like I did when I was visualizing, then throwing the ball out and scoring. And I remember when that happened, more or less exactly how it happened, guys, okay, in my visions. I've just got the same shiver now. I got this shiver down going, that was weird. You know, it was just such a weird feeling that something that I visualized in my mind actually happened for reality in front of thousands of supporters. And that happened time and time again, by the way. So what happens when you visualize, you're preparing for what's going to be happening, what scenario, doesn't matter what sport, what business you're in. If you prepare, okay, you visualize as many scenarios as you can happening. When that happens in a game situation or a business situation or any situation, you one step ahead of your opponents, you one step ahead of your competition because you've already visualized it in your mind's eye. I promise you it works. So imagine two people, okay, yeah, two sports people. One literally just goes, yeah, you know, whatever happens, okay. Well, the other one will go, no, I will visualize. And imagine like they're the same sort of techniques, same ability levels. One basically just says, oh, yeah, I'll just turn up, see what happens. The other one's like, no, I am going to visualize every scenario. So when the game comes, or when I'm playing a tennis match, for example, I've visualized every scenario so I can react. Who's going to win? I would guarantee 99% of the time it's the guy that visualizes. Okay, you always might get this guy that will win. Bit of luck again, going back to UFC. It could be like just, you know, throw that 1 in a million jab and obviously knock somebody out, etc. But for the most part, the person that prepares, the person that visualizes every scenario, they're going to win all the time. Okay, so I hope that makes sense, guys. If you don't understand what I've said, rewind this video because this is super important. Because visualization is just preparing you for every scenario for when you compete. So literally you see it a split second before everyone else. I can't even explain the edge that will give you in your career, guys, okay? So rewind this again, listen to it again. Remember, visualization is just preparing for when you're ready to perform. So we've come to the last video in this module, guys. So by now, hopefully you should realize that visualization is your superpower. For me, everybody should learn visualization. Schools, for me, schools should learn children how to visualize. It's that important because if children learn to visualize as a child and that gets into a habit, as they go into adulthood, oh my goodness, they would have less people on the dole, more people achieving their dreams. Because for me, visualization is not one, is the key to success. Because anything and everything that you want to achieve in your life starts off in your mind's eye, starts off in your mindset. So for me, visualization is your superpower. So please, if you've got to watch this module again on how to visualize, where to visualize, what to visualize, watch it 2 or 3 times, because I promise you, I don't care what sport you're in, what business or niche you're in, you will outperform your competitors, your opponents, if you learn the art of visualization. And remember, because you're preparing in your mind every scenario before you actually take, obviously before you physically do that action. Now, even though that I've just given you that raw, this will not work for you if you don't do one thing. Guess what it is, yeah? You have to take action. You have to physically train as well. Again, I'll use goalkeeping as an example. So obviously it doesn't matter if you're in sport, business, etc. Now, again, going back to these so-called influencers online, you know, what they'll do is they'll, like I say, they'll basically say to people, hey, you know, just stand in the mirror, say you're going to be a success, say you're going to be a success, I'm going to be a success, and magic happens and you'll be a success one day. Even though that I do believe in affirmations, but what they're actually telling you is wrong. They're missing out on the most important ingredient, and that is you've got to physically put in the training. Again, I'll use myself as a professional goalkeeper as a kid, when I was like 16, 17, years of age, and I was visualizing, you know, being the best goalkeeper in my city, visualizing Liverpool Football Club, you know, offer me a contract. If I just would have visualized and done nothing else, would I have become professional goalkeeper? No chance. Only reason why I became professional goalkeeper is, yeah, I was visualizing, but every single day I was working on the field. I was keeping myself fit. I was going to the gym and obviously trying to get as strong as I can. I was jogging, obviously, to keep myself fit. I was literally training every single day as a goalkeeper. I had a goalkeeping coach that was training me once or twice a week. When I wasn't training with the goalkeeping coach, I was training with my team. When I wasn't training with my team, I was on the field playing with my local, from the friends from my housing estate. Also as well, there was another goalkeeper who was about 2 years older than me at the time. Oh my goodness me, I can't believe I forgot his name. I do apologise. When he sees this video, he's going to tell me off. My mind's gone blank here. Let me just pause the video, if I can't pause the video. So you know who you are anyway. I'll come to me in a second. Anyway, he literally lived 100 yards away. He was about 2 or 3 years older than me, and he'd actually had success. He was playing for Liverpool schoolboys. So what used to happen is at least once, sometimes twice a week, we used to get just one ball between us. There was no cones and nothing like that. And all we used to do is literally goalkeeping practice for literally an hour, 2 hours. So I was always training. I'm trying to think of his name here. Oh, I do apologise. You're gonna strangle me because we still keep in contact on Facebook. So literally, I was training every single day. So not only was I visualising my success, I was physically putting the action in, obviously to become a better goalkeeper. So if anyone says to you, "Hey, yeah, just visualise. Don't worry about putting the physical action in on the training field or in the gym," walk away from that type of person because they're giving you the wrong advice. Yeah, visualization is your superpower, but it's worthless unless you literally, whatever sport you want to achieve or whatever business you want to achieve, you have to be physically training to become a better goalkeeper, better boxer, better tennis player, better martial artist, etc. You've got to be putting that time on the field, in the gym. You know, if you're a businessman or a businesswoman, you've got to be getting educated, maybe by taking online courses. So visualization will only work if you put the action in, guys, okay? But remember, visualization is your superpower. If you also act on that superpower as well and physically train, I guarantee, within a few short months of you, within the first month, you'll feel a difference. Within 3 months, you think, okay, wow, I'm starting to edge away from my competitors. Within 6 months, you'll see a difference. Within 12 months, everybody else will see a difference. I will guarantee it, because 95%, probably more, of your competition are not visualizing, they're just turning up and reacting. You're visualizing, you're preparing for what you're about to whatever you're going to perform in your sport or business. I will guarantee within 12 months, not only will you feel a difference, but everyone else will see the difference. And that's when opportunities will start coming your way. Remember, visualization is your superpower, but make sure that you act and train physically as well. If you're a goalkeeper and you're looking to achieve your goalkeeping dreams, whether that's become a professional goalkeeper, semi-professional goalkeeper, maybe getting a college scholarship in the United States, you probably understand for you to have any chance of success, you have to develop a confident mindset. You have to become bulletproof as a goalkeeper, just like a professional goalkeeper. It's non-negotiable, guys, okay? You have to develop your mindset, otherwise the chances of having success is more or less zero. That's why we put together this completely free course, Mind Over Goal, to help goalkeepers, parents of goalkeepers and goalkeeping coaches develop a bulletproof mindset. Also, please make sure that if this is the first time you've seen our videos, please make sure that you go below and subscribe completely free of charge to our online goalkeeping academy, where there's over 4,000 members and growing every single day. But here, once you're in here, you get full access to this free course. Also, you get access to our book, Mind Over Goal, that will teach you how to become bulletproof as a goalkeeper. And also as well, you can get complete free access as well to our 12-week program, our daily Elite Goalkeeper Journal. The journal actually works hand in hand with this video course. And I will guarantee, if you watch this short free video course and you complete our daily journal for the next 12 weeks, you'll be on a different level to 99% of your competitors. The reason being is, sadly, 99% of goalkeepers unfortunately don't get taught the importance of developing their mindset. For the greatest respect, 99% of goalkeeping coaches don't teach their goalkeeping students how to develop a bulletproof mindset. And the reason being is they don't understand it themselves. Again, that might sound arrogant. You might be thinking, well, who are you to say that very quickly? My name's Ray Newland. I've been in goal since I was 8 years of age. I turned professional at 18. I was a professional goalkeeper for 10 years. I got injured in 1998. I then started Just for Keepers, J4K, which went on to become the leading and largest goalkeeping schools in the world. At our peak, in 37 countries across 6 continents. I'm very proud to say we've helped more goalkeepers achieve their dreams than any other goalkeeping organisation in history. And I say that with our proven results. And between myself and my fellow J4K coach, there's over 1,000 combined goalkeeping coaching years experience. So it's safe to say we know what we're talking about. So if your goalkeeping coach is not taking you to one side and developing your mindset, you have to, again, I don't need to be disrespectful, they are missing a massive piece of the jigsaw out of your development, because you should be working your mindset just as hard as how you train in between the sticks on the field. So if your goalkeeping coach is not giving you this training that you need, you really need to get involved. You really need, sorry, to watch this free course and download our free books, because I promise you, it will give you that massive piece of the jigsaw that your goalkeeping coach is not giving you. So I'm going to dive into this module now, module 5, and this is going to basically be showing you how to use your mindset while you're performing before the game. So obviously how to prepare before the game, then also as well how to use your mindset while you're performing as well. Super important module. If you've not seen the other modules before, if this is module 5, please go and watch module 4, 3, 2, and 1, because you need to watch it all in order. So let's dive in to module 5. In this video, I'm going to try and keep it very, very basic, okay? I'm going to be teaching you how to prepare for when you perform. So whether you're a goalkeeper and you're going to perform with your team, or maybe you're an individual, you're a tennis player, you're a boxer, you're a mixed martial artist, etc., and you're going to be facing an opponent, or maybe you're a business owner and you've got an important meeting coming on. I'm going to be teaching you now, very, very basic, how to perform before you perform, how to prepare before you perform. So I'm just going to imagine for now that every single one of you you're going to be performing every weekend. Now, please don't be doing what the majority of people. Please promise yourself that you'll never go into any performance without preparing first, because this is what 95% of people do, which is great news for you, by the way. So do not be in the 95%. Now that you're learning what I'm teaching you in this course, there's no excuse for you not to be in the 95%. You now need to be in the 5% preparing, because what 95% of people do when they've got to perform at the weekend, whether it's a football match, a rugby match, tennis match, cricket, etc., they'll do no preparation, and then they'll just turn up on the day, and then they'll just perform, and then they just they react to what's going on. And then normally what happens, because they're not prepared, that's when they make mistakes, that's when they get caught out, and that's when the competitor or the opponent will beat them, because they're not prepared. So do not be in the 95%, be in the 5% of people now that you're going to prepare for when you perform. And again, I'm going to keep this basic. All I want you to be doing now is have the word clarity in your mind, okay? The outcome of what you want. So for example, as a goalkeeper, leading up to my performance through the week, all I'll be thinking about is I want to keep a clean sheet. Because as goalkeepers, we don't want to concede a goal. So my clarity, for example, could be to keep a clean sheet, okay? Now, if you're a boxer, for example, your clarity could be to knock somebody out in the 4th round. Or if you're in a mixed martial artist and you're going to perform at the weekend and your strength is submissions, well, your goal could be to maybe armbar someone. You've got that clarity, okay? Yeah. So once you've got that clarity, you can then start preparing your game plan. But also, if you can as well, I know it can be difficult, especially for obviously the younger guys watching this, but try and find who your competitors are going to be, what team you're against, who your opponent is, and try and figure out what their strengths are going to be. If you can do this, this will be gold dust, because if you can figure out, how the team or how the opponent is going to approach yourself, you then can prepare, and then you can work out the different scenarios, obviously how they might try and beat you as an individual or as a team, and then obviously you can counteract that in your mind, okay? So let me just go back a bit. So let's say it's a Monday, and then I'm going to be performing on a Saturday. So on the Monday, again, I'll try and do some research, okay, on who I'm going to be playing against. Obviously, again, I'll use my example as a goalkeeper. You obviously try and change this for whatever sport you play, or even, I say you can even do this as an entrepreneur, what competitors you're going to come up against. So again, if I'm going to be playing a team, and for example, I know the centre forwards are 6'5" and 6'7", and I know that team is going to start putting long balls into the box. Okay, so my clarity will, first of all, will be a clean sheet. But also my clarity will be as well to be coming for crosses, okay? Because I know that's what's going to happen. So I'm trying to sort of pre-edge what obviously opponents are going to do. But the important point I want to keep coming back to is that I've got clarity. Okay, yeah. So what happens then is, so my performance, if I'm playing on a Saturday, will start on the Monday. Okay, sometimes on the Sunday, to be honest, but actually, sorry, it'll start on the Sunday. Okay, but what happens is then, like I say, first of all, I'd be like, what do I want out of this game? It's always to keep a clean sheet, okay? But then obviously I'm then trying to figure out what my opponents are going to be doing. Again, if I can find out a bit of research that I know, either I know if the team takes a penalty, I know if it's number 10 takes a penalty, I know that they always hit it for the left 80% of the time. So again, I'm trying to figure out obviously what my opponents are going to do. Again, if you're playing tennis or an individual sport, if you can try and find out what your opponent's strengths are, you can then obviously again sort of like try and gauge what they want to try and do to beat you, and obviously you can counteract that. So the first thing I want to keep coming back to, you guys, is clarity. What do you want to achieve, okay, out of your performance? Okay, so it's mine's a clean sheet, but then obviously I've got to do things in between. Like I say, I've got to visualize all other aspects of the game. I come for crosses if the two centre forwards are 6'5" and 6'6", and then all I'll be doing then is each day is, like I've already mentioned, guys, visualization is the key. Visualization is your key. So I'll be waking up in the morning time and I'll be visualizing the perfect scenario, the clarity, keeping a clean sheet, and I'll be visualizing going through my perfect game. Then throughout the day, I'll be doing the same while I'm driving or walking or in the gym. Again, I'll be visualizing keeping a clean sheet, and then obviously, how I deal with crosses, how I save the penalties. So throughout the day, I'm visualizing for that weekend. So I prepare for I used to prepare for the games on the Saturday, from the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and that's something I'd really recommend that you do. Then also as well, so I'm preparing obviously throughout the week. I'm also obviously training as well. Please remember as well, you don't have success just by visualizing. You've actually got to physically train. So again, I know that if the team I'm going to be playing against is going to be putting high balls into the box, what will I be doing in training? I'll be practicing crosses, coming for crosses. Okay, so not only am I visualizing coming for crosses, obviously preempting what my opponents are going to do, I'm actually physically practicing in training. This is where the key to your success will be, guys, is visualizing what you want to do, but then also as well, obviously putting that into practice. So I'll be doing that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all the way through. Then also as well, while I'm traveling, so let's say, for example, I'm going to be traveling on a Saturday morning to perform. I'll put my earphones on. I'll be listening to motivational music. And again, what a lot of people will be doing in a car traveling, whether it's in a coach or in the car as a passenger, they'll be scrolling on social media. That'll turn your mind to mush, guys. That's not going to help you. Get that social media off. Put some motivational music on. Maybe put some meditation music on if that's better. And again, you're visualizing before the game. Okay, so again, you're using the travel time now, obviously, to visualize. And then the last time I'll visualize before I walk onto the field. Obviously, so I imagine I've done the warm up as a goalkeeper. I'm in the changing rooms now, and while everyone's talking, again, every opportunity that I get, I'll be in the zone and I'll have my earphones on again, and I'll just be going over the ideal situation. Remember, I'm preparing, I'm playing my perfect game in my mind. I'm anticipating what the team's going to do, or how I'm going to react as well. I'm doing this right up until the game. Then the earphones come off, and now I'm ready. I'm in the game, and obviously, I'm speaking to my teammates. I'm obviously wishing them all the best, etc. And then I'm onto the field, okay? And then when I'm on the field, in the next video, I'm going to explain how you can then use the skills that I'm teaching you, obviously within this video, how you can actually use that in a game situation. And also when things are going tough, how you can use certain exercises, obviously, to help you in a game situation, if that makes sense. But hopefully you get the point in this quick video, guys, okay? Yeah. Don't be like most people that don't do no preparation, then turn up and then expect to have a great game and then wonder what went wrong. The reason why it went wrong, guys, okay, yeah, is because they're competing against people who are preparing for this game or for this event long before they did. So now don't be in the 95% that does not prepare, and don't think you're just going to turn up and magic's going to happen, okay? Eventually your luck is going to run out, okay? You might get away with it in the early days, but the higher you start to play, if you do not prepare, if you don't do what I've mentioned in this video here, and you're coming up against players or opponents that are visualizing and preparing, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days before they perform, I will guarantee 99% of the time you will come off the loser. Okay, unless you have a bit of luck, like say you could be a boxer and have that lucky overhand, right, and knock somebody out. Okay. Please don't go into any performance now without preparation first. Okay, yeah, because you now know. Okay, yeah. You know, if you're going to be going up against someone who has already prepared, you're already down. I promise you guys, you're already behind them. Okay, yeah. So I hope that makes sense. Don't just turn up and expect to perform and magic happens. Prepare and visualize every scenario beforehand. And remember, have that clarity. That clarity will keep you, whatever you want to achieve out of your game or your performance, always have clarity first. This is what I want to achieve. Then everything else you can work towards. And I'll guarantee if you do that for the next few weeks, do it for a month, you'll see a difference. For 3 months, you'll see a big difference. After 6 to 12 months, other people then would start seeing, wow, this is a massive change. It's that important. So remember, visualization is your superpower, but you have to prepare. And remember as well, it's not just about visualizing in your mind. You've then got to also put it into action in training leading up to your performance. See you in the next video. Okay, the big day arrives. You're now going to perform. Again, I'm going to explain what I did as a professional goalkeeper. Again, whatever sport that you do, try and make it. Obviously, the example I'm going to give you now, try and make it to relate to your sport. Again, but even if you're an entrepreneur, you can actually do this in business, walking into a business meeting. So all the hard work's done now, guys. Okay, you've been preparing all week, you've been visualizing, you've been doing breathing exercises, you've been doing a meditation, you understand obviously what your trigger points are. You've now visualized right up into the changing rooms. Okay, so this is me as a goalkeeper. So I'm now walking down the tunnel. Okay, and obviously you can hear all the noise from the supporters. First thing I start to do is breathe. Okay, this is the first thing. The first thing, I do, but by the way, just to quickly digress, is I dress so I feel good. Okay, well, that sounds crazy. So I used to have football kits, and it used to make me feel terrible. The goalkeeping jersey might have been too small, the shorts were too big, and it just didn't feel right. I know it sounds crazy, okay? Try and dress and feel good about yourself. And then when I realised this was a game changer for myself. So some of the clubs that I played for, I actually used to say to them, look, these are the goalkeeping kit. Don't be getting me a goalkeeping kit. This is the colour that I want. This is the jersey I want. This is the shorts that I want. This is my size. This is my home. This is my away. Because I wanted to wear a certain colour, a certain fit. Now, in the early days, probably the last 3 or 4 years of my career, I started to say this. In the early days, I didn't understand. So there'd be times I'd be playing in a kit that I absolutely hated. And straight away, if you're going out thinking, I feel silly in this kit, I don't feel right, it makes me feel small. Straight away, you're not focusing on the game, you're focusing on how you look. So you want to literally, the first thing is, this is beyond important. You want to be wearing any type of clothing that makes you feel $1 million. Makes you feel, wow, look at me, I look good. But that gets you in the right frame of mind. Okay, this is even before you perform, get you in the right frame of mind. But more importantly, you're not thinking, oh my God, I feel a bit silly. Oh God, this is a bit too tight. You know, you don't want to be doing anything like that, because while you're performing, anything where you're like, this is too tight, that's going to break your concentration. Okay, so you want to be wearing something that makes you feel $1 million. But then you're not thinking, it's a nice fit, so you can then just focus on the game. So the first thing you've got to get right, guys, while you're performing, make sure you feel good what you're wearing, and it's super, super confident. The thing as well is, like I say, when I'm walking down the players' tunnel, the first thing that I start to do is breathe. 7 seconds in, 7 seconds out, and I'm counting. And the reason why I'm doing this is because that's when people get nervous before the game. This when obviously sports athletes get nervous just before obviously everything's about to kick off, so to speak. So I'll be breathing. I'll be counting out loud in my head. 1, 2, 3. I'll hold my breath, count to 7. Breathe out, count to 7. So I'm breathing all the time. And what happens there, guys, while you're breathing, remember, you can't do 2 things at once. Your mind can't do 2 things at once. So while I'm breathing, I'm not allowing any negative thoughts to creep in while I'm ready to perform. But also as well, because obviously you're about to perform, anxiety kicks in, stress kicks in, but by breathing, calms you down. Okay, calms you down. So now you're walking onto the field or any arena that you're in. The next thing you got to do is ignore the crowd. Okay, especially as a goalkeeper in the early days, especially when I was playing, if somebody would shout, like if my home supporters would shout something like a comment that was funny, I'd go back and go, yeah, and I'll have a laugh with them. Or sometimes if the opponents, the away supporters were shouting abuse at me, I'd be like, yeah, and sort of have a bit of banter with them. So I'm looking at the home supporters, looking at the away supporters. But here's the problem, guys, the game's going on. And I forgot the statistic now, I forgot the time frame. I forgot the time. But what it is like, again, I'll say this as a goalkeeper, but this is in any sport. If you're focusing on the game and you allow someone to distract you, whether it's your home supporters or your away supporters. But when you do that, I've turned away from the game, and it takes X amount of seconds to get refocused and concentrating again. And that's when most goalkeepers or athletes make a mistake, is when they're not concentrating, they're not focusing. So it's super important that you ignore the crowd or whatever sport you're doing. Don't even look at anyone. The only people that you should be getting listening to is your coach or your management, okay? Everything else, you just put blinkers on and you're watching the game, guys, okay? And that way then you're not getting put off. You're just focusing on the game all the time. And please be rest assured, the longer you just put blinkers on, the supporters will soon give up. They think, there's no point shouting at this goalkeeper. They're not even looking. They can't hear me. It's beyond important that you don't start looking around and waving and shouting or having banter with the away supporters. You've got to just focus on the game. Be like a horse and put those blinkers on and just focus on the game. And I promise you, away supporters and home supporters, they'll soon get the hint. Okay, we can't speak. Ray can't. They'll think that you can't hear them. You know what I mean? And just ignore them. Focus on the game. It's super important, guys. Okay, because that keeps your concentration and your focus. The game's going on. I'm breathing for 7 seconds, holding my breath, breathing out for 7 seconds again. What happens there? I'm doing this deliberately to make sure no negative thoughts are popping into my head. All the things that I do as well, there's two people you've got to talk to when you play now. Goalkeepers, they're wrongly told to talk all the time. They're wrongly taught. So they're wrongly taught to talk to their teammates all the time. That's actually wrong, because if you talk all the time to your teammates, they'll eventually shut off. They'll be forgot. That's just really waffling on again. The only time that you should be speaking to your teammates is to give them instruction, or every now and again you just to give you focus, etc. So literally, you don't have to talk all the time, but when you're in a game situation, like I say, it's important that you talk. So every now and again, talk to your teammates. Okay, yeah, you obviously want to give them instruction, but sometimes again, just to stop those negative thoughts popping into your head. But 90% of that's 80% of the time, when you're performing as a goalkeeper or in any sport, the most important person you got to be speaking to is yourself. And positive talks can really use positive thoughts. So as the game's going on, let's say that I've made a couple of good saves or a couple of good kicks already, I'll actually be saying to yourself, I'm going to be. And sometimes I'll be saying it out, not out loud. Nobody can hear me because it is obviously normally the game's down to the end of the pitch. Obviously, people are shouting and screaming. So I'll be talking like I'm talking now. So I'll be saying, "Hey, that was an amazing save. He just made their top corner. I actually felt light as a bird. The way I've been kicking the ball, my distribution is amazing today. Any back pass that I could gets to me, I'm going to ping it the rest of the length of the field." So I'll be talking to myself, reminding myself how good I am as a goalkeeper. So rather than be like most goalkeepers or people when they're performing, thinking, I hope I don't make a mistake, or that was a bit silly what I'm doing, I have none of that nonsense. Yeah, I'm always saying, mate, that was an amazing save. You're going to keep another clean sheet. So as well as talking to your defence or your teammates, you talk to yourself. And obviously, you change that to whatever sport that you play. So I'm always talking to myself. And in between the talking, I might stop and breathe 7 seconds in, 7 seconds out. So can you see where I'm coming here, guys? Okay, so by me talking to my teammates, talking to myself, breathing, I'm not giving my mindset any time to let any negative thoughts pop into my head. Okay, yeah. And also as well, occasionally a negative thought will pop into every single game. A negative thought will pop into my head. And remember the exercise that I showed you early on in this course. When that happens, I'll immediately go, no. I immediately stop that negative thought. Then I start putting in 5 to 10 positive thoughts. So I change that negative thought into 10 positive thoughts. Because remember, you cannot allow, especially in a game situation when you're performing, you can't allow a negative thought to compound, because that's when you start basically self-destruct, and that's when you'll end up probably making the mistake. So remember, in a game situation, if a negative thought does pop into your head, no. Straight away you say, nope, I'm not accepting that. And you replace that with 5 to 10 positive thoughts. Hey, come on, mate, that was a great save there. Going to keep another clean sheet. Then you might talk to your defence, because remember, your mind can't do two things at once, okay, yeah? So make sure you keep your mind active throughout the game. That's why most goalkeepers, the hardest games that I played, by the way, is when I had nothing to do. I used to come off with an absolute headache, because all I was doing for the full 90 minutes was talking to my teammates or talking to myself and concentrating when I had games where I was diving around everywhere. I never had a second to think. Yeah, I come off and it was fantastic. Never had a headache because I wasn't concentrating. The hardest games for me is when I had nothing to do. You've got to keep concentrating, okay? But also as well, I've got to give you a tip now as well. Remember, trigger points. Again, I've mentioned it previously in the course. So if you make a mistake in a game or whatever you're doing in other sports, and remember it's inevitable. We're only human. We're always going to make a mistake. You've got to remember that, okay? Remember, I've always did my research, okay? So, whatever sport you do your research. I'll use goalkeeper for example. So I know that every 20 games, that's when I make a mistake. So in a game situation, okay, yeah, let's say I make a silly mistake, rather than being like most goalkeepers, I start beating myself up. They go, oh God, I knew if I'm going to make more mistakes, I knew I shouldn't have done that. I look stupid there. That's it. We're going to get beaten now because of me. I'm going to get dropped. Yeah. All those negative thoughts compound. Remember trigger points. Okay. Yeah. Basically, again, you go, no. Okay. One way. Again, you stop any negative thoughts. Trigger point, whatever that is. If you've not watched the video on trigger points, go and watch that video, guys. It's super important, okay? So I'll do that trigger point. As the way, instead of when I've made a mistake, instead of going, oh my God, I made a mistake, I go, fantastic. That's me. I am not going to make another mistake now for at least 20 games. It's going to help you with your mindset, guys. So rather than be like most goalkeepers or most people when they perform in their sports, when you make a mistake, negative thought, compounds, they end up making another mistake, end up having a bad performance. Instead, if you learn trigger points, okay, you can immediately forget your mistake. And instead of it being negatively, you can be brilliant, great. I'm not going to make another mistake now for at least 20 more games. Can you see what I'm trying to help you with your mindset, guys? So trigger points is really, really important. And last but not least as well, just breathe, okay? Breathe and count, okay? So throughout the game, I'm going to just repeat myself here, guys, when I finish. Throughout the game, I'm breathing. 7 seconds in, 7 seconds hold, 7 seconds out. I'm breathing because obviously when you get stressed and especially, you come to the end of the game, you might be winning 1-0, the pressure's on. Every chance you get, breathe. If you'll get excited and you'll let the excitement of the game or your performance get hold of you, again, that's when you can make mistakes. As an athlete, the calmer we are, normally the better we are, the better we perform, the better we concentrate. So as the latter end of the game comes along, again, talk to your defence. So this goes throughout the game, to be honest, or throughout the game or for when you perform, you're talking to yourself, you're talking to your teammates, and then you breathe in, breathe out, okay? And that's how, obviously, the skills that I've learned you to, obviously, to master in this free course, that's how you can put them into the game situation, okay? So again, visualize what I've just told you as well, guys. Visualize how you can do that in a game situation. Do that in training first. Don't what I've just taught you in this video, guys. And again, rewind and watch this back a few times because I promise you, this can give you this will give you the edge in your competition, okay? Yeah, so rewind it back and listen to it again, maybe 2 or 3 times. But don't just stop. Don't just practice this in a game situation. Remember, don't just turn up and do it. Visualize it first, okay? So go, okay, like I've laid this right. I'm performing this weekend. So I'm actually going to visualize everything that you've said. I'm going to visualize, obviously, dressing correctly. Dressing correctly, ignoring the crowd, breathing, talking to myself, trigger points, talking to my teammates or talking to my coach, so visualize that first so that you're prepared for when that happens in a game situation. But I promise you guys, if you through the game, through all your performance, and you're breathing and you're talking to yourself and your teammates, you've got no time to think negatively. And if you do have a negative thought or you make a mistake, remember, no, nip it in the butt or your points. So they're your plan B, guys, to stop that negative thought coming in. So in the next video, we're going to be talking about how to prepare and visualize after your performance. So in this video, we're going to be talking about after your game situation. Now, what a lot of goalkeepers do, if you have a fantastic game, like, oh, great, I had a fantastic game, or if they had a bad game, they beat themselves up, okay? So I'm going to talk about the 2 scenarios now, okay? So first of all, I'm going to talk about, let's say that you've made a mistake, okay? Yeah, so you've made a mistake in a game situation. The first thing that you've got to do is immediately after the game, speak to your coaches, ideally speak to a goalkeeping coach. If you've got a goalkeeping coach, you need to be speaking to someone that really knows what they're talking about, okay? So again, if it's your teammates or if it's people from the line saying, "Oh, you should have done this," and you're, yeah, I should have, you should have. If they've not played in goal before, if they're not your goalkeeping coach, just don't be listening to them. Be polite, go, yeah, okay, cool, yeah. But try and get someone who knows what they're talking about, okay? So, again, so for example, whatever mistake that you've made or in any sport, guys, okay, yeah, speak to your coach, speak to someone who knows what they're talking about. So after the game situation, obviously you'll go in, you'll have a shower, you'll get changed, the coach and management will say whatever they want to say, then go and try and speak to your goalkeeping coach or obviously whoever coaches you. More importantly, you've got to know what they're talking about. So basically, just quickly analyse your game, okay, and where you might have made a mistake, just say, okay, so I done this, what should I have done? Or you say to the goalkeeping coach, I done this, or whatever coach you've got, I done this, really, I should have done this, is that correct? And your goalkeeping coach will go, well, yeah, 100%, that's what you should have done, or maybe you should have done this. That's it, forget about it, okay, cool, that's what I need to do. And then if you can, write it down or on your phone, type in, okay, this is what I need to do. Okay, so rather than beat yourself up, guys, and go, oh, I should have done that, why did I do that? Okay, you go, right, this is what I've done, I should have done this, okay, cool, I'm going to forget about it now because I'm now going to put it into practice in training. So all you're going to do then, going back to visualization, the very next day, okay, or I'd actually have done this the same night, the same day. So I've run back in the car or the coach or of an evening time, I'll be sitting down thinking, right, okay, this is what I've done, this is the mistake I made, but this is what I should have done. And then I'll keep going over it in my mind what I should have done, and I will turn that mistake that might have cost a goal into me actually saving the ball because I should have done a certain thing, if that makes sense. So what I'm doing is I'm rewiring in my mind, because what most people do, please listen to what I'm going to say here, they just go over in their mind the mistake they've made, the mistake, and then they've rewired that. That's now in their DNA. And next time they face that same scenario, they're going to be terrified of it. They won't actually want that. They actually won't want that scenario to happen. Don't be that person, okay? Yeah. Don't be thinking about that negative thought, that mistake all the time, because you'll just rewire it into your DNA and it'll terrify you the next time it happens again. Instead, when you do, you basically go, okay, I've done this, I've made a mistake, I should have done this. And then what you do then is you overlap, it's a clean slate, okay, yeah? So instead of visualizing making that mistake, you visualize what you should have done 10 times, 20 times, 100 times, and you obviously replace that with saying 50 positive thoughts of you making that save. But then what you do, remember, visualization is not the only thing. You've then got to put it into action. Then what I'll be doing then, on the Monday in training or the next time you're training, I will be getting my goalkeeping coach or my coach to recreate what happened. Okay, yeah. So again, I'll get them to recreate it, if that's the word. And then all I'll be doing then is I'll be making sure that what my goalkeeping coach told me to do, I'll be doing it, and then I'll be making that save. So again, imagine what most people do is they'll just keep going over in their minds, oh, I've made this terrible mistake, okay? And then that'll just compound and get worse. Don't be like them. Again, as I say, rewire your brain. Again, visualize, okay, I should have done this. That was the mistake. This is what I should have done. And you go through that 50, 60, 100 times in your mind. So now you've rewired your mind that in your mind, you've actually saved the ball. But then you go into training and then you have 20, 50, 100 shots of that shot coming in where you've now saved the ball. Can you see where you're going to be with your mindset? So rather than compounding and going, I never want that to happen again, you're now, okay, that's what I should have done. In my mind 100 times, I've now practiced it 100 times. I now know I can do it. The next time that happens again, you're ready. And I promise you, this has happened so many times to me. When I've made a mistake and it's 4 months, 5 months down the line, that same scenario comes in, because I completely clean slate and I put it with positive thoughts and I practiced that next time I've made that save, because I programmed my mind to do it. Remember, you visualize it first, but then you've got to put it into action, okay, yeah? And you just then forget about it, okay, cool, brilliant. I now know, because I've done it in training, I now know that mistake that I made, I've now made that save 100 times in training, so it's not a problem. Forget about it, move on. Then I'll go back to my normal visualization. Remember, clarity, this is what I want to achieve. So again, I'm going to be playing again at this weekend, so the clarity is to keep a clean sheet, but also I'll be visualized, obviously, just wiping that mistake out of my mind. But then remember as well, I'd have put the training, I'll also would have put it into action in training as well. Remember, visualization does not work without training. So that's what you should be doing if you had made a mistake or had a bad game. That's how you rewrite your mind to make sure that, okay, cool, rather than letting those negative thoughts compound, you wipe the slate clean, put it into practice, forget about it, go, yeah, I can do it. I proved I can do it. Brilliant. Can you see how that mindset is going to help you? So let's say as well, you've had a great game, okay, fantastic. Even better, you sit down with your coach, made a fantastic save there, fantastic save there. Always in your mind, if there's something that you could have done better, still think, well, no, I could have done that better. And again, go through the same visualization process, I'd have done this a bit better, and then do it in training as well. But then what you need to be doing is write down all the good things that you do, okay? Come for crosses, fantastic. I saved the penalty, I kept a clean sheet. And the more you keep like a journal, this helps you as you progress through your career. Again, going back to trigger points, okay, yeah? Going back to trigger points, if you do make a mistake further down the line, if you're reading all the great things that you do, rather than like most people when they make a mistake, again, negative thoughts compound, and those negative thoughts turn into mistakes. If you've got all these good things that you've remembered, that you've wrote down, you can use that as a tool that when you occasionally do make a mistake and you have that trigger point, you can go, hey, you know what? It's going to be another 20 games before I make a mistake. But remember, in that game, I kept a clean sheet. I was coming for crosses. It was fantastic. Yeah, you're just reminding yourself of your success, okay? It's what a lot of people will do. They'll have a fantastic game. They'll get all the pats on the back and they go, I had a great game. Forget about it. Don't forget about it, okay? Yeah. Visualize yourself thinking, again, as you're visualizing all the great saves that you made, because what that does, that burns it into your DNA, into your mindset. Remember, it's repetition. So the more you put into your mind all those great saves that you made, all the great crosses, the penalty that you made, relive that. Because what happens is, again, that's preparation. So when you're in another scenario, you're already there because you've done it before. You've done it in a game situation and you visualized it, time and time again. You've burnt it into your subconscious. That makes sense. So that's how you prepare for after the game, okay? Yeah. So a lot of people will only sort of visualize or put something into practice when they've made a mistake, which is the right thing to do, like I've already mentioned. But also when you've played well, don't just forget about, oh, great, I've done fantastic, okay? Most will just forget about the game after you've had all the taps on the back. Again, remember, write down in a journal, honestly, the things that you did. It only has to be one page. It only has to be like 5 great things that you did, or 3 great things that you did in a game. Imagine that if you did that over the weeks, months and years, how that would compound. So you've got that journal there. So whenever you occasionally have that bad game, you're like, hold on a minute. That's one mistake in 20 games. Look at that. Look at how many amazing things that I've done. Can you see where that will armor you moving forward and just give you the edge with your mindset? Okay, so there's these little things, guys, if you do, we'll give you the edge in your competition. Okay, so that's how you, obviously, after the game situation, that's how you deal with if you've made a mistake or even if you've played well. Okay, that's how it's all about putting this into your subconscious, guys. Okay, yeah, and the more positive stuff that you can put into your subconscious, the more repetition that you put into your subconscious, I will guarantee when you start playing things, you're not like most players and reacting to everything. You actually see what's happening a split second before it happens. That's why sometimes you see professional goalkeepers, or you hear the commentators go, dear me, the goalkeeper was already there. That's because they've done that many repetitions. They can just see like a slight movement and they can be in the right position even before the centre forward takes a shot. Again, in boxing or MMA, it doesn't matter what sport, if you put that enough times of repetition into your mind, you just see a boxer or an MMA fighter sort of do this. And instinctively, because you've repetitioned that many times in your mind, you throw a left jab, okay? Because you're a split second ahead of your opponent because you've done it that many times, repetitions in your mind. And that's why if you speak to most professional athletes, doesn't matter what sport, they will tell you that they can see things happening before they happen. I've lost count how many times it happened to me when I played in goal. Literally, a centre forward or an opponent only had to drop a shoulder or have a little look up or move the body left or right. And within a split second, before they even struck the ball, I was standing where I knew they were going to shoot. And that's why you see so many goalkeepers, professional goalkeepers, most of the shots that they save, it's more or less straight at them. Think about this, it's more or less straight at them. Yet they've got the ability to go top corner, bottom corner, but most of the shots they save is more or less right is around their body. And that's not because the centre forwards are trying to hit the goalkeeper. That's because the goalkeepers, through repetition, have practiced that many times. They know for the most part where that shot's coming, even before the centre forward has shot. Just watch the next football games or whatever sport that you do. What's your favourite athlete? And they always seem to be in the right position. That's not because the opponent is bad. That's because they've anticipated. They've put that repetition in their mind so much that a split second ahead if it's the team or the opponent. It's that important, guys. Okay, so that's how you prepare correctly after you've performed. Hi guys, so if you're a goalkeeper and you're looking to achieve your goalkeeping dreams, whether that's become professional, semi-professional, or maybe gain a college scholarship in the United States, you probably know for you to have any chance of you achieving your dreams, you have to develop a bulletproof mindset. You have to become super confident as a goalkeeper. There's no getting around this. There's no negotiating. If you want to achieve your dreams as a goalkeeper, no matter what they are, you have to become bulletproof as a goalkeeper. We believe in it so much so we've developed this free course called Mind Over Goal, and it's designed to help goalkeepers, goalkeeping coaches, and parents of goalkeepers develop that solid mindset to give you the edge on your competition. So this is the first time you've seen this video, please make sure that you subscribe below to our free online academy. Here you can get our not only will you get the full video course, obviously to help you become bulletproof as a goalkeeper, but also you get to download our book, Mind Over Goal, helping you develop a bulletproof mindset. But more importantly, or just as importantly, you'll get our 12-week daily Elite Goalkeeper Journal. Now, the journal works hand in hand with this program, and I will guarantee that if you go through that journal on a daily basis, you do all the visualization exercises, you will be ahead of your competition. I'll guarantee it. I've seen it too many times before, because sadly most goalkeepers don't get taught the importance of the mindset. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to most goalkeeping coaches. The reason why they don't teach this vital skill is because they don't know how they don't understand it themselves. They don't understand how to teach it. So if your goalkeeping coach is not taking you to one side away from the field and teaching you how to be bulletproof as a goalkeeper and develop your confidence, you really need to watch this video and complete the 12-week program. We've got no excuses, completely free, because if you're not getting develop your mindset, your goalkeeper coach is not developing your mindset to become bulletproof, that is a massive part of a jigsaw puzzle in terms of your development that you're missing out on. And I will guarantee that if you're competing against goalkeepers who are developing the mindset, the chances of you having success are very slim. So you might be thinking, well, who ready to be saying this? Very quickly, my name's Ray Newlands. I'm the founder of Just for Keepers, J4K. I was been a goal since I was 8 years of age. At 18, and become a professional goalkeeper, professional for 10 years, playing for clubs like Everton in the Premier League. And in 1998, I started Just for Keepers, J4K, which went on to be in the lead in the largest goalkeeping schools in the world. At our peak, we're in 37 countries across 6 continents, and I'm very proud to say we've helped more goalkeepers achieve their dreams than any other organisation in history through our proven results. And between myself and my fellow J4K coaches, there's over 1,000 combined goalkeeping coaching years experience between us. So it's safe to say we know what we're talking about here, guys. Okay, so do yourself a favour if you're a goalkeeper, parent of a goalkeeper, or a goalkeeping coach. Obviously, register for free. With our online academy. Not only will you get access to this free course, the free books, we also go live as well. So we'll actually personally answer your questions and hold you by the hand until you are a success. Now, this is in this module here, guys. This is the bonus module. I'm now going to be showing you how to work the 12-day manual. Sorry, I'm going to have to show you how to work the 12-week manual on a daily basis, which works hand in hand with this video course. With this video course. And again, I guarantee, if you do this 12-week program, you'll be ahead of 95% of the goalkeepers in your league. I'll guarantee it, only because they're not getting taught this valuable topic. So don't skip this section, okay, guys? Yeah, make sure that you download the book. Or if you're like me, you want a hard copy of the book, you can actually physically write it in. You can actually get that from our website. We do ask for a small payment for that because obviously it's a physical book. But again, if you want it completely free of charge, you can just download it. And I will guarantee within 12 weeks of you going through this program, not only will you see a difference, but all your teammates and your management will see a massive difference in your confidence, which will help you with your performance. So let's dive into our bonus section on how to utilize our 12-week program and our daily Elite Goalkeeper Journal. Let's go inside right now. Hi guys, it's Ray here. Hope you're feeling well. So welcome to the bonus section. I'm super excited to be showing you this because I promise you, I guarantee, no matter where your mindset is at present, if you go through this daily, the Mind Over Goal, Secrets to a Bulletproof Mindset, you can see the book. This is the book that you'll get here. On the right-hand side, this is the inside cover. But this is what the book looks like. You can download it for free. And basically, it's the Elite Keeper Daily Journal. I will guarantee if you go through this 12-week program and you complete this for 12 weeks on a daily basis, and it'll only take you a few minutes, guys. Seriously, if you want to achieve your dreams to become mentally strong as a goalkeeper, please don't kid yourself. I don't mean to be rude, but please don't kid yourself. If you're not prepared just to fill in something on a daily basis that will literally take you a few minutes to do, please don't kid yourself, okay? To do anything special in life, to do anything above average, you remember, I've mentioned this in the training course, you've got to do things that are above average. And I'll guarantee 95% of goalkeepers will not do this. Some of them won't bother because they think it's mumbo jumbo. Some of them will start and then after a few days will stop. So if you're in the minority and you do this for 12 weeks, I will guarantee your mindset will be on a different level to where it is now. I don't care where it is now, it will go on to the next level. So basically also as well, not only can you download the Mind Over Goal Elite Keeper Journal, there's also a book to this as well. So you can actually download the book and the journal because they both work hand in hand with this training program. Now, if you don't want to read the book, that's fine. This training program, the video program and the daily journal will be enough. But if you're like me, to be honest with you, and the minority of goalkeepers, you know, you want to get your hands on as much education as possible. If it was me, I'd be downloading the book and the journal because I'll be wanting as much knowledge as possible, especially it's free. Please don't devalue it because it's free, by the way, guys, okay? That'd be a massive mistake. Also, if you're like me, if you want a physical copy of both the book and the journal, because I actually like to, I prefer to hold things in my hand rather than scroll on a screen. And it's actually proven as well, by the way, if you've got something in your hands, or especially if you're writing something down, that it actually sticks in your memory. So if you want to purchase the book and the journal, there's a link below. They should be super cheap to buy, guys. So just see the link below. So that's how the journal will look. So let me now dive into that'll be the cover. So let me now dive into the journal. Okay, sorry, you might hear some clicking. So this is going to be the inside of the journal. Obviously, there's just some information that you need to go through. So there's just something about ourselves and how we've helped so many people over the years. Actually, that's a bit too big, that isn't it? So actually, I'll do it big because it might come small on the screen. So literally, even though it's a 12-week program, more or less you're doing the same things on a daily basis, guys. So literally what happens when you get to week 1. So the journal is sectioned into 12 sections. Week 1, where you'll write your goals and all that, etc., which I'll go through that now. Then obviously you'll have your week 1, then day 1, day 2, day 3, up to day 7, then week 2, then day 1, day 2, day 3, up to day 7. So literally it's all the same. So week 1, so when you go through each week 1 up to week 12, it's all exactly the same. It's all repetition, and I've designed it to do this because the more you can do something by repetition, the better you will become at it. So it's the same as if you want to be a better shot stopper, the more repetitions you do, obviously the better shot stopper you become as a goalkeeper. It's the same here. If you do things with your mind, the more repetition, the more it sticks. Now, to start off with on week 1, where it says here, what did you learn from last week? In this box, I want you to write, just for the start, just to start you going, what you'd like to learn. In this section, explain where you are mentally. Be honest with yourself, okay? Or again, get your family or your spouse or your partner, friends, ask them, as well. Look, what you think about my order at the moment, and that your parents might say, well, look, you need to work on confidence, your self-belief. So write in what you want to get out of this 12-week program. And the reason why I want you to do this first, because at the very end, I'm going to ask you another question once you get to the 12-week. So in here, basically write out what you want to get out of this video course and booklet, but also how you're feeling, where you are on a scale of 1 to 10. Are you super confident, or is your confidence in the gutter? Just write down where you are mentally and where you'd like to be. And then also what I want you to do is write a goal for this week. Now, this is super important, by the way, guys, for you to understand this, how to work this elite program. You have to watch the video course. You've got to go and watch module 1, 2, and 3. I think it goes up to module 5, I think. You've got to go and watch them, because if you don't, this will not make sense. Or you're only shortcutting your success if you're trying to guess, because I know it's a couple of hours long. I think it's like 2-3 hours long, but it's well worth it, because what happens in the training program, I explain all about the success rates. I explain all about how important visualization is. So please, if you've not done that already, please go back and watch the video course that I've done, because without that, this is not going to have the impact to help you develop a bulletproof mindset. So it's super, super important that you go back, because first of all, because it explains about your goals. Okay, so what I want you to do this week is, so basically week 1 is write down what your goals are. And if you say, I've explained in the videos what goals are. So again, your goals it can be anything, but I recommend that, in here, sorry, because it's week 1 as well. Sorry, I'm going to digress again. Forget what I was going to say. So literally, what's your goal for this week? Now, you've got your big goal. Okay, so that could be to become a professional goalkeeper or to gain a college scholarship, etc. Again, I've explained about that in the previous module, so come please watch that. So basically, let's say, for example, your goal is to become a professional goalkeeper. But what you need to do is break down your goal. So let's say, you could be 10 years of age, 15 years of age, 25 years of age. So obviously, you're playing at a certain level. So try and keep as you're going through this program, try and keep your goals to where you are, if that makes sense. Because if you're only 12 or, as I say, 22, and your dream is to become a professional goalkeeper or semi-professional goalkeeper, you've just got to scale it back a bit to where you are, if that makes sense. And again, the videos in the previous modules explains this. So again, I always say, try and keep the goals for each week in between 1 and 3 goals each week. Because if you do too many, you'll get overwhelmed. And don't worry, if you write down 3 goals and you only achieve 1, not a problem. The following week, write down those 2 goals again and a new goal, if that makes sense. Then I'd always make sure that I try and keep, because obviously this is all about helping you mentally. Obviously, have a goal for your goalkeeping, but also have a goal each week for the mental side of obviously your development as well, which I'll explain as I go further into this video and journal. So write between 1 and 3 goals that you want to do this week. So I'll give you an example. So one of your goals is, let's say, for example, you're struggling with your kicking. Okay, yeah. So have a goal, and remember, you've got to say your goal in a certain way. You've got to write your goal down in a certain way. So if you want to improve your kicking, don't say, I want to improve my kicking. Your mind is weird, okay, yeah. State to yourself in the goal is, I am the best kicker of the ball in my league. State it as a fact, because if you tell your mind a fact, if you give your mind a wish, it'll stay a wish. But if you give your mind, this is fact, your mind does not know the difference between fact or fiction. So the more facts you give your mind starts to believe you. Please trust me on this process, guys, at work. So have your goals as a statement, as if it's already existed. So your goal, if you want to improve your kicks, is literally, I am the best kicker of the ball in my league. And again, that goal might go on for the next 3 or 4 weeks until you start improving on your goal kicks. But please remember as well, you've got to put that into action. So if you want to improve your goal kicks, just by saying, I am the best goal kick, I am the best kicker of, I'm the best goalkeeper for distribution in my league, for example, you've got to practice that in training. Please don't think, again, what these so-called gurus say, just because you say it, it's going to happen by magic. It will not. I'll guarantee that. Obviously you put the action in first. You write the goal down first, and then you've got to put the action in. Okay. And you might have your goalkeeping. You could be to improve your kicks and to improve coming for the cross. And again, you'd be able to your goal will be, I'm the best goalkeeper in the league for coming out for crosses, for example. But have a mental goal as well. Your mental goal, for example, if you're frightened, if you're scared when you walk into a changing room, your goal could be, when I walk into the changing rooms, everyone can see I'm super confident. And again, I'll explain in a moment that you've got to put that into action. Okay, and you do that by wearing masks and visualization. Everything I speak about goes back to visualization. So you've got to go and watch the module on visualization, because that is your key to success. For me, I believe if everyone can learn the art of visualization, their life would be so much better. And also remember as well, in the video, the modules explain that you don't have to do this alone, because the way we're brought up in schools, etc., You know, we all think that it's wrong to ask for help. In school, you called a cheat if you ask for help. In the real world, it's called collaboration. In the real world, it makes sense to ask for help. So please get that out of your head now. You don't have to do this alone, okay? Yeah. And also, if you're watching this video for the first time, please don't forget, click the link below and subscribe to our free online community. There's over 4,000 members, and we go live every week, and then we can literally, you can speak. It's more or less, I'm on the call more or less all the time. Sometimes these other J4K coaches, but yeah, you'll be able to ask me questions, and I'll be able to directly answer live. Now, there's always there's normally like 30 to 40 other goalkeepers on, and you get to help. You get to bounce back off other goalkeepers as well. So again, you can utilize me for help as well. So you've got to write down. So when you're writing down here, when you're writing down your goals for this week, write down who can help you. Okay, so who can personally help you? It could be your goalkeeping coach. It could be me as your mindset coach. Again, if you're trying to develop, like you say, your kicks, obviously your goalkeeping coach, you might have a specific YouTube channel that you go to. You know, it could be a book. So write down everything here. What you can utilize to help you. It could be a podcast. You could be listening to our podcast. Again, the link will be below. You know, so please remember, you don't have to do this alone. So write down everyone that can help you. Like I say, coaches, teachers, your parents, family, friends, loved ones, etc. YouTube channels. Make sure it's the correct YouTube channel, though, guys. Okay, because you get a lot, especially goalkeeping channels. You get the good, the bad, and the ugly. But there's a lot of goalkeeping channels out there, and the goalkeepers that like to dive in all the cars, and they're doing all these erratic things doing diving. Stay away from that type of YouTube channel, guys, because they're not teaching you anything. And again, you've only got to look at the goalkeepers who are doing that type of content. They've never achieved anything, to be honest with you. They're not playing at the high standard that they're trying to get you to play. I'm a firm believer, you know, you need to get help and advice from people who've been there, done and got the t-shirt. So be careful of those YouTube channels, guys, because they're more for entertainment rather than education and development. So again, just make sure you go to the right YouTube channels. Again, if you go to like Just for Keepers, our YouTube channel, you know, you're getting the right advice from the right coaches. And again, write some notes down as well, you know, what you plan to do. You know, again, this is all still in line with your goals, okay? So it could be, hey, you know, that you're going to go coaching twice a week to improve your kicks. You're going to come onto the online school academy. The link is below to get some tips on to develop your mindset. So here's where the notes are. That's where you write your notes. So that's day one, okay? And this is the key to your success now. This is your must-do daily habits. So again, all this is explained in the other modules. What are you grateful for? I start off every single day mentioning at least three things I'm grateful for. I wake up at the morning time, and it's not necessarily, you know, the financial things in life. It's normally the three things in life. I always wake up. I've got like a big bedroom. It's always nice and bright. I've got the views of the countryside. So for me, I always wake up just thank. I basically say that I'm grateful to be warm. I'm grateful for the amazing view. I'm grateful to be safe. The other gratitudes is I'm grateful for a loving family. I'm grateful for my Just for Keepers business. I'm grateful that I help so many people all around the world. I promise you, dude, this is life changing. This might sound so basic, but what happens, guys, is life is hard, and we all go through we all go through challenges, etc. But by explaining what you're grateful for on a daily basis, I promise you, guys, it gets you off to the right foot. On the right foot, sorry. You know, and you'll start to think, actually, you know what? I know things are tough at the moment, but actually, life isn't really that. You know, it's not that bad. So put you on that mindset as well. And also, first thing in the morning, do not go on social media. Don't watch the news, guys. Don't be scrolling through that nonsense on TikTok or Instagram. That's a surefire way to ruin your day. Wait until the afternoon, guys, before you start going on to any of that nonsense. So again, first thing of the morning, what you're grateful for, and throughout the day, just repeat it whenever, you know, you're driving in the car, you're walking, going for a jog, on the bus, you know, you're sitting down, having lunch. Again, just go over what you're grateful for. I go over what I'm grateful for a few times a day. It takes seconds, guys, but I'll tell you now, as basic as it sounds, it will help you big time. And also, what are your goals and affirmations? Okay, yeah. So again, all you're basically doing is the goals that you've set out here for the week. You turn them into affirmations now. So again, remember we said about the goal kicks. So for example, if it's the goal kick, your affirmation, basically your affirmation will be, I am the best kicker, or I am the best distributor of as a goalkeeper in our league. That doesn't sound the best, that does it? But you can basically say, I'm the best goalkeeper in our league for goal kicks. And basically and then the next one, remember I said about maybe your goal is you're a bit nervous. Obviously, when you're walking into a changing room, you can say to yourself, and this is where when you're doing your meditation as well, this helps as well. So basically, one of the goals can be whenever I walk into a room, I feel super confident. My shoulders back, my head held high. Put my teeth back in, and my teammates can see that I am super confident. So again, you've got to say your affirmations as if it's really happening. Also, as well, if you're an older goalkeeper, for example, and you maybe also want to tie what we're doing here into earning an income, for example, one of my goals is, and I'll tell you one of my goals is, I basically say I'm a super confident human being who earns over £100,000 per month while absolutely loving what I do, but more importantly, I'm going to help thousands of people along the way, and I will set my two daughters up for life financially. So that's one of my financial goals. So that's for the older goalkeepers or older parents who might have their own business, etc. Now, you don't have to say £100,000 per month. Okay, obviously I've set myself very high targets. It might be £1,000 a month, £5,000 a month, and then when you get to £5,000 a month, you can take it to 6,000 and then 7,000. So again, this doesn't have to just be for goalkeeping, for also for mindset. If you want to use it for financial while you're going through this 12-week program as well, please feel free to do so. But like I say, you basically turn your goals into affirmations. And literally what I do, first thing of the morning, I repeat each. I've only got 3. Actually, one of them as well is to lose weight. So at the moment, I'm 15 stone 9. I weighed myself this morning. My target, I was actually nearly 20 stone, which is a lot. And my target is to get to 15 stone 5. It's actually 14 stone 13, but my next target is 15 stone 5, sorry. So I'm 15 stone 9 at the moment. So my statement, I say this every single day, I am 15 stone, I'm 15 stone 5, I am 15 stone 5, toned with a flat body. A flat belly, and I repeat myself, I'm 15 stone 5, toned with a flat belly. So that's my goal, to get to 15 stone 5, toned with a flat belly. I don't want to be like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't want to be that. There's nothing worse than a guy my age with a 21-year-old body and a 53-year-old head. It looks weird, so I'm not going to go crazy. I just want to obviously have a healthy body. So that's how you turn your goals into affirmations, and you've got to say it like it's already happened. Like I say, going back to yourself, I'm the best goalkeeper. I am the best goalkeeper in my league for distribution. And I say my affirmations the first thing of the morning, and so each affirmation I say 3 times. Then I'll go downstairs, I'll have a shower, I'll repeat it again, and throughout the day, if I'm driving, I'll repeat my affirmations probably about 8 or 9 times a day. Again, I'm doing it when I'm not doing anything anyway. So when I'm doing work, I'll be focusing on my work. When I'm with my family, I'm with my family. But when I'm doing something like in the shower or driving or going for a jog, or I'm in the gym, I'm on the treadmill or on the bike, that's why I do my affirmations over and over again, guys. Super important. But again, please remember, affirmations do not work. Everything that you're saying that you're going to do, you've got to put it into practice. You've got to be training, whether it's physically on the field, whether it's obviously with your goalkeeping coach, obviously with your mindset coach. I'm your mindset coach when you're in my community and we're going live and we're chatting. Obviously, I can help you along the way. Also, as well, if your goals are financially as well. Again, you might have a coach on YouTube or something who, obviously, whatever. I don't know, you might be doing cryptocurrency, whatever it is. I don't do that, by the way. That's just an example. So obviously, you have someone that you can get help and advice from, whatever financial goals you've got and affirmations. But remember, you've got to say it in the present tense. And again, write some notes down. This is on a daily basis, yeah. So write some notes down of what's going well, who's helping you, and maybe a new contact that can help you. And this is like what you go through on a daily basis. And again, it's beyond important that you've watched the other videos in the modules. So each day, you basically state to yourself, did you visualize? Now, the reason I put that bold is because visualization is your superpower. I honestly believe that you can visualize anything to come to reality. Seriously, guys, visualization is beyond important. So again, go watch the videos in the module. Everything that you want to achieve, whether it's improve your goalkeeping, improve your mindset, improve your finances, improve your spiritual life, improve your personal life, you can actually set a goal for it. write the affirmations, repeat those affirmations on a daily basis, but you then you've got to visualize it as well, like I explained in the module, visualization module, you've got to visualize it and also put it into action. I guarantee if you do that, you can literally achieve more or less anything you want. And one thing I'll guarantee, you'll be much further ahead than anyone that's not doing what I'm teaching in this program. I'll guarantee that. So for goalkeeper, for example, you will be, honestly, I don't care where you are right now, you will be ahead of 99% of goalkeepers in your league, no matter how old you are, an 8-year-old, 12-year-old, a 25-year-old playing semi-professional, even professional. Obviously, a lot of professional goalkeepers get this type of coaching on a daily basis anyway, but I'll guarantee that you will be ahead of your competition. I'll guarantee it, because visualization and developing your mindset is beyond important. Also, each day you're going to tick off, did you sought help to grow? Did you ask for help? Give it a tick. If you didn't ask for help, make sure you ask for help the following day. Super important. The next one is, did you breathe? Did you breathe and meditate? Again, obviously, I've explained in the modules, throughout the day, learn to breathe, learn to meditate, etc. Because breathing and meditation just calms you down. You can then start visualizing and thinking about your dreams and goals. Also, did you wear up your massive confidence? Whether it's in school, in your job, coming to your football team. Remember, we all get nervous. Everyone gets nervous. Even the ones who are confident still get nervous from time to time. But you put that mask on. It's explained. Not going to go into it. It's explained in the previous modules. But you put that mask on, even though that you're feeling nervous and scared. You put that mask on, so everyone thinks, "Wow, this guy's super confident," even though inside that you're not. Okay, the more you wear that mask with confidence, guys, I'll guarantee there's one day you won't have to put it on. Remember, fake it till you make it. Also, thank the people that helped you. Okay, and I know I never mentioned this in the course, in the program, but it's beyond important, guys. As a coach myself, there's nothing. It's an amazing feeling when my students come up to me, put their hand up, and say, "Thanks, coach." But also, it doesn't matter if it's a school teacher, a coach, anyone and everyone. If you're in school, for example, just watch how differently people treat you if you say thank you. If you're in school, as you're walking out, I know obviously you got to be careful. You got to be careful. People might start calling you, sniffing up to the teachers and all that. Okay, so again, I know that can be a problem. So try and do it discreetly. So as you walk out, just say, "Thanks, miss. Thanks, sir." And just watch it. If you keep doing that all the time, just watch how they will treat you differently. Seriously, guys, you do that anywhere in life. And I'm not saying doing this to gain anything, by the way, guys. I think you should do that out of appreciation, because the more you appreciate people, guys, the better life will be. Seriously. But also a byproduct of that, by being genuine and saying, "Hey, well, thank you for your help." People will want to help you more. I'll guarantee that. Also, as well, did you use your Batman wings of steel? Again, it's explained in the modules. Okay, so when people are frying and abuse at you, okay, rather than letting it get down on you, like, doesn't matter. Again, I actually got this. I got this idea from when I used to watch Batman, the cartoon, as a child, and the baddies used to shoot bullets at Batman, and he used to say, he used to put his wing over and say, my Batman wings of steel will support me, will save me, sorry, and the bullets used to bounce off. So that's what I do now. If anyone ever shouts abuse at me, I really recommend you do it. Get your Batman wings of steel and just let their abuse bounce off. In other words, just don't care what they say. Again, it's explained in the module. Again, I've guaranteed the more you don't care what people say, the better your life will be. Have you surrounded yourself with winners? Okay, again, it's explained in the module. Give a tick. Don't be hanging about with losers. Seriously, I know this sounds horrible, but if you're hanging around with losers, okay, whether it's family or friends, and they're dragging you down, they're going to drag you down with you. Remember, you will be the average of the 5 people that you associate with most. So if you're hanging around with losers and all they want to do is drink, get in trouble, thieve, steal, be nasty, unfortunately, that's the world you're going to go in. But if you're in an environment where people want to win, they want to help each other, they want to be successful, and that's your friends, you'll be the average of those 5 people, guys. So surround yourself with winners, not losers. Again, give yourself a tick. Again, listen, sometimes, we can't help it. A family or friend will come and see us and you're sort of stuck in that moment, okay? But just be aware of that as well. Be polite, but keep them at arm's length. Promise you, the more winners you surround yourself with, the better you'll be. Also, have you told yourself on a daily basis you're the GOAT? You're the greatest of all time. Again, I've mentioned it in the module. Please remember, I'll use Messi and Ronaldo for example. People now call them the GOAT. They now call them the best in the world. But I'll tell you now, if you would have met Messi and Ronaldo when they were 18 years of age, okay, they might not have said they were the best in the world. Maybe they might have. They probably would have. But I'll guarantee they would have said, listen, I'm the greatest of all time. in my league, in my city, in my country, they believe that they were the GOAT before they become the GOAT and before people started calling them the GOAT. Because if you don't speak good about yourself, I'm guaranteeing most people won't. So give yourself a tick. Did you say to yourself that you're the greatest of all time at that present moment in what you're doing in life? Again, all explained in the videos. Again, so that's obviously day one, then you got day two, etc. So you just literally want to go through it all. Okay, and at the very end of the book, one sec, guys. Oh my goodness me. At the very end of the book, okay, at the very end of the book, I'm going to be asking yourself is basically remember the first question I want you to answer yourself, or what to write down, sorry, is obviously, what did you want to achieve out of this 12-week program regarding your mindset? Here, I want you to write, first of all, how are you feeling now from where you were 12 weeks ago? Have you gone from level 1 to level 5, or level 5 to level 8, or level 10 to 10 plus? And how did this mindset program help you in some small way? Okay, yeah. Sorry. Okay, sorry, that's asking the same question. Sorry, so that's basically that's asking, hey, how was your self confidence at the beginning of this program? Again, you can go back and answer that question, and then here, sorry, that's where I asked you, how are you feeling now? So here you can see before and the year after, and then as I say, give yourself like where you were on a scale of 1 to 10 before you started, and how you are now. Now you've finished. Okay. Now this is important. What's next? Okay. Now, some of you might not want to hear this, but some of you will be like, "Ray, this is amazing news." Okay, I'm in the gang that'll go, "Wow, fantastic!" Because I know most people won't do this. So if I'm competing against other people as a goalkeeper, I know if they're not going to do it, I'm super excited what I'm about to explain to you now, because I know most of my competition is not going to do this. So what's next? Right, if I was you, I would do the whole process again. I'd get the books, download it, or get a new book if you wanted to. And then I would go through the whole process again. I'd do the full 12 weeks again. I see how I'm feeling. So the first time I've done it, I might have gone 1 to 4. Then the next time, so now I'm starting off on 4. Okay, if I'm starting off 4, can I now get to 6? Then I'll do it again. Can I get to 6? Then can I get to 8? Then can I get to 10? Okay, and then what you'll find what will happen then, guys, okay, yeah, after doing this a few times, you might not need to do it for a while, okay? And then what will happen then after like maybe 5 or 6 months, you might have a bit of a down period again. That's when you go, you know what, I'll get that journal again. I'll do that 12-week program. And then you get to a point where you might only have to do it once a year, then once every 2 years. Because what you'll find what will happen is once you do this enough, it'll just start happening subconsciously in your head. So a lot of the things I've explained here, subconsciously, it's happening in my head now because I've done it for so long. I don't even know I'm doing it now. Okay, it's positive, okay, yeah, because it's moving myself and my family forward, and just the keepers and all the students that I help. Eventually, it will go into your subconscious, and that's when, to be honest with you, you're like a Jedi. Okay, I'm not saying I'm a Jedi yet. I've still got a lot to learn, but it'll eventually go into your self-confidence, subconscious, and you'll automatically be doing it, guys. Okay, but just keep doing this, keep repeating it until you know keep repeating. Sorry, please don't think that you just do this once and that's in your set for the rest of your life. I wish it was like that, guys, but it's never going to happen. You've got to do this consistently until it gets to the point where it's just subconsciously happening. And then every now and again, when you're feeling a bit low, etc., then you might come back and go, you know what, I'll do the 12 weeks again. But what you'll probably find is once you get to a certain stage, you might only need to do it for 2 or 3 weeks, and you go, you only need to do it for 2 or 3 weeks, sorry, and then you're like, I'm back to normal again. And then you get to a stage where, seriously, you won't have to do it. It just happens subconsciously, like professional goalkeepers, guys. Okay, yeah. So just keep repeating it, because remember what I'm going to say here, guys. This is good news. Your competitors, no matter what you're trying to achieve, no matter how old you are, I'm saying 95%. I'm probably going to say 98, maybe 99% of goalkeepers or people will not do what I'm saying. Do the 12-week program, then do it again, then do it again. Most people won't do it. Okay, so if you do it, I'll guarantee you'll be in the 1%, 2% maybe, because 98% of your competition will not do this. So I hope you understand the advantage that you'll have by becoming bulletproof with your mindset. And then not only will that help you with your goalkeeping, that will help you with everything. I promise you, guys, if you don't get into goalkeeping, if you don't achieve your dreams, and you've got to get a job or start a business. It will help you big time having the right mindset. Trying to find the right partner will help you when you're super, super confident, because people are attracted to more people who are confident that they're not confident, etc. Will just help you with all your life, guys. So please repeat the process until it's into your subconscious, because your competitors will not do this. And I'll guarantee confidence will give you the edge all the time. I've seen it time and time again. You might have heard me say this very quickly. I'll use the example of helping goalkeepers achieve their dreams. I've seen it time and time again with these two goalkeepers going head to head, a J4K student and a non-J4K student. And this keeper could be better than the J4K students, very rarely, but sometimes. But because we develop our students to have a bulletproof mindset, and 99% of goalkeeping coaches don't teach their students how to have a bulletproof mindset because they don't know how to. And I've seen it too many times. I've seen it time and time again. Even though this goalkeeper is better on the field, when the pressure comes on, this goalkeeper crumbles because they can't handle the pressure, because they've not got the mindset. But the J4K students, even though they might not be better than this goalkeeper, because they're just bulletproof with their mindset, they always get the contract, guys. Not always, I'd say 99% of the time, they'll get the contract, and they're not as good as this goalkeeper. Mindset is everything, and that's not just in goalkeeping, that's in most walks of life, guys, okay? Whether it's a job, another business, finding personal life, spiritual life, the ones who are confident, more or less, they're the ones that get the opportunities. It's that important. So, okay, so at the back, if you want to, if you want to download another free book, you can. If you want to purchase it, you can get the QR code. But I'm going to ask you a massive favor, please, guys, okay? Yeah. Okay, so if you know that, most of you who are watching this now either know me or will get to know me, and you'll know that I get attacked big time on social media. It's crazy. And a lot of these cowards, a lot of them are cowards. They hide behind false names, etc. Now, obviously, it's competition, because there's a lot of people don't like what I do because I do so much for free. And obviously, we have a lot of success in Just for Keepers and J4K. So we get a lot of abuse with that online, and a lot of it is fabricated. Well, all of it's fabricated, to be honest with you. So all I ask, if this has helped you in some small way, please scan this code here, and that will go to our Trustpilot page, and it basically just give me your honest opinion on how this has helped you in some small way, or how it's helped you to help your goalkeeping child, or how to help you as a goalkeeping coach to help your goalkeeping students. It means the world to me. And also it helps because, these morons, and you'll see when you go on Trustpilot, and you'll know straight away, you know straight away that it's a lie, you know what I mean? Because it's normally someone, you can't verify the person that's put this comment on that's nonsense. So it helps interact with this nonsense. And then with Trustpilot, I'm not a big lover of them. To actually, basically, to get these false comments off, believe it or not, you've got to pay Trustpilot. So they're sort of blackmailing you to say, well, look, if you don't pay us, and it's a lot of money as well, if you don't pay us, we're not going to take it down, which is very unethical. They should be called Untrustpilot. So by you putting a genuine, decent comment, counteracts these people who are obviously attacking myself and Just for Keepers and J4K. So I hope that helps, guys. Okay, yeah, please remember to subscribe. Whether you're a goalkeeper, parents of a goalkeeper, or a goalkeeper coach, subscribe below to our online community, because not only obviously will you get help from myself when we go live and chat, but you'll get help from goalkeepers, parents of goalkeepers and goalkeeping coaches all over the world. There's no excuse now, guys. If you want to develop a bulletproof mindset, you have no excuse. You've got all the tools. You've got the videos here. You've got the book if you want the book. You've got the journal if you want the book. You can download it for free of charge. So I've kept to my promise. It's completely free to help you achieve your dreams. Like I said, if you like me, you can you can purchase the book. And also, is the book here? I don't think the book's here. You can basically purchase the book and the journal. And the price is next to nothing, guys, to be honest with you. And again, yeah, hopefully I'll get to see you in our online community. Hopefully get to see you, speak to you live. Hopefully get to answer your questions, and hopefully I'll help you achieve your dreams, because you never know, you could be the next J4K success story.